This particular event remains one of the most unforgettable ones for me, one of the company's old dispatchers, and my former colleague, Sam. It was a stiflingly hot evening, the kind where the air feels thick and oppressive, and even though it was nearing midnight, the temperature still clung to 84 degrees. We were both looking forward to finishing our shift at 5 a.m., hoping to avoid any more calls. The station's AC had given out, and the heat outside was just as unbearable as inside. So all we could do was sit there, sweating, and hope the night would pass quietly. But, of course, the tones dropped and we were dispatched for a chest pain emergency. Nothing unusual about that, except that we were instructed to call the crew line as we responded, which typically only happens when the situation is dire, like if CPR is required. We called the crew line, and the dispatcher, let's call her Lisa, picked up. She informed us that a Mrs. J was on the line and had some very specific instructions for us. First, we didn't need to knock, just walk right in. Second, Mrs. J wanted to stay on the phone with Lisa until we arrived, requesting live updates on our location. Lastly, she was in the bathroom and needed assistance getting onto the stretcher. So we kept the line open and occasionally heard Lisa updating Mrs. J on how close we were, reassuring her that everything was going to be all right. Lisa later told us about the call from her perspective. She explained how dispatching could be a lonely job, working in a small office at headquarters, far from the bustling metropolitan centers where most emergency calls are handled. It was odd that Mrs. J's call had been transferred to their line, but Lisa took it in stride. The older lady on the phone had a soft, calm voice and mentioned she felt a heavy pressure on her chest, enough to cause back pain and exhaustion like she'd never felt before. Lisa initially advised her to hang up and dial 911, but Mrs. J insisted she had already done that, and her call had been transferred here. Mrs. J pleaded with Lisa not to hang up, saying she was scared of the sudden, intense pain. Throughout the conversation, Mrs. J remained surprisingly calm, although Lisa could tell she was in discomfort. Mrs. J gave her a few instructions for us, and Lisa promised to stay on the line until we arrived. Despite everything, Mrs. J kept a lighthearted mood, even cracking a few jokes about how embarrassing the situation was and how she'd surely have an interesting story to tell at church. She expressed confidence that she'd be all right, placing her trust in a higher power. Lisa admired Mrs. J's attitude, especially given the situation. By the time Sam and I arrived, Lisa had kept Mrs. J updated about our proximity. She mentioned how grateful Mrs. J was for the assistance and how much she appreciated not being left alone during a frightening experience. The call ended about 20 minutes after it began, and we hung up as well after we reached the scene. When we pulled up, the house was a modest, well-kept little place, standing out in a peaceful neighborhood with a vibrant garden. We followed Mrs. J's instructions, walking straight up to the door, but still knocked out of courtesy, announcing our arrival. A faint voice responded, inviting us in. The house was small, cozy, even, with a warm and welcoming feel. It reminded me of visiting an elderly relative, the kind of place where you feel immediately comfortable, even unannounced. The first thing that caught my eye was the TV, playing infomercials on a local news channel. In front of a small chair was a folding table set up with breakfast eggs, toast, sausage, and a cup of coffee. It had clearly been there for a while. The yolk of the eggs dried up. The whole house had a lived-in, peaceful feel to it. Sam and I looked around for a phone, seeing a charger but no device. We made our way to the bathroom, knocking gently and calling out for Mrs. J again. When there was no answer, we opened the door. Inside, we found her on the floor in her bathrobe, one hand clutching her chest and the other holding a landline phone. Her face looked serene, almost peaceful. Sam and I immediately moved to help her, but as soon as we touched her, we knew she was gone. Her body was rigid, and signs of rigor mortis had already set in. We carefully set her back down, stunned. Just moments ago, Lisa had been talking to her, but by the time we arrived, there was nothing we could do. We went through the motions, checking for any signs of life, but it was clear she had passed some time earlier. After confirming the death, I called Lisa and asked if she was sure she had been talking to Mrs. J. She confirmed it and redialed the number, and that's when things got eerie. As the phone rang, The sound echoed from Mrs. J's hand. Sam and I exchanged looks, realizing she couldn't have made that call. The coroner arrived shortly after, and even he noted that Mrs. J had likely passed away earlier in the day. As we were packing up, Sam suddenly stood up, startled. He swore he heard a faint "thank you" whispered in his ear. I was about to argue with him, but the coroner said he heard it too. Later, back at the station, exhausted from the heat, I sat down and closed my eyes, trying to relax. Out of nowhere, I heard an older woman's voice, soft and clear, say, "Thank you as well," right next to me. I was driving home from work late one night, as I often did. I usually left work around 10 p.m. and would get home by 11:30 or so. My job was in the city, but I lived in a much quieter area outside of town. Most nights, I would take the freeway for the majority of the drive and then exit onto a highway closer to home. A while back, during an earlier shift, I had found a shortcut due to a traffic jam. It involved a few extra turns but had no stoplights, making the drive more enjoyable, especially when the roads were busy. Depending on traffic, it could be slightly faster or slower, but I had gotten into the habit of using this route regardless. On nights like this, when there was no traffic, it might have been slightly longer, but I preferred it. That night, I was taking the back roads, which were very quiet, with some woods and the occasional neighborhood or house scattered along the way. I was about 10 minutes from home, and the roads were practically deserted, making for easy driving. As I drove along a straight stretch, I noticed something ahead. There appeared to be some kind of construction going on. As I got closer, I saw a few orange cones and a person holding a sign on the side of the road. It was one of those illuminated stop signs used to direct traffic during road work. The person holding the sign was wearing an orange vest and standing at the side of the road. This was a one-lane road with a lane for traffic in the opposite direction, but that lane was blocked by the orange cones. I started to slow down as I approached, but something felt off. There was only one person in sight, the man holding the sign, and no other signs of construction. Aside from the cones, I couldn't tell what work was being done. Still, I didn't think much of it, tired from a long day and eager to get home. I brought my car to a stop, as the sign instructed. The man holding it then walked toward the middle of the road, directly in front of my car. He was about average height with long, dark brown hair and a bit of a goatee. As he approached, I began to feel uneasy, especially when he stopped just a foot away from my car, staring at me without saying a word. He wasn't communicating in any way, just standing there. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in my side mirror. I glanced back and saw another man emerging from the woods beside the road. He wasn't dressed like a construction worker, and what was even more concerning was that he appeared to be holding a baseball bat. He was approaching from behind, about 50 feet away, and I felt a surge of panic. Something was definitely wrong. I just wanted to leave, but the man with the stop sign was blocking my path. I rolled down my window just slightly and asked what was going on, but he didn't respond. Meanwhile, the man with the bat was getting closer. I knew I had to act fast. I quickly put my car in reverse and backed up a few feet. The man with the bat was now less than 10 feet away. I swerved to the left and sped around the man with the stop sign. He tried to block me, but I was too quick. I ran over the small cones as I sped away. In my rearview mirror, I saw the two men standing together in the middle of the road. Shaken but relieved, I immediately called the police to report what had happened. By the time any officers arrived, I assumed the men were long gone. Despite the scare, I continued to drive the same route home afterward, mostly out of routine and habit. I didn't think to change it. About a week later, I was driving home at around the same time, 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night. As I approached the same quiet stretch of road, I couldn't believe my eyes. The same man was standing there, holding the stop sign, and the two orange cones were back in the exact same spot. It was like a replay of the previous week. This time, I didn't slow down at all. In fact, I sped up slightly as I neared the man. He stepped into the road, waving his arm, trying to get me to stop, but I veered left into the other lane and drove straight through the cones, just like before. I glanced back and saw him standing on the side of the road, watching me go. Once again, I called the police to report the incident, frustrated and angry that it had happened again. I never heard anything about whether they found the men after that, but I didn't see them again either. I still don't know what their plan was, maybe to steal my car or something worse. That part of the road was especially quiet, with no houses or buildings nearby. It was a long straightaway so they could see any approaching cars from a distance. I can only hope they never managed to stop anyone else. Around 2006, I was hauling a flatbed load of construction materials in rural Tennessee. The cargo mostly consisted of drywall and roofing, all prepackaged in boxes, which required me to use strap protectors. While the memory is a bit hazy now, I recall that it was somewhere between Memphis and Nashville, likely closer to the point where the Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee state lines intersect. A tarp was required for the load, so I strapped everything down, covered it, and left the shipping yard. About 5 miles down the road, in the middle of nowhere on a 2-lane road, I noticed the tarp flapping in the wind. I found a wide shoulder to pull over and fix it. Realizing that I had done a poor job securing the tarp, I decided to redo the entire thing right there on the side of the road. I unhooked all the bungee straps, dragged the tarps off, rolled them back up, climbed onto the load, and started unrolling the tarps again. That's when I noticed a man walking down the side of the road, heading in my direction. At first, I didn't think much of it, but kept an eye on him since I was in such an isolated area. As I was setting the tarps in place and climbing down to hook the bungee straps, he got close enough that I started paying more attention to him than to my work. I grabbed my winch bar and placed it nearby, just in case. It's a solid 8-pound metal bar, about 4 feet long, used for tightening straps and chains, handy for protection if needed. When he finally reached me, the first thing that caught my attention was his hair. It looked like a mullet, but it was patchy and uneven, as if he had tried to cut it himself and gave up halfway through. His eyes were unsettling, not in a way that suggested he was intoxicated, but more like something wasn't quite right. His clothes were dirty and poorly maintained, with one of his tennis shoes missing laces and the tongue hanging out. He stopped near me, waited until I acknowledged him, and mentioned that he had a long walk ahead of him. I agreed, noting that we were indeed in the middle of nowhere, making it clear that I couldn't offer him a ride. He nodded and continued walking past me, but a few moments later, he stopped near the driver's door of my truck, turned around, and came back to repeat the same statement about his long walk. I apologized again, explaining that I couldn't give him a ride due to insurance restrictions. He seemed to accept it and walked off. As he moved away, I continued working on securing the tarp, keeping an eye on him. Once he was a little distance away, I resumed my task. But after a few minutes, I noticed he had turned around and was heading back towards me. This time, he was about 100 yards in front of my truck, and it looked like he was talking on a cell phone, with one hand up to his face and his other hand gesturing as though he was having a conversation. I quickly finished strapping the tarp, grabbed my winch bar, and climbed into my truck as he came within about 10 yards of me. Locking the doors, I placed the winch bar on the passenger seat, just in case. Looking closer, I realized he wasn't holding a phone at all, he was talking to his hand. His expression looked anything but friendly, and it appeared he was having an angry conversation with himself. At that point, I was thoroughly unsettled. Without wasting any more time, I started the truck, put it in gear, and pulled out without even checking for traffic. As I passed him, he was just standing there, still holding his hand to his face, staring at me with a blank, unsettling expression. I kept driving, feeling the unease grow. After shifting into 5th or 6th gear, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and to my surprise, there was no sign of him anywhere. This is probably the scariest experience I've ever had. Every time I think about it, I get chills, and I can't help but worry that it might come back for me one day. I'm still unsure if what happened was even real. In March of 2022, some close friends and I decided to hang out. I had been swamped with schoolwork and hadn't seen them in almost 2 months. We had a relatively uneventful evening, grabbing dinner before heading out for a drive. As usual, we enjoyed doing spooky things when we were together, often driving to eerie spots near our hometown late at night. That night, we visited an abandoned airfield, a patch of dense woods, and a desolate back road that ended in a dead end. As unsettling as these places were, we didn't actually see anything. The creepy atmosphere was definitely there, but nothing tangible happened. We tried to scare each other for fun, but there was no real fright. This disappointed us since we had hoped to experience something more exciting. Little did I know that was the last time I would wish to see something out of the ordinary. It was almost midnight, and we were winding down in the car, driving around before heading home. We always took one car to these outings. One of my friends, let's call him Alex, commented that the night had been a letdown and that he wanted to witness something truly frightening. Another friend, Brandon, suggested we try calling some of those scary phone numbers we'd seen online. We had done this before without much luck, but with the night almost over, we figured we had nothing to lose. We searched for a few numbers, mostly from online forums like Reddit. Unsurprisingly, none of them worked. I can't remember how many we tried, but it was at least 5, and none of them produced anything. Feeling a bit defeated, Alex mentioned finding another number. I brushed him off, assuming it was just another dud, but he insisted, saying the post claimed a girl named Lily would answer and scream after answering 3 questions, eventually driving the caller insane. The post itself wasn't what caught our attention, but rather a comment stating that although the number didn't work when called, it called the user back. That intrigued us, and Alex shared the number. We decided to call it despite some of our friends, like Mark and Eric, wanting nothing to do with it. They weren't fans of paranormal stuff and didn't want to tempt fate. We pulled over so they could get out of the car, leaving me, Alex, and Brandon. Although I was curious, I was too scared to use my phone to dial, so Brandon was chosen to make the call. To our disappointment, the line rang but ended with a message saying the number was disconnected. We tried a few more times with no luck. Feeling let down, we picked up Mark and Eric and decided to call it a night. I was dropped off at home about 25 minutes later. Once inside, I went about my usual late-night routine, which involved a quick trip to the bathroom while scrolling through social media. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole phone call incident at that point. That's when things took an unexpected turn. The same number we had called from Brandon's phone earlier suddenly called me back. I didn't answer. Instead, I finished up and went to sit with my dad, who was still awake. Feeling shaken, I called Alex and Brandon, thinking they might have been pulling a prank, but they denied it, insisting they had nothing to do with it. I was skeptical but couldn't prove anything, so I went to bed. That night, I couldn't fall asleep. The whole situation had me on edge, and I kept wondering if it was a joke or something more sinister. Around 3 a.m., I started getting more calls from the same number. Again, I didn't answer, but I texted Alex and Brandon, and they were freaking out too. Only the 3 of us who had stayed in the car were receiving these calls. I didn't understand how this was happening, considering Brandon was the one who dialed the number. Was this real? Eventually, the calls stopped, and I managed to fall asleep around 4:30 a.m. The next week was relatively calm. Each night, I went to bed dreading the idea that I'd get another call or find something lurking in my room, but nothing happened. I still suspected my friends were behind it, but I couldn't be sure. At the time, I worked early morning shifts at a local grocery store. About a week after the initial incident, I woke up from my shift, running slightly late as usual. While stocking shelves, I checked my phone and noticed a notification from 3:30 a.m. It was a voicemail from that number. I had slept through the call. I put in my headphones to listen, and the message was nothing but heavy breathing for a few seconds before cutting off. Panic set in. I started to question whether this was a prank after all. My friends all worked early shifts, so I doubted they were behind it. Yet, I kept pressing them for answers, and they continued to deny any involvement. Another week passed, filled with sleepless nights. I feared the situation would escalate, but nothing happened. However, one morning at work, I checked my phone and found another voicemail, this time at 3:18 a.m. This one wasn't breathing. It was the sound of a girl humming, making strange noises. The voice was high-pitched and unsettling, sending shivers down my spine. At this point, I didn't know what to believe. None of my friends sounded like the voice on the voicemail, and they insisted they weren't involved. Oddly enough, although everyone in the car had received calls, I was the only one getting voicemails. And then it stopped. It's now almost November of 2022, and I haven't received any more calls. None of my friends have owned up to any pranks, and they haven't received any more calls either. To this day, I don't know if this was some elaborate joke or something supernatural, but one thing's for sure, I'll never mess around with those so-called ghost numbers again. My family has always had a certain sensitivity to the paranormal. Several of us have experienced unexplained events, but nothing quite like what happened a few years ago. It was the year 2000, and while the world got through Y2K unscathed, my great-grandmother sadly passed away. A few months after her death, we started receiving phone calls every few days from a strange number that appeared on caller ID as 10 zeros. Whenever we answered, all we could hear was a constant white noise, like the static from a TV on a channel that wasn't coming through. At first, we thought it was just a glitch with the phone lines and didn't pay much attention to it. Still, for some reason, we always answered when it rang. For those unfamiliar with that time, the year 2000 was very different from today. Cell phones were still new, and most households had landlines. To make things more frustrating, most people used dial-up internet, meaning that a phone call could interrupt the song you had spent hours downloading on LimeWire. These mysterious white noise calls quickly became an annoyance. Finally, my mother contacted the phone company to see if they could trace the origin of the calls. After their investigation, the company revealed something odd. The calls were coming from a payphone. But this wasn't just any payphone. It was located outside the cemetery where we had buried my great-grandmother only a few months earlier. Even more bizarre, the payphone had been disconnected from service a couple of years before and shouldn't have been able to make calls at all. For my family, this was all the confirmation we needed. We believed it was my great-grandmother reaching out, so whenever the calls came, we spoke to her as we always had in life. The calls continued for around 2 years. At the time, I lived in an area where tornadoes were rare, but when they did occur, they were often very destructive. One night, a tornado passed through the neighborhood, causing significant damage. Fortunately, our home was spared. Shortly after the storm had passed, the phone rang again. But this time, my mother claimed she could hear my great-grandmother's voice, asking if we were all okay. My mom assured her that we were safe, and after that, the calls stopped. We hoped this meant she had found peace, knowing we were all right. 10 years later, both my grandparents had passed away and were buried alongside the rest of our family. My mother decided to move into her parents' home. At that time, I was living with a boyfriend, and we decided to visit the cemetery so I could introduce him to my grandparents. After I got back into the car, I checked Facebook and saw that just 2 minutes earlier, my mother had posted a photo of the phone showing the same phone number with 10 zeros. She wrote that, after so many years, she was hearing from the other side once again. I called her immediately, panicked because I had just been standing at their graves when the call came in. My only explanation is that my family didn't care for my boyfriend and wanted to make that clear, even from beyond the grave. That was the last call we ever received, though it wasn't our final paranormal experience. To this day, we still keep the same landline number, just in case they need to reach out to us again. Since I can't drive at the moment, if I finish work around the same time my mom gets off, I usually text her, and she'll come by to pick me up and take me home. Our house is only about a 3-minute drive or a 10-minute walk from both my workplace and hers. I normally walk to work, but after long shifts, I prefer to be driven home if possible. One particular day, I got off work right when my mom was also finishing up, so I called her and asked if she could give me a ride home. She agreed, and I sat down on the curb under a large tree outside to wait for her. After about 10 minutes with no sign of her, I started feeling a bit impatient. It was a hot day, and I was tired, so I tried calling her again to see where she was. I ended up calling her around 10 times, feeling frustrated. On the last call, she finally picked up, but all I heard was static on the other end. At first, I thought she might have answered the phone by accident, but it didn't sound like a typical pocket dial. The noise was more like TV static. As I listened closer, there was a faint, eerie groaning sound underneath the static, like someone making stereotypical ghost sounds. I kept saying hello, just in case she could hear me through the noise, assuming she may have picked up the phone by mistake. The whole situation was starting to really unsettle me. I was staring at the parking lot ground, trying to focus on the odd sounds coming through the phone. Suddenly, a large tree branch snapped off the tree I was sitting under and crashed right in front of me. The timing was startling. As soon as it hit the ground, the static on the phone went silent. I checked the duration of the call. It had only been about 3 minutes, so everything happened in that short span of time. Still shaken, I decided to call my friend to share the experience. We both have an interest in the paranormal, and I knew she would be intrigued. As expected, she was quite freaked out. A few minutes later, my mom arrived, and I quickly ended the call with my friend before jumping into the car. I immediately started recounting the strange incident to my mom. She thought it was a little odd but wasn't too concerned. My mom isn't one to believe in the paranormal, so it didn't faze her much. On a whim, I asked if I could check her phone's call history. She handed it over and I looked through the log. To my surprise, the last call I supposedly had with her wasn't there. The only call that showed up was the first one when I asked her to come pick me up. That 3-minute call full of static and strange sounds simply didn't exist in her phone records. When I explained this to my mom, she just shrugged it off, not giving it much thought. She suggested it might have been a pocket dial like I initially assumed, but since there was no trace of the call on her phone, we couldn't come up with a logical explanation. Even though the real explanation is probably something mundane, the experience definitely left me spooked. It happened back in early 2018, but I can still clearly remember the unsettling sounds I heard that day. A few nights ago, I was on shift when the phone at the nurse's station rang. It was around 12:30 a.m., and the caller ID displayed something I hadn't seen before. It just said, "Unavailable." I picked up the phone, and for the first few seconds, all I could hear was a faint, crackling sound. Then, a hushed voice came through, asking in an urgent whisper, "Is my mother there?" Caught off guard, I hesitated for a moment. The voice repeated the question, this time sounding a little more desperate. I asked who their mother was and if they knew what room she might be in. The voice gave me a name and said, "I think she's in room 37 or somewhere near there." By this point, the situation had started to unnerve me. The whispering continued, and I couldn't determine whether the caller was male or female. The tone grew more frantic, as if the person was speaking quietly to avoid being overheard, and that eerie crackling sound persisted in the background. I asked if everything was all right and mentioned that I was struggling to hear them clearly. I asked why they were whispering. The voice responded by saying they needed help to find their mother, asking if I could assist them. But then, the line suddenly cut off, leaving me with a dial tone. I felt a chill run down my spine. My coworker, who had been sitting nearby, was staring at me, wide-eyed, and later told me I looked terrified. I checked our unit's list, but there was no one admitted under the name the caller provided. I even searched the hospital's entire census. Still nothing. I shared the story with the charge nurse, asking if she remembered anyone with that name being recently admitted. She didn't, and together we reviewed records from the past few weeks, including patients who had passed away. There was no match. She suggested it was probably a prank, but I haven't been able to shake the feeling since. Logically, I know it's likely someone just playing a joke, but the whole thing felt off. Why would anyone go out of their way to prank a nurse at 12:30 in the morning? The number to the nurse's station isn't even publicly listed. People need to call through the hospital's main operator or be given the direct line. And the room number the caller mentioned corresponded with rooms on our unit. Could have been a lucky guess, but the whole thing feels strange. I'm used to taking calls from worried family members, and I can usually tell when someone's genuinely upset. This call felt different. The sense of urgency in the voice seemed real, and it left me on edge for the rest of the night. Even now, it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I spent the rest of my shift avoiding the phone, and for good reason. Back in 2007, shortly after my 15th birthday, my mom was out of town for a few days on a business trip. My mom and I lived alone in a small house in a neighborhood that was on the sketchy end of decent. That fact, combined with her paranoia about me being home alone longer than 4 hours, meant that I had to stay over at a friend's house while she was gone. This friend's house was across the street and over one house from my own. The place my mom was going was only about 2 hours away, and I'd gotten a bug up my ass about being treated like the young woman that everyone kept calling me. So for the week leading up to the trip, I was moaning and groaning about being old enough to take care of myself. I insisted that I could just check in with my friend's parents every now and then, but in truth, my house was pretty creepy at night even when my mom was there with me. And I'd found out the day my mom was scheduled to leave that my friend had somehow gotten her hands on a PlayStation 3. So it didn't take me too long to get over being unfairly babysat. At around 11 on the last night I was there, we ended up back in my friend's room screwing around with the brand new flip phone I had gotten for my birthday. Her parents had gone out hours earlier after buying us a pizza for dinner. They probably weren't going to be back for at least an hour, and we'd gotten bored downstairs with her one PS3 game that we'd been playing for days already. It turns out she had the PlayStation but didn't have any money to actually buy games for it. I guess that's how it usually goes. It was too late to call any of our friends, but I knew my mom was coming home tomorrow morning at some ungodly hour. I also knew that she had this thing about our answering machine. No matter how tired she was or no matter where she'd gotten back from, she'd listen to all of them if there were any messages. Being the bored 15-year-olds we were, my friend and I decided to leave a message or two for my mom to find in the morning. We called my home phone and put it on speaker, cracking up and trying to figure out what our message was going to be about. It normally took 5 rings for a call to go to the machine, but on the 3rd ring the phone picks up and we hear someone. Hello. The voice sounded like it belonged to some 60-year-old guy who'd been smoking for the last 40 years of his life. But even past that, there was this menace to his voice. I can't describe it exactly, but it sounded very cold and very dangerous. It's the sort of voice where if you heard it on the street, you'd want to get away from the person immediately. I looked at my friend. Her eyes were huge and her face was completely pale, and I'm sure I didn't look any better. Neither of us could get it together to say anything in response. Hello? He said again. There was a pause and I tried to squeak out something along the lines of who the hell are you and why are you in my house? But then he said in a very low voice, you shouldn't have called. There was some sort of slam and the call disconnected. I immediately dropped my phone and proceeded to freak the hell out, as did my friend. She asked me if I knew who that was and I said no. Of course, I didn't know the creepy-ass guy answering my phone at 11 at night. We checked the call log to see if we'd accidentally called the wrong number, but nope, we called the right one. We were so shaken up that we couldn't immediately figure out who we should call or what we should do. Should we call the cops or call my mom or call my friend's parents? Or should we run around making sure all the doors and windows were locked or what? So we ended up sprinting around my friend's house, double-checking every lock we could check while gasping out what happened to my friend's parents on the phone. They were about 15 minutes away and said they'd call 911, and her mother told us to stay in my friend's room with the door locked and all the lights on in case this guy was going from house to house. And so for maybe 10 minutes, we were huddled in the far corner of my friend's room. We're basically under her bed, jumping every time the house settled or one of our legs scraped on the carpet. You can imagine how freaked out we were when her parents rushed in and started rattling at her bedroom door, forgetting that it was locked on their orders. The cops got to my house not too long after her parents got home. To be honest, I don't really remember a lot of the specifics about what the cops were doing. mainly because I refused to set foot outside of the house. But I remember that they asked my friend and I a lot of questions. We couldn't really give them a lot of information, unfortunately. We called from my friend's room, which was in the back of her house away from where we would have been able to see my house. Also, a dude with a creepy smoker's voice isn't a very helpful description to go off of when looking for someone. One question they asked sticks out though. I remember thinking it was weird for them to ask if I knew anyone else who had keys to get into the house. I told them only my mom and I had keys. I found out later that the reason the police asked that was because there were no signs of forced entry anywhere around the house. The front door was wide open when they got there. There wasn't really anything messed up and nothing was taken, but our wall-mounted corded phone was hanging off the hook and the phone base itself was cracked. It's like it had been smashed with something. Both my mom's room and my room also had some stuff moved around and displaced like someone was going through our drawers. My mom got called at some point during all of this and managed to get home that night. She was very tired and very freaked out about what had happened. The cops investigated the incident but never came up with any answers. We weren't doing too well financially at that point, but we still managed to move across town within a few months of this happening. For the months between that night and the day we moved though, I didn't sleep much and had really bad nightmares. I also flat out refused to be alone in the house even for a couple of minutes, and I started getting really obsessive about checking and double checking the locks. The habit has stuck around since that happened. Now, I remember that there's one thing I haven't told anyone about all this. It's mostly because at the time, I thought that the whole thing might get blamed on me if I said anything. Earlier that day, I'd gone back over to my house to get a notebook of mine that I wanted to show my friend. Nothing was obviously wrong as far as I could tell. The front door was locked when I got to it, and there were no signs of any tampering with it or any weirdness by the door. There were no noises from any part of the house, but the minute I stepped inside, something just felt off. It's just really off. It was really quiet, and I was getting chills all up and down my spine. Having goosebumps all over, I tried to will myself to just get over it and to go back to my room and get the notebook. But I couldn't make myself take more than a few steps into the house. I was too creeped out. I locked the door and ran back across the street. When I got back to my friend's house, I felt like an idiot, of course. Was I really such a wimp that I couldn't walk through my own house when it was empty? But looking back, well, who knows? Maybe my gut was right about something just not being right. It freaks me out even thinking about what could have happened if I'd ignored it and walked further inside. I've thought back on that moment a lot too, wondering if maybe I left the door open when I left. But I swear I locked it. I distinctly remember locking the deadlock and looking over my shoulders the whole time because I had that burning, crawling feeling on the back of my neck you get when you're being watched. And after the creepy call, I checked and I had my keys in my backpack. Also, a few people have asked why the creepy dude picked up the phone. I have no idea, honestly. My mom and I have tried to figure out why the hell he would do that, but we haven't come up with a good answer in many years. Same with how he got inside in the first place without having a key and without forcing or breaking something open. My guess is that there was another way inside the house that we never knew about and that the police didn't figure out too. In any case, I never found out, and it would be really strange to go back and ask the current owners if I could randomly poke around their house. And besides that, I can't go back into that neighborhood without getting the chills, so it's probably going to remain a mystery. This story happened a few years ago. I am female and was 20 at the time. I was in my second year of studying 3D animation in a sort of private school. We were sharing the building with companies revolving around the numerical world. There was expensive material in there, so the entrance was usually monitored by 2 or 3 watchmen. We had to give them our student cards if we wanted to stay later after school time to work on our projects. With this and all the security cameras everywhere, I never thought this would be a place where I could feel in danger. I must add that the school was in a city about 40 minutes away by train from my mother's house. So I was doing the 2-way trip every day. Also, a few days just before my story takes place, My mother forced my socially anxious ass to go around the city and give out some applications for a summer job to about 5 different stores. It was lunch break when my phone rang. It was an unknown number, and I usually wouldn't answer a call from a hidden number like that. But as I was searching for a job, I didn't want to miss the chance that it could be a response to my applications. I went to the corridor and answered. This was a man with a very deep, mature voice, not someone of my age for sure. The man asked if he was calling the correct number, telling me my name and surname without a doubt. As soon as I said yes, the man started saying indecent things. He asked how much it would cost for me to do services for him, implying that I was a sex worker. I can tell you the man was having fun. It's not the kind of fun you have when you prank someone. I'm talking of the sexual type of fun. It's a little bit complicated to translate this into words, but his voice tells me he's attempting to seduce with some malice and enjoyment mixed in. The other thing I can tell is that he had a strange accent. After I recovered from being surprised, I answered him that I was not doing this sort of things and hung up without delay. I was confused and went back to my classroom, but the fact that the guy knew my name was very weird for me. I went outside of the building to smoke a cigarette and called my mother to see what was her thoughts about that. She was angry, of course, but she believed it was just a bad joke from a jerk. I floated the possibility that it could be someone from one of the stores I applied to. My mother wasn't convinced at all, but I remembered one of the guys I gave my letters. He just seemed really creepy at the time, and I was practically convinced that the caller was him already. As soon as I ended the call with my mom, the unknown number called me again. It gave me the creeps that he was calling just after I hung up from my call with Mom, but I didn't think much of it at the time. After that, the unknown number called me during class time and on my way home. On both times, I decided to ignore it. I thought this man would get tired of this little game. The next morning, I carried on as usual and had forgotten yesterday's story. I was almost late for my train and walked fast to the train station. As I was approaching the place, I looked at my phone to see the time remaining before my train departure, and there I froze. I had 3 missed phone calls from an unknown number. I directly checked when the first call occurred. It was 3 minutes after I left home. I was frightened and looked all around me. The avenue was crowded with people going to the train station. There was no creepy man waving at me from the other side of the road or other sick stuff like that. There was nothing, and I assure you, this is really terrifying because I couldn't see the danger or assess how near it was. Could be the man next to me, or it could be the car passing by just now. Could be waiting for me at the next corner. If I was a gazelle at this moment, I would have been the one who felt the danger. I'd started to run without knowing where to go or not, and would have run right into the mouth of the lion. At least it's how I picture myself. I remember it as if it was yesterday, how I felt so helpless, so lost in the middle of this crowd. At that point, I had no doubts that the creepy caller was looking at me. I tried to keep myself together. I took my train on time, staring at all the men around me. I was there trying to guess the chances it could be this man, or maybe this man, until I finally arrived to school. I was in full paranoid mode. During the day, being with my classmates and in a very secure building made me feel better. But I still was very aware of my surroundings and tried to never be alone. There were no phone calls at all during the day. But when the time came to go back home, as I was just leaving school with a few classmates, the phone calls started again. I thought that the man was playing with me. I was already picturing myself as the victim of one of the criminal's minds, serial killer or something like that. My mother took me to the police station. As nothing had been done to me physically, there were poor chances they could do something. She might wanted me to sort of inform them in case something happens to me. Yes, it's not a very happy thought there too. Actually, sexual harassment is forbidden by law in my country. However, if I understood it correctly, the victim must have never answered the majority of the phone calls for them to be considered harassment. I did not know that, and I felt very lucky that I had decided to ignore the phone calls. I filed a claim, and the policeman told me they would demand my phone provider to give them the provider of the unknown number. After that, they will be able to identify the man, but this would take quite some time. The days passed. The weekend arrived, and my mother took me and my brothers to my grandparents in the countryside. She didn't tell me, but I think she did it to be sure that we would all be safe during these 3 days. There had been no phone calls until Monday. I got a few when I came back to school, but much less than the previous week. Finally, the phone calls stopped by Wednesday. In total, the man did this for 7 or 8 days. I can't remember precisely because of the weekend interlude. More time passed. I didn't go back to this school the next year, not because of this experience, although it certainly didn't help me feel comfortable there. 2 years passed until the policeman called us back. He wanted me to come by the police station so he could tell me what news he had. They told me the name of the man and explained to me that he wasn't following me actively. However, he was calling at times when he was alone, like when he was driving between his home and work. It happened to match perfectly with the time I was leaving home, and I was surprised when I learned why. His workplace was my school. The man was one of the watchmen of the building. Fortunately, he was not working there anymore at the time, but he was one of the people in charge of security. That meant every time I would go in and out of the building, he was looking at me. I smiled and greeted this creep. I guess what we can learn from my story is that if something like this happened to you, check the law. Laws against harassment and stalking can be very specific, and you could do something wrong without knowing. For example, you could lose patience and answer the phone to insult profusely the creep who was stalking you. This happened when I was in my early teens in the late 80s. My family lived in a very secluded forested area. We had a long driveway, and our small home sat on a square acre of mowed grass with woods on 2 sides. I was alone late one night talking with a buddy from school. I often rode my bike to town over the summer, and he invited me to come over and spend the night. It was a 20-mile trip over completely empty country roads, but it was always an adventure, and I seldom hesitated to go when I had a place to stay. I told him it was a sure thing. I call my mother at work and then start my ride. Here's where it gets creepy. Once I hung up the phone and started getting dressed all black. I picked up the phone again to call Mom. The line was dead. This had never happened before. It was a sturdy rotary phone, and we never had problems with it. My thoughts instantly went to the small phone box at the back of the house. It was a tiny round junction with nothing but a rubber covering. Behind the cover was the exposed connection between the phone pole and our inside line. The wires were twisted together and capped, but completely vulnerable. I questioned why I would even think about that. Why would I jump to conclusions about the cause of the dead line? I was overwhelmed with a feeling of dread that didn't make sense, and I was wrestling with my thoughts. I decided to behave as though I was in real danger, but calm myself by focusing on how unlikely it was and how my imagination was probably getting the best of me. But I could not shake the feeling that I was in trouble. I finished dressing and strapped a buck knife to my hip. The old Rambo knives with the compass in the stock. It was cheap but very big. I moved quietly and planned how I would leave the house. I remember this very well. I would slide out the front door and pull it closed behind me. Locked. I would not be able to get back in. I would grab my bike from against the wall on the enclosed porch, spin around, and use my elbow to press the button of the handle on the screen door and jump down the concrete steps. I'd hop on my bike and speed down the drive. It was very dark outside, but there were bright lights in the front and rear of the house that created big pools in the yard. That's all the light I would have. I executed my maneuver just as I planned, but my elbow slipped off the button on the handle and banged into the door as it opened, and within seconds I was pumping down the gravel drive. I turned my head to the left, filling my ears with the roar of air I was cutting through, and stopped pedaling, my eyes fixed on the rear of the house. I was 100% sure someone was coming. I don't know how or why. It was only for a moment, but I didn't look away despite my own skepticism. At the last instant, I saw him. A man wearing dark clothes and a ski mask came tearing out of the lit yard around the back of the house and plunged into the deep shadow along the side, heading for the front, where I had been only seconds ago. I was invisible, wearing black from head to toe, and instead of running straight for me, He went for the porch where the commotion I just made had come from. I turned forward and leaned into the pedals. I could barely see the driveway, but I had ridden my bike down it many times at night, and I could make out the large stone gate posts before the dirt road. I almost wrecked turning the corner, but recovered and speeded away. About a mile further, I finally stopped at the intersection of a paved road. My heart was pounding in my chest and my forehead was sweaty. I stood there for a bit and got my breathing under control while I tried to digest what had just happened. My thoughts were racing. I knew damn well what I saw, but I was out of danger. All I could do was press on. My neighbors were Amish and had no phone. I wouldn't have known what to say anyway. When I got to my friend's house much later, I told him what happened and called my mother. She listened and didn't give me a hard time, but I could tell she didn't know what to think. She wouldn't be home till morning and said she'd be careful, and that was it. I had heard laughter once from the edge of the woods, and things in the yard had been moved on occasion, but no one else had these experiences, and I assumed it was backwards Amish kids fooling around. Nothing had ever really happened before. I doubt Amish kids would know how to disconnect a phone line, though. This incident occurred about 5 years ago. It's a story I rarely share anymore because most people either feel uncomfortable hearing it or offer well-meaning advice on what I should have done, not understanding how differently your mind functions during sheer panic. So, here's my story. I was living in a cozy apartment in downtown Asheville working as a veterinary technician. I arrived home from work around my usual time, which is 5 p.m., unlocked my door, and went inside. I set my phone, wallet, and keys on the kitchen counter. I heard my heavy metal door swing shut behind me and began taking care of some errands around the house. Having grown up in a small town, it was a habit not to lock my door during the day, especially since I knew my boyfriend would be home soon. I've never forgotten to lock my door since that day. I walked through my bathroom and into my large walk-in closet to hang up the laundry I'd started earlier. My front door opened and I smiled, thinking my boyfriend was home early. I called out to him cheerfully. There was no response and just silence. A sinking feeling crept up my spine. I tried to shake it off, thinking he hadn't heard me, and walked out into the living room. Standing on the other side of the kitchen counter was a complete stranger. He was an older man, maybe in his 50s, just standing there, staring at me. No mask, no weapon. He's just watching me. At first, I thought he'd walked into the wrong apartment and would apologize and leave. But as he continued to stare, I realized I needed to act. I stood taller, tried to appear more threatening, which is hard as a small woman, and in a loud, clear voice, told him to get out of my apartment, that he had no business being here. He ignored me completely and began picking up my things. My cell phone, my keys, my wallet, and put them into his pockets. That's when I truly realized this person was dangerous. Until that moment, I naively believed this was a mistake. I dashed toward the only other device that could get me help. It was my laptop. I had to move closer to the intruder to reach it, but I still had about 10 to 12 feet between us, so I knew I could grab it and run before he reached me. As I picked it up and turned to run, he started moving toward me. I sprinted back to the bathroom because it was the only place where I could put two locked doors between us, the bathroom door and the closet door. I slammed and locked the bathroom door, and within seconds, I heard him trying to open it. I ran into the closet and locked that door too, opening my laptop and getting on Facebook Messenger to contact my boyfriend. I sent frantic messages, pleading with him to call 911 and tell them there was an intruder in the apartment. He got the messages within minutes and assured me he had a dispatcher on the phone and was leaving work to get to me if he could. I waited and waited. The bathroom door opened and the intruder came inside. He moved to the closet door and started trying to break it down. Here's where people usually start giving advice on what I should have done. All I can say is that I was frozen, with fear, with shock, I don't know. But I didn't scream, cry, or search for a weapon. I didn't brace the door or try to hold it closed. I just kneeled in the closet and waited, thinking I was going to die. People say that in an apartment, someone would have heard if I screamed, that surely there was something in the closet to defend myself with. Why didn't I do anything? I don't have an answer, but the closet door miraculously held. I heard frustrated footsteps going back out into the living room. I heard things breaking, bottles shattering, drawers and cabinets being flung open. I continued to sit in that closet, silently crying, wanting to leave but feeling that death was inevitable. I messaged my mom, who lived 12 hours away, telling her what was happening. I desperately wanted comfort and to tell her how much I loved her. I'm not a parent, but I can only imagine the fear and helplessness she felt, knowing her daughter was in danger and she could do nothing. She kept messaging me, begging me to keep replying. I told her I would as long as I could, but I also told her to tell my siblings I loved them, to help my boyfriend through whatever happened if it ended badly. The intruder started messing with the closet door again, mumbling disjointed words. I remember hoping the police would arrive before my boyfriend, that he wouldn't be the one to find me in whatever state this invader left me in. The front door opened again, and it was my boyfriend shouting for me. The intruder walked out to the living room again, and I opened the closet door and darted out to find my boyfriend pinning him to the ground. The man kept mumbling, sometimes yelling, but didn't put up much resistance. This part is a blur. I remember feeling like the room was spinning, filled with fear mostly for my boyfriend at this point. Eventually, the police arrived. Took them about 20 minutes, which still blows my mind. From the time my boyfriend dialed 911 to when officers arrived, it was 20 excruciating minutes. This isn't to bash them, but it felt like an unusually long response time for a home invasion. They got my things back from the man and took him out of my apartment. I numbly went through filing a police report, telling them what happened. One of the officers commented that I should keep my door locked at all times. I felt he was being insensitive, blaming me for what happened, but later realized his words came from experience. I'm sure he's seen this situation end differently for others. Within 30 minutes, the scariest incident of my life was over, but I've carried the fear, the violation, the anxiety of having someone intrude into my space for years. If it happened once, it could happen again. If you've made it this far, thanks for listening. If something similar has happened to you, and you're still struggling with the aftermath, the sleepless nights, the nightmares, the constant checking and rechecking your locks, here's what helped me. A year after this happened, my boyfriend and I moved to a safer town in the Midwest for his job. We chose a nice apartment complex, a third-floor unit with only one point of entry. I researched the neighborhood's crime statistics, finding only an isolated car theft reported in decades. But I still couldn't sleep at night. It was better than staying in the same apartment in Asheville, but my boyfriend often works night shifts now, and I couldn't continue being terrified to sleep at night. I realized my biggest fear wasn't that something could happen again, but that if it did, I was just as unprepared as before. I hadn't changed anything, other than locking my door, and I knew I would likely freeze again, leaving my life to chance. I walked into a martial arts school with a good self-defense program, introduced myself, and started taking classes. I've been training for years now, and the difference is unbelievable. The meek, quiet girl who waited to die in her closet doesn't exist anymore. I am confident, I am strong, I am worthy of living and protecting myself in my home. I'm no longer ashamed of how I handled that situation, but I also know what steps to take to ensure my safety. It wasn't easy, and it didn't happen overnight, but it was worth it. I recognize this might not be an option for everyone. Your experience is valid, and however you decide to cope is the right choice for you. In July 2023, I experienced something that still haunts me in my nightmares, and I recently discovered that one of the others who was with me that night is also struggling with the same nightmares. I was on a road trip, driving back to Michigan from Florida with some friends. We decided to drive straight through, which turned out to be a mistake when we crossed into West Virginia around 2 or 3 a.m. Almost immediately after crossing the border, strange things started happening. My radio began malfunctioning, despite no one touching it. My phone kept disconnecting and reconnecting repeatedly for about 5 minutes. I was the only one awake, and it was unsettling. I decided to pull over at a rest stop to grab some coffee, stretch my legs, and give my phone a chance to reconnect. While everyone else slept in the car, I called my sister to tell her what was happening. As I walked around, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that someone was watching me, even though I was alone at the rest stop. After hanging up, I went to use the bathroom but accidentally left my phone in the stall. I rushed back to retrieve it, and once I got back into the car, something truly bizarre happened. My phone started playing something over the car speakers, but it wasn't through Bluetooth or any other connection. It sounded like static from an old radio, and there was a voice, though it wasn't coming from my phone or anyone else's in the car. Back on the road, my GPS suddenly switched to no tolls mode, which I had never used before. I ended up taking an exit to avoid a toll, which led me off the highway into a dark, creepy area. As I drove through Shady Spring, West Virginia, we passed a figure dressed entirely in black, standing on the side of the road. It felt surreal and unsettling, but I kept driving, trying to get back onto the highway as fast as I could. Unfortunately, I forgot to turn off the no tolls setting, and we were led off the highway again. This time, it directed us onto a more main road, which soon turned into a dirt road along the side of a mountain. Just as I turned onto this road, I saw the same dark figure standing on the side. A little farther down the road, 3 unnaturally large deer leaped in front of the car. I had to slam on the brakes, and when I looked over, one of the deer turned back toward me, its eyes glowing a bright, eerie red. By this point, the others in the car had woken up, terrified and in tears. I kept driving slowly, about 15 miles per hour through the rain, with only our headlights to guide us. We passed trees marked with red paint and strange signs along the road, though I didn't stop to investigate. The sense of being watched returned, so I glanced in the rearview mirror. To my horror, there was a figure in black, walking no more than 15 feet behind the car, following us down the mountain. Finally, I managed to get off the dirt road and back onto the highway, but even then it wasn't over. I saw the same large deer with red eyes again, this time running alongside the highway before darting in front of a semi-truck and seemingly exploding on impact. As if that wasn't enough, the black figure appeared to retreat back into the woods near where the deer had come from. I'm still not sure what I encountered in West Virginia that night, but it was nothing good. I kept driving until the sun finally started rising. Once we crossed the border into Ohio, I pulled over and slept for about 3 hours. The entire experience was terrifying, and I still haven't fully shaken it. Even now, the nightmares continue. My husband and I decided to visit a lookout spot known for its paranormal activity, called Dover Lights. This location is famous for colored orbs that fly around the sky in no particular pattern, each a different color. I had seen them twice before. Despite scientists' attempts to find an explanation for the phenomenon, the mystery remains unsolved. The lookout is situated deep within a wooded area atop a mountain, offering views that stretch for miles. The drive from our home takes about 45 minutes to an hour. We left a little after 11 p.m. on a clear night. By the time we reached our destination, a massive storm had rolled in unexpectedly. It was lightning, thundering, and pouring rain. Although it had been my idea to come, as soon as my husband turned off the truck, a wave of fear washed over me. I began to cry, expressing my desire to leave. When he asked why, I couldn't articulate the reason, but I insisted I wanted to go. Reluctantly, we started driving back down the winding dirt road. About halfway down the mountain, lightning struck extremely close, causing me to jump into the floorboard of the truck. My husband slammed on the brakes, and I exclaimed in shock, while he explained that the lightning had nearly hit the truck. As I climbed back into my seat, I noticed something glowing red about 15 feet into the woods. I couldn't tear my eyes away. It seemed to be watching us, too. The creature was entirely black except for its glowing red eyes. It had bat-like ears and pointed wings tucked behind its back, visible over its shoulders. It stood about 3.5 feet tall, caught in mid-stride when we spotted it. The overwhelming feeling it emitted was terrifying. A heavy, thick darkness surrounded it, almost like the entire world had been enveloped in blackness. It was unlike anything I had ever experienced before or since. I sensed a probing presence in my mind, realizing that it was attempting to read my thoughts but was unable to do so. The creature seemed slightly annoyed by this. Our eyes remained locked for a few seconds, though it felt as if time had stopped. As we continued driving past the spot, neither of us spoke for a moment. Quietly, without looking at my husband, I whispered whether he had seen it. He turned to me, confirming that he had also witnessed the creature. I nodded, and he expressed his disbelief about what we had encountered. Now we were driving quickly, eager to escape the woods and that mountain. I suggested that it was a demon. While my husband typically doesn't believe in such things, I could tell he was shaken. He didn't want to think or talk about it again. He remarked that whatever it was nothing good and not of this world. We have discussed the experience sporadically since then. We both reflected on how it happened just moments after the lightning nearly struck our truck, which seemed too coincidental to ignore. I remain convinced that it was a demon, given the dark aura it radiated, which darkened everything around it. My curiosity lies in discovering the identity of this demon. For years, I have searched online but have never found anything that resembles it. I also wonder if those pointed ears were actually black horns rather than ears. The creature lacked any facial features, save for its glowing red eyes and its pointed wings folded back. It stood on two legs around 3.5 feet tall, but was utterly terrifying. I sensed its intelligence. It saw us and could think, just as we could. I can't explain how I know this, but I do. Perhaps it communicated with me in a way that simply popped into my mind. During those brief moments when our eyes were locked, I felt it was just as intelligent, if not smarter than we are. I was traveling through a remote area of Mississippi, somewhere between Clarksdale and Greenwood. The entire 250-mile drive home was along a 2-lane highway. As I left Clarksdale, the weather took a turn for the worse. I called my wife to let her know about the high wind advisories and the possibility of tornadoes throughout the Delta, promising to call her once I reached a safer area. After working a 14-hour day, I had dinner and grabbed some coffee to stay awake. If you've never driven through flat farmland at night for miles on end, it can be extremely exhausting and eerie, even without bad weather. About 30 miles into the farmland, hail began bouncing off my truck. As a native of Mississippi, I knew that in July, hail often signaled a tornado. I pulled over to the side of the road. There were no lights in sight and no other cars around. I started scanning the area, expecting a storm or tornado to appear. I rolled down the passenger window and shined a flashlight into the darkness. There was nothing. When I turned to the driver's side, I was startled to see a man's face pressed against the glass, grinning widely. I panicked, and as soon as I looked again, he was gone. I quickly shifted the truck into drive and sped off. Our trucks are equipped with cameras that record continuously, so after reaching the first safe place to stop, I called my wife again. I chose not to mention the strange man or the storm to avoid worrying her. Instead, I pulled the SD card to check the footage. To my surprise, there was no sign of the man on either the front or rear cameras. I've often chalked it up to my imagination, but since that night, I avoid driving through the Delta after dark unless it's absolutely necessary. I still remember his appearance vividly. He was tall, with an extremely pale complexion and sunken eyes. His grin was the most unsettling feature, a wide, crooked smile that stretched from corner to corner, reminiscent of the Cheshire Cat. I don't think it was due to sleep deprivation. These days, if I ever feel tired while driving, I pull over and find a hotel. I'd rather play it safe than risk my life or anyone else's. This happened when I was growing up around 2004 or 2005 when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside the town of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then, not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that isn't on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres down outside of that area. They were complaining about a ton of hogs tearing up their land. Since it was open season on hogs in the south, My dad decided to surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to hunt. Not only did that help him network for his job, but it also gave us some quality father and son time. I remember the drive down from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfortable, I hated it. All I could do was either stare out the window or try to beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something I never managed to do as a kid. The drive took most of the day, so we arrived in the early evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that no one had leased it that year, and the cabin on the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't mind. By that time, I had been in scouts for a couple of years and spent a lot of time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was comfortable roughing it. After unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough. There's dust and dirt everywhere, flies, and evidence that raccoons had gotten inside and made a mess. After cleaning up a bit and setting up our cots and sleeping bags, we decided to turn in for the night. But something felt strange. I couldn't get comfortable or fall asleep for any real length of time. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Eventually, I drifted off for what felt like maybe an hour. When we woke up, it was early, around 7 a.m. We decided to scout the land for tracks and signs of hogs and find a good place to set up a blind. Since it was summer and brutally hot in the afternoons, morning was the best time to be out. After walking for about an hour, we came to a lightly dense area of trees and, luckily, found some signs of hogs. There's typical torn-up ground where they'd been rooting. We followed the signs into the trees, and I was looking for more when my dad suddenly stopped me with his arm. I looked up and saw someone standing about 50 yards away, partially obscured by the trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We had confirmation from the owner that no one was around, and the gate had been locked when we arrived. The person was wearing a bright red jacket. We slowly walked toward them, and my dad called out, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all. They were completely still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that the figure was turned away from us, with hands in their pockets. What struck me as odd was that the person was wearing a ski jacket and pants. It was the middle of summer in Texas, where it was about 98 degrees by then. My dad called out again, but there was no reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnapped the clip on his pistol holster. We only had that since the rifles were back at the cabin. We cautiously approached from the right side, and my dad told me to stay put about 20 yards away. I crouched down, watching as he circled around to the front of the figure, all the while talking to it, asking if they were okay. When he finally got around to the front, my dad suddenly stood up straight with a confused look on his face. I called out, "What's wrong?" And he replied, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to where he was, and as I got closer, one thing really stood out. The clothes on the mannequin were brand new. No dust, no sap, no bird droppings. There's nothing to suggest it had been outside for more than a day. At that moment, I looked at my dad and could see the worry on his face. Almost immediately, I felt that eerie sensation again, like we were being watched, and I could tell my dad felt it too. I wanted to cry. I was suddenly terrified. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol, scanning the area the whole way back. I tried my best to hold back tears as we hurried back to the cabin. The walk felt like an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than 45 minutes. As soon as we got back, we packed up and left. We drove home that same day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember that my dad called his friend, the landowner, right after we left. The owner was confused and said he'd check the property the following week when he was in the area. He also mentioned that he'd never had problems with people on the land before since the property was high-fenced. My dad isn't usually a paranoid person, but with me being young and the possibility of someone else being on the lease, he decided it was best to be cautious and leave. When we got home, we talked, and my dad admitted that he hadn't slept well the night before either. He'd had the same uneasy feeling, but didn't want to wake me up since he thought I was asleep. A week later, his friend called back to say he had checked the entire property and found no trace of anyone. There was no mannequin, no nothing. That story still gives me chills. I have no idea what was really going on, but the paranoid part of me thinks it might have been some kind of trap or something. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and my childhood friend Joe and I were outside every chance we got. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a large forest, and my parents would drop me off in the mornings, and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiersmen, building shelters, setting traps, practicing fire-making with sticks, the whole 9 yards. By the time we got to high school, we got the idea to pull a Stand By Me, based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The plan was to walk the railroad tracks through the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd explore cool bridges to fish from and camp off the tracks. Of course, we knew it was dangerous and likely trespassing, but we were kids. We had a blast. We found beautiful rivers, discovered secluded bridges, fished, and hid from trains. At night, we camped in the woods near the tracks, making small, hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. We enjoyed it so much that we did it multiple times without any problems. After high school, Joe and I went our separate ways. We both left home but stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits when we could. One summer in the mid-90s, we both happened to be in town for about a week. We'd spend time with family during the day, and at night, we'd either grab drinks at a bar or sit around a fire at Joe's house, reminiscing about the old days. One night, we got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia mixed with beer is a powerful thing. We decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp out for a night, and walk home the next day. When the day came, we started early. My wife dropped us off at our old starting spot just outside our hometown. She thought we were crazy and made sure to mention it. As she drove away, Joe suggested we take a different route than usual. How about heading in the opposite direction just to mix things up? We knew the land well and had a map, so I shrugged and said, "Why not?" Off we went. The day was fine. It was fun, but a little bittersweet in that nostalgic way. We found a bridge, sat on the edge, smoked a joint, and kept moving. We didn't bring fishing gear, but we had canned food and supplies. Before night fell, we picked a spot to camp. It's a thickly forested area with trees lining the tracks, making it feel like a tunnel. We had small hammocks to sleep in, but before setting them up, we decided to scout the perimeter. This was something we used to do back in the day, to make sure we weren't accidentally camping in someone's backyard. We walked about 100 feet into the woods and up a small incline. From there, we figured if we didn't see anything, we were good. But when we reached the top, we saw an old building down the hill, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible through the trees. We debated what to do. We assumed it was an old sugar shack or something since there didn't seem to be any roads leading to it. From where we stood, there were no signs of life, no movement, no lights, nothing. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to check it out. As we approached, we realized it wasn't a sugar shack. It was an old church. The building looked like it had been abandoned for years, its wooden planks almost black from moss and rot. A weathered cross still stood on top, and the windows were just open holes with no glass. There were no doors, only open doorways. Peering inside, we saw rows of pews and a raised platform for a preacher. We didn't go all the way in. Something about the place felt wrong. There were no footprints or paths around it, and no roads led there. It was just an abandoned church, seemingly forgotten. Feeling uneasy, we left and climbed back up the hill to our campsite. The hill between us and the church made us feel a bit better, but we were still on edge. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness of stumbling upon an old, decaying church in the woods. As night fell, we set up our hammocks and decided to call it a night, planning to head out first thing in the morning. As we lay there, chatting quietly, we started to hear something coming from the direction of the church. Our conversation went something like this. "Do you hear that?" "Yeah, what is that?" "It sounds like singing?" It really did sound like singing. We both slid out of our hammocks, crouching low to listen more closely. The singing continued, but it wasn't getting any louder. After a minute or two, we decided to sneak back up the hill and see if we could figure out where the sound was coming from. Moving quietly, just like we used to in the old days, we crept up the hill. The moon provided just enough light to navigate without stumbling into trees, so we didn't use our flashlights. When we reached the top, we saw a faint light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was clearly coming from inside. Joe and I exchanged nervous glances. The light looked like candlelight, flickering through the open windows. We tried to make out what was being sung, but it was in another language, something that sounded like church music but unfamiliar. We watched for a while, trying to see who was inside, but all we saw were occasional shadows. Then, the singing stopped, and a booming male voice began to chant. The voice was deep and commanding, and it sent a chill down my spine. It sounded like an old-school preacher, the kind you see in movies, but again, it was in a language we couldn't understand. The preacher would say something, and then a group of voices would respond in song. This went on for a while until they all broke into a long, sustained wail that got louder and louder. It was so unsettling that I had to cover my ears. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. I was about to suggest we leave when Joe grabbed my shoulder and whispered, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't see them clearly, but we saw a line of figures emerging from the church, holding hands in a single file. Some of them had flashlights, and they began walking in our direction, singing again. We bolted, grabbing our stuff as quickly and quietly as we could. We ran for the tracks. Once we were back on the tracks, we ran down them in the direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped to catch our breath and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill, moving erratically as if the people holding them were running too. We kept moving, alternating between running and fast walking, until we reached a road. According to our map, a small town was about 15 minutes down the road. We made it there, found a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come pick us up. When we told our friends and family, most of them thought it was just kids messing around. But those voices didn't sound like any kids I've ever heard. I still don't know who or what those people were, but that night in the woods remains the creepiest experience of my life. This incident took place about 5 years ago on an overnight trip into the Superstition Mountains, which are about an hour's drive east of Phoenix. I'm not going to specify the exact trail because I've been doing this long enough to know what happens when you post stuff on the internet. Whether it's a good trail, abandoned mine, ghosts, or whatever it may be, people come flocking, often bringing trash and loud music. Anyway, this particular trail was an 8-mile loop through a canyon, a pretty simple in-and-out overnight trip. I had planned to go with my friend, but a last-minute cancel on his part left me on my own. With my bag packed and my car ready, I decided to go solo. Unfortunately, I didn't leave the house on time, and some trouble navigating rough forest roads meant I didn't arrive at the trailhead until around 5:45 p.m. For those who don't backpack, this is a big no-no. I had about a 4-mile hike to reach my planned camping spot, and it was getting dark fast. I figured if I moved quickly, I could cover 2 to 3 miles before I had to find a spot. This strategy left me hiking a very dark trail alone, with about 15 miles of dirt road between me and anyone else. Hiking in the dark is scary, especially in a remote area like this, and being on my own didn't help. Eventually, it got so dark that I could only see where my headlamp was pointing. I realized I needed to stop and set up camp. Using just my headlamp as my light source and trying to move fast, I ended up in a less than ideal spot. However, there were some burnt pieces of wood and the remains of a fire circle, so it looked like people had been there before, though not recently. My first priority was to get a fire going. I scanned the area around me, found some dry wood, and got the fire started. After that, I set up my tarp and cracked open a can of chili mac that I'd brought. I was looking forward to eating it. I started feeling good. My camp was set up and my food was on the fire. The uneasiness from the hike had mostly gone away, though it was still there, a side effect of camping alone in remote areas. To fully understand what happened next, I have to explain how my camp was set up. The site I picked was a small clearing surrounded by large pine trees, with the trail about 30 feet to my left. When you're in the woods with a fire going, the fire casts a circle of light around it, and everything beyond the edge of that circle is pitch black. I was sitting on the ground near my fire, eating dinner, when a small rock about the size of a marble was thrown into my camp. I stared at the rock in shock, positive I was the only person on this trail that night. I immediately turned my light towards the area where the rock had come from, but due to the density of the pines and brush, I could only see about 10 feet ahead. For the next 15 minutes, I sat in disbelief. After a while, I convinced myself that I must have kicked the rock or it had fallen from a tree. I went to sleep that night, not expecting the pure terror that was about to unfold. I woke up to the sound of rustling leaves, barely audible unless you were listening for it. At first, I thought I imagined it, but as the rustling grew fainter, I realized it was moving away from me. Groggily, I reached for the handheld flashlight I'd left next to me when I fell asleep, but the more I searched, the more frightened I became. It wasn't there. I stood up in my sleeping bag, ducked out from under my tarp, and looked around. That's when I saw it. My flashlight, lying on the ground in a pile of leaves about 15 feet away. This is one of the few moments in my life when I was truly terrified. The flashlight, which I had left right next to me, was now outside in the woods. I hurriedly slipped on my boots, clutching my knife in one hand while keeping my head on a swivel. I weighed my options: stay here and wait out the night or attempt the 3-mile hike back to the car in the dark. I figured that whatever or whoever was out there would have the upper hand if I was out on the trail without light, so I decided to stay put and wait until morning. Eventually, I heard it again, the sound of someone walking through the woods. It was faint and far off, like someone strolling leisurely without a care in the world. The footsteps would fade for a while, then return an hour or two later, as faint as ever. This went on for 3 or 4 hours. Then, the footsteps grew closer, about 7 feet away. By this point, my fire had nearly burned out, and I had no more wood. The footsteps stopped, and everything went completely silent. I sat there, still as a statue, clutching my knife and praying I wouldn't hear anything else. I stayed like that for 2 hours until the sun finally rose, casting enough light for me to see that I was alone. I packed my things quickly and speed-walked the 3 miles back down the trail. When I reached the empty dirt road where my car was parked, I nearly sprinted to it. I unlocked my Subaru, jumped in, and didn't stop driving until I was at least 20 miles away. I stopped at a gas station in Apache Junction to buy a Red Bull, but mostly just to see or talk to another person. As I exited the store, I noticed something written in the dust on the back window of my car. Sleep well. A lot of weird things have happened to me on my various adventures through Arizona, but this was by far the weirdest and scariest. I thought I'd share it. There is a seriously deranged person living in the Superstition Mountains. Do yourself a favor and stay as far away from those mountains as you can. Let me tell you about my dad's old farmhouse. We all called it the Spooky House, and honestly, it earned the name. My dad grew up on dairy farms with his parents, who worked for a man that owned several farms. They moved around a lot, managing different properties. This was in Australia, so you can imagine some of the remote, rugged landscapes they lived in. But none of those places were as strange as the Spooky House. Dad was in his late teens to early 20s when they lived there, and it didn't take long for the house to start making itself known to them. From the beginning, the place just felt wrong. You'd walk in and feel it, like a heaviness in the air. It wasn't something you could easily explain, just a constant, underlying sense that something was off. The house was old, with creaky wooden floors and walls that seemed to hold onto sounds far longer than they should. Dad said the floors were full of little notches and gaps, and my nan would place stoppers in them to keep the wind from whistling up through the cracks. But the strangest thing was that every morning, they would wake up to find the stoppers pushed up from underneath, as if something beneath the house was trying to get in. Nan tried to brush it off as some sort of animal or perhaps the house settling, but Dad wasn't convinced. And neither was Nan, especially when other odd things began happening. In the doorways, they had these huge, heavy hippie beads that hung down, thick and solid. It would take a gust of wind to move them, or so they thought. Yet countless times, Dad would get up early in the morning to find the beads swaying gently, as if someone had just passed through them. But when he checked, everyone was still asleep in their rooms. As time went on, the house's unsettling energy seemed to grow stronger. It was almost like the house itself didn't want them there, like it was waiting for something. The tension in the air would build for days. Then there would be strange noises, scratches, thuds, whispers, and then silence. One particularly cold night, things took a turn for the worse. Nan, who had been silently growing more and more uneasy about the house, decided to call a psychic. She figured if anyone could explain what was going on, it would be someone who could see beyond what the rest of them could. So, she made the call, hoping for answers. But when the psychic finally arrived, she didn't even get out of her car. She stopped at the end of the long dirt driveway, staring at the house, and refused to come closer. Nan walked up to her car and asked why she wouldn't come in. The psychic, pale and visibly shaken, told her, "There's something in there, something that doesn't want me in that house. You need to leave. Move out." "But what's in there? What are we dealing with?" The psychic shook her head, her voice trembling. "I don't know what it is, but it's not something I can help you with." With that, she drove off, leaving Nan standing there with no answers, just more questions. The fact that even a psychic refused to enter made the house seem even more sinister. Not long after that, strange things, Dad never liked to call them creatures, started showing up. They stalked the house at night, and none of them ever saw them directly, but they could sense them. Nan would wake up in the morning to find the grass around the house trampled down, especially near the windows. Whatever was out there had been circling the house in the dead of night, watching them. Her peg basket on the clothesline was ripped apart more than once, its pieces scattered across the yard. Nan would get irritated, mumbling about how she had to keep buying new ones, but that irritation soon turned into fear. Things started scratching at the windows at night, long, slow scrapes against the glass, as if whatever it was wanted them to know it was there. Dad told me he was always too scared to look. He knew, deep down, that if he did, something would be staring right back at him. In the mornings, they'd check the windows and see the paint scratched off at roughly human height. Grass beneath the windows would be flattened. One night, when my grandfather was working a few paddocks over, my Nan came into Dad's room, visibly shaken. She whispered, "It's back. It's outside." They huddled in his bedroom, too afraid to make a sound. The heavy atmosphere in the house felt even thicker that night as they listened to the sound of something moving around outside. It circled the house, slow and deliberate, its footsteps crunching the gravel with every pass. They sat there in silence, hearts pounding, until the first rays of dawn broke through. And then there was the time Dad experienced it firsthand. He was walking across the paddocks, heading to help his father with the cows in the early hours of the morning. The air was bitterly cold, the grass covered in frost. As he walked, he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him, crunching through the frozen grass. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but when he stopped, the sound stopped too. He began walking again, and once more, he heard it, a steady crunch, crunch. Dad's pace quickened, and when he stopped a third time, the footsteps didn't. They were coming toward him. That was all it took for Dad to bolt. He ran across 2 paddocks, vaulted over fences without even thinking, and didn't stop until he reached his father's side. It wasn't always just his family who experienced strange things either. Whenever Dad's parents left for a few days, he would invite friends over for parties. They'd hang out, drink, and have the run of the place. But no matter how big the group, by the end of the night, everyone always ended up sleeping in the same room, as if they couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. One night, it was just Dad and his cousin, playing pool and drinking. It was around midnight, and they were both pretty drunk when, out of nowhere, a dark figure appeared at the edge of the room and said, "Go to bed." Being as drunk as they were, they didn't question it. They shrugged, "Why not?" and went to bed. The next morning, they woke up to find the pool game had been neatly packed away. Dad's cousin looked at him and asked, "Who was that guy standing over us while we slept?" The weirdness didn't stop there, though. They'd hear footsteps on the roof, like someone walking around up there, but when they checked, no one was ever there. Doors would slam shut by themselves, and strange, disembodied voices would call their names from dark corners of the house. Eventually, Dad and his parents had enough and decided to leave. Not long after they moved out, the house mysteriously caught fire and burned to the ground. To this day, Dad doesn't know what started the fire, but he was more than happy to see the place reduced to ashes. The house had been abandoned for 2 years before we bought it. From the outside, it didn't seem particularly unusual, just an old home that had seen better days. When we first went for the viewing, there was something strange about one of the bedrooms. The closet door was padlocked shut, secured with a barn door latch and a heavy lock. Curious, we asked the realtor about it, but she just shrugged, saying there was no key. She told us it couldn't be opened unless we bought the house. Well, we ended up buying it, and naturally, the first thing we wanted to do was open that door. There was something unsettling about a locked closet that no one could explain. So, the day we got the keys, priority number 1 was unlocking it. After a few minutes of wrestling with a pry bar, we managed to break through. What we found on the other side wasn't exactly what we expected, but it didn't make us feel any better. It was a child's play area. The walls were painted in bright, cheerful colors, and the ceiling was covered in glow-in-the-dark stick-on stars and planets. The floor was covered in checkered tiles, giving it an almost playful look, but there was something wrong. There were no lights, no air vents, no windows. The room felt sealed, like it wasn't meant to be opened or used. My little brother, who had tagged along, took one look at it and with a mischievous grin said, "Well, this must be where they kept the kids before they died." We all laughed it off. Fast forward a few months, and the house was well into renovation. We had torn down walls, painted rooms, and tried to make the place feel like a home. One thing that kept happening, though, was the light in the loft. We had installed a daylight sensing motion sensor light there because it was difficult to set up a proper switch. But for some reason, the light would turn on by itself at all hours of the day. No matter how we positioned the sensor, it would randomly trip, casting an eerie glow in the loft at the most unexpected moments. At first, it was annoying, but soon it became a running joke. Every time it happened, one of us would shout, "Will you darn kids quit running in the house?" And weirdly enough, after that, the light would stay off for the rest of the day. About a year into living there, the house had started to feel like our own, despite the occasional weirdness. The creepy closet room had been transformed into our computer room, and we used it regularly without much thought. My wife and I left for work at the same time each day, but she always came home a couple of hours before I did. One day, I got a call from her, and she sounded genuinely confused. "Why did you come back home earlier today?" she asked. I hadn't. I told her I'd been at work all day, but she insisted that when she walked into the house, the chair from the computer room was in the kitchen. Now, the chair wasn't lightweight or easy to move, and it would have had to travel through 2 doorways, down a hallway, and down a flight of stairs to reach the kitchen. I hadn't moved it, and she certainly hadn't either. The thought of it moving by itself was unsettling, but we joked about it, blaming the dead kids for pulling a prank on us. "Those heathen kids," we said, laughing nervously. 6 months later, the weirdness peaked. We went to bed one night with everything in its usual place, the house quiet and calm. But when we woke up, we found something bizarre waiting for us in the kitchen. All of our kitchen knives had been removed from the butcher block. In their place were butter knives. The sharp, dangerous knives had been carefully placed behind the sink, as if someone had thoughtfully swapped them out. My wife and I hadn't touched them, and there was no logical explanation for how or why it had happened. We were both spooked and decided to spend the entire day out of the house, trying to clear our minds. We told ourselves we were being ridiculous. Ghosts aren't real, and there definitely weren't any dead kids in the house. But then one day, I got talking to our neighbor, an older gentleman who had lived on the street for decades. Casually, I asked him if he knew anything about the previous owners. That's when he dropped a bombshell. No children had died in the house, but a grown man had. The room with the creepy closet, the one we had turned into our computer room, That's where the previous owner's brother had committed suicide. He had been going through a rough time after his wife left him, and he just couldn't handle it anymore. He cut his wrists in that room and bled out. The previous owner, his brother, continued to live in the house for a while after that. But when he was foreclosed on, he attempted to take his own life in the same room. Thankfully, his children found him in time and he survived. It all started to make sense in a chilling sort of way. The strange lights, the moving chair, the rearranged knives. Maybe it wasn't kids haunting the house after all. Maybe it was something darker, something tied to the tragedy that had unfolded in that room. Later that year, our family grew, and we had to rearrange the rooms to make space for the baby. The creepy closet room? It was emptied out and left as storage. And strangely enough, once we stopped using that room, all the odd happenings came to an end. The lights stopped flickering on their own, the furniture stayed in place, and the kitchen knives remained where they belong. 9 years have passed since we moved in, and the house has been peaceful ever since. We still use that room for storage, but our son, who's now 4, plays in there occasionally. Despite the bright daylight that floods through the windows, he always insists on turning every light on before he plays. When I asked him why, he just shrugged and said, "It makes it less weird to play in there." When my husband and I rented an old house, we knew it would need a lot of work. It was one of those places that had clearly been neglected for years. The walls were covered in outdated, peeling wallpaper, and the ceiling had the dreaded popcorn texture. Worse yet, the basement had been vandalized by the teenagers who lived there before. Swastikas were crudely spray-painted on the walls, a sick reminder of the kind of energy this house had absorbed. Still, it was affordable and we needed a home, especially with our baby boy coming home soon after being born prematurely. He spent nearly 5 months in the NICU, and we wanted everything to be perfect for him. We spent weeks fixing up the house. We stripped the wallpaper, painted the walls, and removed the popcorn ceiling. Every day was a project, and we felt a sense of accomplishment as the house slowly transformed from a grim, haunted place into a livable space. But no matter how much we worked, something always felt off, like the house itself resented us for trying to change it. The basement was the worst. We didn't bother fixing it up. The vandalism, the swastikas, and the mess left by the previous occupants were too much to deal with. Besides, we didn't need the extra room, and there was no way I was spending more time down there than necessary. The one time I went down there was enough to convince me to stay out for good. The air was thick, suffocating even, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was down there with me, angry that I had invaded its space. That same unsettling feeling didn't stay confined to the basement. Sometimes it seemed to seep into the rest of the house, like a dark shadow creeping up the stairs. It would start with a feeling of being watched. I'd feel eyes on me, cold and heavy, and the room would seem to grow darker. At first, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, that my mind was playing tricks on me because of how creepy the basement was. But it kept happening, and eventually, I couldn't ignore it. Whenever the air felt too thick, too suffocating, I'd take the baby and sit in the car while my husband burned sage throughout the house, trying to clear the energy. He hated doing it. Every time he lit the sage, he said the air became almost unbearable, heavy with a rage that wasn't ours. He told me he'd see shadowy figures moving toward him, like they were trying to escape through the smoke. He'd feel them pushing against him, angry, trying to shove him out of the house. Even though the sage would help for a while, the darkness always seemed to creep back in after a week or two, like it had only retreated temporarily, gathering its strength for the next encounter. There were so many strange and unexplainable things that happened in that house. But 2 incidents stand out the most, burned into my memory like a bad dream I can't forget. One day, I was taking a shower while my son sat in his little bouncer seat in the bathroom doorway. He was always so peaceful, content to sit and watch me while I hurried through my routine. I had just finished rinsing off and pulled the shower curtain open when I heard a sound. A sharp, clattering noise behind me. In an instant, I saw the can of air freshener, which had been sitting securely on the back of the toilet, fly across the room, headed straight for my baby. My heart stopped. If the bathroom door hadn't been slightly ajar, the can would have hit him square in the head. I lost it. I started screaming at whatever was in the house. I didn't care if it heard me. "If you're going to mess with someone, mess with me," I yelled. "Leave my baby alone." As if on cue, the detachable showerhead that had been hanging securely on its hook suddenly broke free. It whipped through the air with a speed that sent it crashing into the side of the tub, the end of its cord still attached, swinging dangerously close to my head. That shut me up real fast. My heart raced and I could barely breathe. Whatever was in the house wasn't just watching us. It was angry, and it didn't like me standing up to it. The second experience happened at night when my husband and I were in bed. Our son was fast asleep in his room down the hall. He was still on oxygen, and we had a pulse oximeter monitoring his levels. Because of that, we always kept a baby monitor nearby so we could hear if the alarm went off. It had become part of our nightly routine. We'd lay in bed, talk for a while, and then say our goodnights before drifting off to sleep. On this particular night, we had just finished talking and had said goodnight when, not even 5 minutes later, we both heard it. Clear as day, the sound of a little girl's laughter came through the baby monitor. It was soft, high-pitched, and chilling. My husband leapt out of bed, ready to confront whoever was in the house. But I knew, deep down, there was no one there. My body froze, couldn't move, couldn't speak. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to shake the sound of that laugh. It was so innocent yet so impossibly wrong. I stayed in bed, stunned, until sleep finally claimed me. I don't miss that house. I don't miss the creeping shadows, the heavy air, or the constant feeling of being watched. My mom was in the hospital 50 miles away, battling what we believed might be her final days. I was only 19 at the time. We weren't sure how much longer she had, and the weight of that reality was heavy on my mind. My dad stayed by her side at the hospital, leaving me alone in the house. Their home was large, too large for one person, especially someone like me who always felt uneasy being alone. It stood isolated from any neighboring houses, tucked away on a small lagoon, far off the main road. The darkness that surrounded the house at night always gave me chills. That night, I went to bed around 1 a.m. I was messing around on my laptop, playing games and trying to distract myself from the gloomy thoughts of my mom's condition. My room was located in a separate wing of the house. The entire wing could be sealed off with a single locking door, though I hadn't locked it. Despite my usual fears, I tried to keep calm by keeping all the lights on in my wing, every single one, from the hallway lights to the closet. The dim glow from the closet always gave me some comfort, making the space feel just a little less eerie. As I was browsing game FAQs, something strange happened. All of the lights in my wing shut off at once. The band of light under the door, the only thing that reassured me, suddenly went black. My heart dropped into my stomach. I sat up in bed, frozen for a moment, staring at the door as though it held all the answers. The bedroom door was unlocked, and though I felt a strong urge to get up and lock it, fear kept me still. Before I could make a decision, the door slammed violently. It wasn't a gentle close. It was as if someone had kicked the bottom of the door with full force. I remember letting out a small, involuntary squeak of shock. It took me about 6 seconds to spring into action. I jumped to my feet and grabbed a blade I kept by my bedside, positioned only a few paces away from the door. I remember thinking that if the door opened, I would be ready to face whoever or whatever was on the other side. But the complete silence that followed was unnerving. What troubled me most was the absence of light beneath the door. Without it, I couldn't see the shadow of anyone standing outside. My imagination ran wild, picturing some dark figure standing in the hallway, waiting for the right moment to strike. Several minutes passed, and nothing happened. My mind wrestled with itself. Fear was urging me to stay hidden, but my instincts told me I couldn't sit still forever. I didn't have a phone in my room. My old Nokia was charging in another wing of the house, completely out of reach. So, with nothing but a knife in my hand and misplaced courage, I made my move. I threw the door open with a surge of adrenaline, my knife held low in my right hand, and my left arm up in a defensive position. I was ready for a confrontation, but there was nothing, just empty air. The hallway was still eerily quiet. Confused, I quickly flipped the hallway light switch, expecting some explanation, but found none. There was no one in my wing, no one in the entire house. The burglar alarm was still on and undisturbed. Every window and door was locked as it had been earlier. I searched every corner, under beds, in closets, behind furniture. Nothing. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stood in the now brightly lit hallway, my mind racing with questions. There was no explanation for what had happened. Slowly, I backed into my room, locking the door and sealing myself off once more. I left the lights on this time and sat on my bed, laptop still open but forgotten. I kept glancing at the door, which now had a slight bow in it, a lasting reminder of the violent force that had slammed it shut earlier. Hours dragged by and sleep was impossible. Around 3 a.m., the lights under the door dimmed again. My heart pounded in my chest. The entire wing was in darkness once more, and this time I was truly terrified. My knife, which had seemed like a decent form of defense earlier, now felt utterly useless. The reality of the situation began to sink in, and my previous bravery evaporated. Without thinking, I grabbed the bed and shoved it against the door. It was heavy, and moving it wasn't easy, but the effort felt necessary. The door opened inward, so I figured this would at least buy me some time if something, or someone, tried to get in. As I stood there, I felt a shift in the air. It was subtle, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It felt as though something was angry with me, though I had no idea why. In a panic, I retreated to the closet, the place that always felt safest to me as a child. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, surrounded by my clothes, my back pressed against the wall. Every creak in the house sent my imagination spiraling. Was there something on the other side of the door? I stayed like that until the sky started to lighten. The first rays of sunlight came through the skylight, casting a pale glow across the room. That was all I needed to find the strength to move. My fear seemed to dissolve as the daylight took over, and I finally pushed the bed away from the door. When I stepped out of my room, I noticed something odd. The wing door had been unlocked, but that wasn't possible. It required a key from the other side. I had locked it myself after the first incident. Just then, I heard footsteps coming down the stairs from the main part of the house. My dad was home. For a moment, I felt embarrassed, thinking I had made a big deal out of nothing. "Oh," I said, trying to laugh it off. "So it was you who turned all the lights off last night?" He gave me a strange look and replied, "What? I just got home 10 minutes ago." My stomach dropped. There was no explanation for what had happened that night. No logical reason. I still don't know what it was, but whatever it was, it seemed to like the dark and had a thing against doors. And it only ever seemed to appear in my wing of the house. Almost 20 years have passed since that night, and nothing like it ever happened again. My parents built the house from scratch, and no strange or tragic events had ever occurred there. Yet every time I visit, I see that bow in my bedroom door. It's still there, while my sister's door across the hall remains perfectly flush, just as it was when it was first installed. And despite everything, my mom is still with us. It happened when I was 9 years old, and I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We always did that because we were too young to stay home alone, according to my mom. We got up at 10:30 a.m. I took a shower, then my brother. After that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up when we heard someone knocking on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door, they turned out to be salesmen or Jehovah's Witnesses, we kind of waited for them to go away. After a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. What a relief. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow go by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square made with that kind of glass that makes everything behind it really blurry. We waited to see if it was just a bird flying by when a hand hit it, clear as day. We got scared, we didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so he immediately called the police. While it was ringing, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was brute forcing it. I don't know if they were kicking it or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things I've ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. It took 5 bangs for the perpetrator to finally bash open the door. Then the police answered. I remember the exact thing my brother said. He was whispering. His voice could barely be heard. "Hello, there is someone in our house. I think they are stealing." Then a pause. He gave our address. Another pause. "I'm with my little brother locked in our bathroom. Please hurry." During all that, I was sitting against the wall, hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying stands, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets. He even broke a few cups and plates. I don't know why. Then I heard the sound my cell phone makes when it turns off, and I remembered leaving it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there. Things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod we had lying around there. He started kicking the door. "Who is there?" the man screamed. We said nothing. I felt I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache. I had chills and was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much. After that, he stopped. We heard the door opening, and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess. Lots of papers and books on the floor. The cabinets were open, cups and plates on the floor. In our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs, in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man was able to go through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom and she ordered us to go to my aunt's ASAP, so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting for us with ice cream, probably because my mom told her everything and she wanted to calm us down a bit. We went back home at about 5 p.m. My mom told her boss she had a home emergency, so she left early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunts to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got home after she arrived at 3 p.m. 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything, but because of lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught, and honestly, I don't think they even tried to search for him. The next days my mom was home with us. Now I tell the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff. But at the time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky it never came to that, and I got over it after a couple of weeks. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside the suburbs. It seemed like the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough not to feel isolated. The area had no street lights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me though. It made my little house feel even more quaint on dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so pulling up to my house, I saw only what my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I got out of my car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. That was odd, as I had never smelled that before around that house. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I ignored it and went inside. I had just got off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I even gave him a spare key so he could stop by even if I wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from my phone screen and number pad blinded me. These were the days before phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in the dark, and this particular phone was so bright I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could make out that it was 9-something, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There were a couple of seconds of silence before I heard loud footfalls as someone started running through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran to the closet. They were already up the stairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. That house had 3 rooms upstairs, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in and a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were both closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door and into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started to lift myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside of the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back to the hallway and into the other room, which just had boxes stacked in a corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I guess they decided that if someone were hiding, it would be in the bedroom because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, the closet door was ripped open. I was crouched in my attic just a foot or so away from the access, so I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from my room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. That scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too much of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he lost his temper. He would eventually be put in a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted in erratic and violent tendencies. The man in my house ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and clatters as things were thrown around and furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I had left my cell phone when I ran for the closet, and I wasn't certain I could climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the police. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was the intruder had flipped my bed over. I assumed in an attempt to find me. That was the loud noise I had heard after he stepped away from the closet. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I had expected that. Chairs had been knocked over. The sofa had been flipped. All the books, pictures, and knickknacks I had on my shelves were strewn across the floor. The cupboards in the kitchen had been opened and all the boxed and canned foods had been thrown to the ground. As far as I could tell, though, the only thing missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along my fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen tube, which the police said people often used to smoke meth. So they think he had been watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I got home. They collected up the evidence and told me I should stay with family or friends that night and get that door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep. I moved a shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next couple hours cleaning things up. I would often go to the window with a flashlight and shine it along the fence line where the police found the cigarette butts and foil, but I didn't see anything. The next day, I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and sides of my house. I ran a phone cable up into the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to be stuck up there without a phone again. Nothing else happened at that house, though. I lived there another 3 years without incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of my bed, going to my closet and climbing into the attic as quickly and quietly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead of the attic. I try not to think about what would have happened if I had been a bit slower getting to the attic or if he hadn't gone into the bathroom at the end of the hall first. This experience happened when I was wild camping alone in a forest in Wales. I live in England near the Welsh border. I've done this dozens of times and continue to do so. It was April or May in 2014 and the weather was unseasonably good. This was the second of 3 planned nights for my trip, but it ended up being the last. The first night and second day had been great. I enjoyed a lovely long hike followed by a pub lunch. I drove back to my camping area and settled in for the night. I read a book, had some beers, and went to sleep between 11 p.m. and midnight. I was in that semi-conscious state, about to drift off but not quite there yet. I slowly became aware of a melodic noise outside the tent. It didn't sound close, maybe within 50 feet. It sounded like a person perfectly humming a tune. After a few minutes, I was sure it was someone humming. When I say perfectly, I mean it sounded like a professional singer. No voice breaks or falters. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. I was terrified because it was incredibly creepy, like something from a horror film. The humming stayed a distant background noise. I didn't know what to do but knew I couldn't stay in the tent forever. I mustered the courage to open my tent as slowly and quietly as I could to see if I could spot anything or tell where the noise was coming from. Within 5 seconds of poking my head out, the humming stopped. It didn't fade away. It just stopped dead, as if someone had pressed pause on a recording. I was still on edge but assumed it was a prank, someone playing an audio recording to scare solo campers. I couldn't think of any other explanation. Based on that assumption, I shouted, "You're not funny." That made me feel a bit better, like I'd addressed the issue. It helped my nerves at the time. I let that hang in the air for about 10 more seconds while my head was still poking out of the tent. Satisfied, I began moving back inside. As I reached for the tent zipper, the humming started again. Same tune, but much louder, much closer, and from the completely opposite direction. My heart sank. There was no way someone could have moved from the first source of the noise to the second without me seeing or hearing something. It was perfectly quiet in the woods, not even a breeze against the leaves. It was dark, but I could still see short distances thanks to the moonlight. My subconscious was clearly working overtime trying to rationalize this. I guess I assumed there were multiple pranksters with multiple audio recordings. I can't exactly remember my thought process because it's all a blur. For one reason or another, I stormed angrily out of the tent towards the now loud sound. It sounded as if the person humming was within 10 feet of the tent. I got up, turned towards the noise, ready to scream or even attack if necessary. That's when I saw a humanoid figure silhouetted against the tree line, about 15 feet away. It was a large, thin figure shaped like a human but way too tall and proportioned all wrong. It was huge, over 7 feet tall. Its limbs were unnaturally long, like it had been stretched out. Its head was small and rounded. The figure seemed gray, but I couldn't be sure because of the poor visibility. I couldn't make out much of its face. It was shrouded in shadow. I didn't notice any features like eyes, mouth, or nose. It stood quite still, facing directly towards me. I say quite still because it swayed slightly like a person or animal might. This was a real, living thing, not an illusion, prop, or prank. It was aware of my presence. I was paralyzed by fear. I've never felt anything like it before or since. It was a primal terror that left me cold and shaking, unable to move. I distinctly remember thinking I needed to get away but couldn't physically move. It was the most terrified I have ever been. As I first laid eyes on the creature, the humming stopped and it started humming again. But this time, it was softly singing my name in what sounded like my voice. It didn't sound right, though. The syllables were off, as if a non-human had heard speech once and was trying to mimic it poorly. I haven't described that well, but I don't know the words to do so. This can't have gone on for more than 10 seconds, but it felt like forever. I stood there, The creature stood there, motionless, singing my name. Every cell in my body suddenly switched, and I managed to turn and run as fast as I could in the opposite direction. For maybe 2 minutes, I sprinted through the woods in just my socks and PJs, with no other thought than putting distance between myself and that thing. I had no idea where I was going or how I'd make it back to my tent. When I eventually stopped, I leaned against a tree, panting for ages. The forest was still completely silent. I must have stayed by that tree for about 2 hours, waiting for my heart rate to settle, trying to calm down and decide what to do. I didn't want to go back to my tent. I was ready to leave all my stuff but needed my phone and car keys to get home. I was several miles away from anywhere. I eventually made my way back slowly. It wasn't too hard to navigate back to my tent because the trees weren't very dense. I also hadn't gone as far as I first feared. Once back at my tent, I grabbed just my phone and keys and went to my car as fast as I could. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the back seat on my phone, shaking. I didn't even try to sleep. Once the sun was up, I went back, packed my stuff, and left as quickly as I could. After that, I took a 2+ year break from solo camping, something I normally do every 3 to 4 months. So this happened last year in Virginia and is also the reason I never backpack alone anymore. I was taking summer courses at the time and we ended up with a 3-day weekend in June, so I thought it was a great time to go explore some of the Virginian wilderness and all. I did a Google search and found a state park with a trail that looked nice and let my roommate and family know the trail I was going to be on. When I got close to the park area, I saw a little outdoor shop where people hiking the Appalachian Trail stop. I went in to grab a map of the area just in case I got lost. As I was talking to the owner, he mentioned a trail that's not well known that has a pretty cool waterfall and swimming hole. This piqued my interest, so I had him show me on the map. It took me outside the state park, but he said it was a great place to go. I paid for the map and thanked the owner. I texted my roommate and parents about the new trail and I parked my car and set off on my adventure. I should note that the waterfall was going to be a side trip from my journey. I was planning 3 days, 2 nights. I started on part of the Appalachian Trail and it was pretty packed with people and some of them were really fun to talk to. As expected, as I got further and further from the main trails, I saw less and less people. Around early afternoon and 3 miles away from my destination, I noticed that it was unnaturally silent. There were no birds, no bugs, and not even wind. I had a feeling of being watched. I shook it off as me over-analyzing the situation. I got to the waterfall and it wasn't too spectacular, but it was cool to look at. Plus, it had a good-sized area to swim in, so naturally I stripped down to my skivvies and took a dip. It was pretty refreshing. As I was getting my clothes back on, I started whistling to myself. It was Chill Bill because it was stuck in my head. That's when I heard something whistle the same tune back. I thought it was a bird copying me, so I went back and forth with it and it'll repeat whatever I whistled. I thought it was pretty neat. As I was setting up camp, I couldn't shake this feeling that I was being watched again. I'd get goosebumps and my hair would stand up. As night fell, I built a small fire and lit my jet boil to make dinner. As I did this, I became hyper-aware that again there was no sound. It was just deafening silence. Some part of my brain was telling me that I'm not safe and needed to leave. I ignored it and crawled into my tent with my flashlight and book. I went to sleep without incident. When I woke up the next morning, my site was absolutely trashed. My camp stool was nowhere to be found. My bear bag with my food was cut down and the contents were thrown across the site. My first thought was a crafty animal chewed through the rope and got at the bag, but I looked at the rope and it was cut with something very sharp. Also, none of the food was even touched. I also noticed bare human footprints all around my campsite. Keep in mind that I'm at least 6 to 8 miles from a road. As I was looking at the mess, I heard a branch snap off in the distance. I turned to look in that direction. I saw nothing, but I heard that whistling again. It was the same as my whistle from yesterday, but it was different. It sounded slower and somewhat sinister. It made my hair stand on end, and this is when I listened to my instincts to get the hell out. It sounded like it was a little off in the distance, so I packed up my camp as fast as I could. The whistling got closer as I finished stuffing the tent into my bag. I didn't bother with putting anything away properly. The whistling was incessant and sounded like it was coming from all directions. I got fed up with the whistling, so I stood and I yelled into the woods, "Shut up," and "What the hell do you want?" Whoever it was stopped whistling and it was quiet for a moment. Then it repeated what I shouted in my voice. It sounded just like me, but it was deeper and distorted like it came from an old TV. After I heard this, I immediately threw my pack on and ran to the direction from where I came. I heard it moving just behind me and quickly switching between the whistle and my voice. It felt like it was toying with me by not coming too close but not being too far. Eventually, it sounded like it got further and further away from me. Then it stopped suddenly. When it stopped, I turned around, but I immediately wished I didn't. That's when I heard the most bone-chilling screech ever coming from right next to me. That's when I started running again. I didn't look. I only ran. Less than a half-mile after, I ran into a couple that was also backpacking. They saw the look of terror in my face and asked if that was me that screamed and asked if I was okay. I told them about what happened, and they decided to not go down where I just came from. We moved to a more populated trail as quickly as we could. As soon as I got back in my car, I drove to one of the park ranger stations and reported what happened. Since the site was off park grounds, they told me it wasn't in their jurisdiction, but they'll send a ranger to investigate. The ranger station's parking lot run right up to the woods, and when I was getting into my Jeep, I heard the Chill Bill tune coming from woods just in front of me. I never drove so fast in my life. When told my roommate why I was back after only one night, all he said was, "Bro, I'm never going camping with you." My parents owned 35 acres of property in the deep Rockies about 2 to 3 hours from our home. We spent as much time as we could camping there as we all loved it. It was secluded and beautiful, and we had a lot of freedom there as kids. My parents were experienced campers and backpackers, both having grown up in the mountains. One day, we headed up at night, arriving at the property around 9 or 10 p.m. We were all tired and started to unpack the tents and gear from the car. The minute we got out, we all felt something strange. It didn't feel normal or good. We had encountered wild predators before and knew the feeling of being watched, but this felt like being watched from all sides. We also noticed that there were no sounds. It was dead silent. Normally, we would hear insects, occasional owls, nighthawks, or bats, and just the general hum of a forest. But there was nothing. We nervously laughed and maybe mentioned a few things, but got to work setting up our tents nearby. This is when the real strange stuff started to happen. We began to hear rustling in the branches around us, about 10 feet off the ground, it seemed. It almost sounded like large creatures, like monkeys or raccoons, jumping from tree to tree loudly, and many of them. I have never seen raccoons do something like that, and these sounds were clumsy, unlike birds. It got louder and louder and became extremely unnerving. By this point, the tent was set up, and my parents put my brother and me inside, telling us to stay there. They went out with flashlights, trying to make sense of this bizarre activity. As they were outside, we started to hear bizarre calls. I have never heard anything like this before or since. Honestly, it almost sounded like humans mimicking some kind of primate holler or screech. There was an odd human-like aspect to it. It was like they were calling and responding to each other from every direction, along with the branches cracking and rustling. My parents came back to the tent and told us they couldn't see anything at all. I remember how shocked and frightened my mom looked, and it scared me because she was tough and would stalk bears to get a good photo. Both my parents were not easily frightened in nature or at all. We were all huddled together in the tent, confused, scared, and unsure of what to do. The sounds were so loud and everywhere that it almost sounded like some crazy storm outside. Our dogs were cowering between us, totally freaked out. My dad decided to go out again, and I remember as he finished unzipping the tent, the sound stopped. Just like that, in an instant, and the oppressive, weird feeling was gone. He and my mom went out again to investigate and found nothing except fallen branches and some strange marks up high on some trees. They came back, talked us down, and somehow managed to get us to sleep. We still talk about this to this day. None of us know what happened and have no explanation. During my college years, my roommates and I worked at a popular events hall on weekends. Our tasks included managing events, setting up for future ones, and cleaning up after everything concluded. Typically, around 10 to 15 of us would be on shift from 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. Despite the occasional gossip about the hall being haunted, I never gave it much thought. However, a few unsettling incidents stood out. My roommate, James, was the shift supervisor and had the responsibility of ensuring everything was locked up properly before leaving. After we finished preparing for an upcoming volleyball match, he began his final rounds. While inspecting the gym, James decided to practice a few serves. As he was focusing on his shots, he heard a voice from the balcony above the court, calling out, "Hello." He looked up to see a figure peering down, dressed in clothes that weren't part of our uniform. James quickly called out, demanding to know who was there. The figure simply smiled, retreated into the shadows, and vanished. This was particularly unsettling as it was around 3:15 a.m. The hall was supposed to be empty, and James had confirmed that all upper floors were locked earlier. The balcony, being narrow, offered no place for someone to hide. James locked the front door hastily and left the building. During my shifts, I was often assigned to clean the locker rooms located near the arena floor, which were quite isolated from the main cruise areas. Sometimes inexplicable cold spots would appear, and I would hear distant voices and laughter from the showers, though no one would be present. Additionally, I often felt an eerie chill on the back of my neck. Whenever these strange occurrences happened, I would speed up my cleaning and leave as quickly as possible. One night, as we neared the end of our shift, I needed to use the restroom. I entered the main restroom, performed my usual check to ensure I was alone, and settled in. While I was occupied, the toilet next to me flushed on its own. The sink turned on and off by itself, and the lights suddenly went out. I was plunged into total darkness, as this was before cell phones were common. I was terrified and hurriedly finished up, fumbling to exit the stall. I initially thought a coworker might have been playing a prank, but when I turned the lights back on, there was no one there, and the floor was deserted. When I inquired about it later, the crew members were all in the office, preparing to leave, and no one had been near the restroom. I worked at Kohl's for 2 years, and right before Christmas, there would be a massive influx of new merchandise. They usually had a team of about 12 people stay overnight one night to get the new Christmas items out. I volunteered, and we were winding down at about 2:30 a.m. I was in the back near the linens, which in my particular store was right beside the stockroom in the back corner of the store. There was an end cap with some picture frames that were on clearance to my left, and I was trying to arrange some comforters a few aisles away. I finished and backed up to look at my work when suddenly, a picture frame just tipped over and crashed to the floor. No one was around me. Nothing even touched the picture frames. I was too tired to care, so I went to the back to grab a broom and dustpan from the housekeeping closet. This closet was in the farthest corner of the stockroom. We had these conveyor belts that you could hang clothes on, and they would take them around a track close to the ceiling so our stockroom wouldn't be packed with clothes. Housewares and other items were on the shelves, but the clothes hung in plastic bags from the conveyor belt at the ceiling. I turned the corner to the closet, and there was one bag of women's clothes just swinging away above me. No other bags were moving, and this thing was loud. If anyone had just used it, I would have heard. By now, I was wide awake and freaked out. I grabbed the broom and ran back to where the broken picture frame was, but it had been picked up. There was no glass, despite me hearing it shatter, and I couldn't get any of the other employees to admit they cleaned it up. I never worked an overnight shift after that, and I always got super creeped out using the conveyor belt. I once had a security job at an old deserted hotel perched right on the edge of a river. The structure was unique, with many of its rooms featuring balconies that extended over the water. By the time I was there, the hotel had long since closed and been completely stripped by its previous owners. One night, as I was stationed in the security office, I heard a distinct creaking sound coming from the floor above. The building was constructed with wooden framing, so it made a familiar groan whenever someone moved around. This sound, however, was unmistakably that of footsteps traversing the hallway directly overhead. I decided to investigate and made my way up to the second floor. The hotel was only 4 stories tall but stretched out for what seemed like miles. The hallway was stark, with exposed walls, doorless rooms, and only a single dim light bulb hanging from the center of the ceiling. Given my experience with horror films, I knew this could be a recipe for trouble, but it was my duty to ensure no one was trespassing. I ventured down the hallway, determined to uncover the source of the noise. About a quarter of the way down, I heard some rustling coming from one of the rooms. I gripped my heavy-duty flashlight and cautiously approached the doorway. Peering inside, I discovered that the sound was just the wind blowing through a loose curtain. Despite the false alarm, I was on edge and proceeded to search the remaining floors, finding nothing out of the ordinary. I descended to the ground floor and made my way into the old ballroom, a vast, empty space. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement and swiftly directed my light towards it, ready to confront whatever or whoever was there. To my dismay, the intruder turned out to be my own reflection in a shattered mirror. That was the last straw for me. I promptly left the building and spent the remainder of the night in my car parked outside. 2 weeks later, the hotel was consumed by a fire. To this day, I remain convinced that someone or something was inside the building that night, though I never found any concrete evidence to support that belief. For many years, I worked as a K-9 security officer. Though I don't particularly believe in the paranormal, there were a few occasions that gave me the chills. One site I frequently patrolled with my dog was an old, historical farmhouse. To reach it, we had to walk about a half a mile down a worn dirt path flanked by woods on both sides. Some people claimed the place was haunted, if you believe in that sort of thing. One especially dark night, whether it was due to an overcast sky or the absence of a moon, I can't recall, but it was pitch black. About 2/3 of the way to the farmhouse, my dog Max started acting strangely. I could feel his tension through the leash. He began to emit low growls every few steps, and his ears twitched as my flashlight beam moved back and forth. Though it was dark, I was sure his hackles were up. About 100 meters after I noticed his odd behavior, he surged ahead of me, something he only did when sensing a threat. He stayed about 2 meters in front of me for a bit before stopping abruptly and growling at the darkness. Despite my scanning with the flashlight, I couldn't see anything. After years of working with Max, I had learned to trust him more than any person. During one of my scans, I caught sight of about 6 sets of eyes reflecting back at me from the woods. I was certain they were coyotes, but the sight sent shivers down my spine. Max and I retreated to the car and reported it as a clear patrol. Whether it was something supernatural or not, I wasn't about to let my partner face off against a pack of ghostly coyotes. I used to work at a museum and I was tasked to manage the exhibits on the upper floor. The displays were set up in a long hallway, and I was responsible for ensuring everything ran smoothly. At the end of each day, after the last visitors left, I would shut off the lights for each exhibit and the small one above each display case. Then I would cover the artifacts to protect them from dust. Initially, it wasn't too bad because the lights from the nearby exhibits were still on and provided some illumination. But as I turned off each one, the hallway grew darker and darker, and the small windows into each exhibit room became pitch black. The dull, steady hum of the equipment which I had tuned out all day disappeared. It was replaced by absolute silence. The only light left came from the far end of the hallway where I sat between exhibit openings. It was eerie, to say the least. One particular night, I was covering one of the artifacts when I casually glanced into the small window of the exhibit room across from me. And there was a face. It was a little boy's face, pale as a sheet. I know what I saw. I'm sure there's a rational explanation for it, and nothing supernatural was involved. But there was a face there, and it scared me half to death. It made an already unsettling environment even more terrifying for the rest of the time I worked there. Just for the record, inside the actual exhibit room, these windows are a solid 8 to 10 feet above the display cases. So, if someone was playing a prank, they'd need a ladder, and even then, they'd have nowhere to set it. I work at a crisis nursery, which is a child care facility offering emergency and respite care for children under 7. For a long time, I worked the graveyard shift. I have to admit that I'm a staunch skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. However, when you're in a dark room at 2 a.m. with just 2 or 3 other young women in their 20s as the only adults in the building, things can feel unsettling. The facility I work at was named in memory of a child who was tragically killed by one of their parents. The nursery was established to honor that child and to help prevent similar tragedies from happening to other children. There's a story circulating among the staff that the child's spirit haunts the nursery and it becomes most active at night. On one of my first late shifts, I was told about this tale and I dismissed it as a scare tactic for new staff members. I wasn't bothered by it. However, as the night wore on, one of the children woke up needing to use the bathroom. A coworker assisted the child back to bed and then returned to join us. Shortly after, we heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. When we went to check, the tap was indeed running. My coworker insisted it was off when she left, which was odd but seemed like a prank to me. The staff also mentioned that one reason people believe the place is haunted is because numerous children have asked about that kid, referring to an unseen presence like, why doesn't that kid have to go to bed? I dismissed these stories and went about my work. A few weeks later, I found myself alone in the sleep room, the room where all the kids sleep, with an adult always present. I was relaxing and reading a book with a small light while the rest of the room was dark and silent. Suddenly, a child, probably around 4 or 5 years old, shot upright in bed and exclaimed, "Hey, how come they aren't asleep? Why do they get to play? I want to play too," all while pointing at a wall where no one else was present. I was struck by an intense shiver of fear and nearly screamed. From that point on, I refused to be alone in the sleep room. I don't inherently believe in ghosts, but if I had a paranormal story, it would be this one. I work in one of the major ERs in my city as a healthcare assistant, and one of my many tasks is post-mortem care for patients who die in our care. One night at around 2 a.m., I was called to the room of an elderly patient who was in palliative care and had just passed away. The family had finished their goodbyes, so I went in to start providing care. This usually means removing any tubes, wires, and monitors from the patient, giving them a bed bath, removing any valuables from the body to give to the family, and putting them in a gown and shroud. I like to talk to my patients even after they have passed, as it puts me at ease and shows respect to them. I explain my actions and talk them through what I'm doing because, even though they have passed, they are still my patient. While I was giving the patient a bed bath, I suddenly felt like I was being watched. Then, I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard a man's voice say, "Thank you." The hand remained for a moment while I stood there frozen. Then all the feelings stopped, and the room felt empty. There were no other nurses or staff in the area at the time, just me. I like to believe that the patient I was providing care for was thankful for my explanations and me continuing to talk to them through their care. After finishing in Vietnam, my dad was stationed at a remote Air Force base in Greenland. The weather there was harsh, with frequent snowstorms that could shut down the base completely. During these storms, the barracks would go on lockdown, and each section would take a roll call to ensure everyone was safe. The snowstorms were intense, with visibility dropping to zero within minutes. To prevent anyone from getting lost in the blinding snow, there were cables strung between the buildings that everyone had to clip onto with a carabiner. It was a necessary precaution, as there had been incidents where people had wandered just a short distance from shelter and froze to death in the cold. For several months, every time the base went into lockdown during a storm, the men would hear terrifying screams echoing outside, despite multiple head counts confirming everyone was present. No one dared to venture out into the blizzard to investigate. They dismissed the noise as some wild animal, though deep down, many were unsettled by the sound. Strangely, whenever the screaming occurred, the machine shop was found in complete disarray. Tools were scattered everywhere, paperwork was strewn across the floor, and workbenches were overturned. On one occasion, a heavy piece of equipment weighing several tons was somehow moved from its place and thrown across the room, landing nearly 30 feet away. The shop and hangars were equipped with cameras and floodlights, ensuring that every possible entry point was covered, even during a snowstorm. Yet, the footage revealed nothing. No animals, no people, nothing at all entering or leaving the buildings. Then, just as mysteriously as it began, the phenomenon stopped. The disruptions weren't taken lightly. The damage was costly, and it interrupted crucial operations, which led to intense scrutiny from higher-ups in both the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. The base also housed civilian researchers, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. A thorough investigation was conducted, involving scientists, engineers, and other specialists. Despite all the resources and expertise dedicated to the inquiry, no one could offer a satisfactory explanation for what was happening. Neither my dad nor I are ones to believe in the paranormal, and this is the only unusual story he had from his 22 years of service. The events were well documented, with hundreds of people filing reports. This wasn't just a case of a few mechanics scratching their heads. It was something much more perplexing. On one occasion, after the usual chaos in the shop, the electronics in a specialized aircraft being serviced suddenly powered on. The systems in this plane were custom-built and highly complex, and only a few people on the base knew how to operate them. It wasn't just a matter of flipping a switch. These were intricate machines with layers of security and technicality. In another incident, several barrels of essential fluids vanished without a trace. They searched high and low, but the missing barrels were never found. They initially thought the screams might have been the wind, but the sounds were too irregular and didn't match any known wind patterns. Some speculated it could have been a rogue animal, like a bear, but the timing was too strange to be mere coincidence. Finally, the base's control center picked up a series of bizarre readings and interference during these events. The anomalies only occurred when the disturbances were happening, and they were never able to recreate the errors under controlled conditions. When I served in the military, one of my duties was the late-night watch at a memorial dedicated to fallen soldiers. Part of the site included an old cemetery. Surprisingly, I never felt uneasy being alone in such a secluded place, especially in the dead of night, surrounded by thick forest. In fact, there was a certain tranquility to it. One night, as I was patrolling near the edge of the cemetery, where the oldest graves were located, I heard the faint sound of someone softly singing. Curious, I followed the melody and noticed a soft glow coming from within the dense undergrowth near an ancient oak tree. As I got closer, a strange sensation washed over me. My skin tingled, and my hair seemed to stand on end as if the air was charged with static electricity. I pushed aside the thick vines, and what I saw made me pause in disbelief. It was an old, weather-beaten headstone with a large cross carved into its surface. The cross, however, was glowing with an intense, electric blue light, almost like a neon sign. The singing grew louder, but it was no longer a single voice. It sounded like a chorus, as if many voices were harmonizing together. I'll admit I was terrified. My heart pounded in my chest as I bolted back to the nearest shelter, calling for the next guard to relieve me. I insisted he come early, and I spent the rest of the night sitting in his vehicle. He didn't seem to believe my story, but he didn't venture out until morning light either. A few days later, I mustered the courage to return to the grave, this time in broad daylight. As I suspected, in the light of day, it appeared to be just an ordinary headstone. There was no name, only the same cross, now dull and unremarkable. I ran my fingers over the stone, searching for any hidden mechanisms or signs of a light source, but there was nothing, just plain, cold stone. The singing was gone as well. I eventually resumed my usual patrol, and nothing unusual happened after that night. I never found out who was buried there, but I still think about it sometimes. It might sound unbelievable, and I've wondered if it was just a trick of my exhausted mind, but deep down, I don't think it was. I believe it was something real, a spirit or presence perhaps, but I never felt that it meant any harm. In 2006, I was stationed with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit in Okinawa. We were on the brink of moving into a newly constructed headquarters building, scheduled for the following week. That particular night, I was the duty clerk stationed at the old building. This structure was a long rectangle with the entrance located midway along one of its long sides. Just in front of the entrance was a desk where the duty clerk, like myself, sat facing the door. To the left of the desk was a couch, and there were hallways extending to the right and left, leading to the various offices. This layout allowed me to keep an eye on the entire length of the building from my chair. Additionally, the building was enclosed by a fence with a single gate directly in front of the desk area, which was crucial to the story. As the day progressed, I was busy answering calls and checking people into the building, performing my usual duties. By 4:30 p.m., most of the staff had headed home. Around 10 p.m., the SNCO and the duty driver retired for the night, leaving only myself and the sergeant major, who was residing in his office due to a personal issue, in the building. As the hours passed, the building grew quieter. At around 11 p.m., I heard footsteps coming from the hallway to my left. When I leaned back, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Assuming it was the sergeant major heading to the restroom, I dismissed it. Soon after, I heard footsteps from the right side of the building. Considering there were only 4 of us in the building, 2 sleeping in rooms adjacent to my desk, the sergeant major at the other end, and myself, I found this unsettling. The footsteps continued, alternating between sides, causing me to feel increasingly uneasy. To calm my nerves, I stepped outside the door to smoke a cigarette. The designated smoke area was behind the building, but I needed to stay close to hear the phone. As I lit my cigarette, I noticed 2 figures approaching from outside the fence. Though startled at first, I recognized them as 2 members of the camp guard conducting their rounds. I mentioned the strange footsteps to them, and they conducted a security check of the other building entrances for me. They chatted with me for a few minutes before leaving. As they departed, one of the guards joked, "If you hear the footsteps again, maybe it's a ghost looking for company." Approximately 10 minutes after they left, the footsteps resumed on my left. I called out, "If you're just walking around, why not come over here and keep me company? I'm quite bored." To my astonishment, the footsteps approached behind me, moved to the couch I had mentioned earlier, and an indentation appeared on the cushion as if someone had just sat down. Embracing the peculiar situation, I remarked, "Well, thank you. How are you this fine evening?" Although there was no response, the indentation remained for about half an hour before it vanished, and the footsteps ceased for the rest of the night. The following day, we began moving everything into the new building, which had its own share of eerie experiences. Notably, I would hear voices over the intercom after everyone had left for the night. It was unsettling to perform my hourly checks and suddenly hear a voice I recognized as not belonging to the SNCO on duty. Initially, I suspected it might be an interference from a radio, but since the intercom system was entirely wired, this seemed unlikely. The most alarming incident occurred one night when I heard a distressing call over the intercom. "I need help here, he's dying," coming from one of the offices. With no way to identify the source of the transmission and no one required to announce their identity, I conducted a thorough search of every office on every floor. To my dismay, the building was empty. I served as a submariner, and there are few things more unsettling than patrolling the engine room from 11:30 p.m. to 5:30 a.m. alone on watch. When the submarine is mostly shut down while in port, it becomes an eerily quiet place. The roving watches typically turn their hourly rounds into a quick routine, especially in the lower levels. During one particular in-port period, our submarine was moored in Pearl Harbor, and several crew members began reporting a strange, uneasy feeling. I was on the midwatch as the shift engineering officer one evening when a senior chief came back to do his required 3 a.m. tour. We saw him pass by the maneuvering area on his way to Shaft Alley. This senior chief was the type who had seen it all, a seasoned sailor who often spent time alone in the lower levels of the engine room, deep in thought. So we didn't think much of it. What we didn't expect, though, was to see him suddenly rush back into the maneuvering area a few minutes later. The man looked pale, breathing heavily. We straightened up, our eyes as wide as his, thinking we were about to face some serious issue with the ship. He slumped into the EDO chair. Several tense, silent moments passed, and we were all on edge. Finally, he spoke and told us about what he had seen, a ghost in Shaft Alley. He swore he saw a sailor pass by him while he was sitting on a trash can in Shaft Alley. At first, he called out to the man to see who it was, but then he noticed something off. The man wasn't dressed in the current uniform. Instead, he described the man wearing an old World War II naval uniform. The senior chief quickly got up to catch up with him, and he did. The mysterious sailor turned to face the senior chief, looked right at him, then turned away and walked right through the rear of the boat. At that moment, the senior chief decided it was time to leave Shaft Alley, and he did so without hesitation. He swore up and down that he knew what he saw. As for me, I certainly wasn't about to leave the maneuvering area that night to find out for myself. My mother's friend was deployed to North Sumatra as part of a reconnaissance team during a period of unrest. His mission involved spending extended periods in the dense jungle with his fellow soldiers. One night, the team decided to rest under a massive, ancient tree in the jungle and assigned guard duties as usual. My mother's friend was assigned the second guard shift, which meant he was responsible for watching over the camp from around 2 a.m. until dawn. That particular night, he felt an eerie sensation, as if something in the jungle was circling them and observing them, though there were no sounds to be heard. Despite the unsettling feeling, he remained vigilant throughout his watch. The next morning brought an unexpected surprise. When his teammates woke up, they discovered that their weapons were missing. My mother's friend insisted he had been fully alert during his entire shift, so nothing should have gone unnoticed. As they searched for their missing gear, one of them looked up and saw their rifles hanging from the branches of the tree. They were all bewildered and asked, "How on earth did they end up there?" If anyone had managed to slip past my mother's friend, they would have had to make considerable noise while taking the rifles, climbing the tree, and hanging them up. Yet, my mother's friend had heard nothing during his shift. Some initially speculated that the rifles might have been taken during the first shift, suggesting a lapse in vigilance by the soldier who had been on guard earlier. However, since my mother's friend's own rifle was also found hanging in the tree and the soldier from the first shift had been awake throughout his duty, this theory seemed implausible. In the end, they decided to attribute the incident to the mysterious forces of the jungle, retrieved their firearms from the branches, and continued with their mission. This incident took place a few years ago in Riverside. I was a 24-year-old brunette woman trying to save every penny. I was stopped at a red light when someone rear-ended my car from behind. They sped around me, ran the red light, and attempted to flee. I knew from work that any accident had to be reported immediately or we'd face serious consequences. So I decided to follow the person, and they eventually pulled into a dimly lit parking lot just before the highway. It was 11 at night and the area was poorly illuminated. I stayed in my car, explained the situation to the 911 operator, and waited. A woman emerged from the driver's side and a man got out from the passenger side. They approached my driver's side door and started talking to me. I opened my door to communicate, but the man immediately started pleading with me not to call the police. I apologized but explained that I had no choice or I could lose my job. He became irate and tried to pull me out of my car to show there wasn't any damage. Still on the phone, I attempted to close my door and the woman began crying. Suddenly, the man yanked open my driver's side door and lunged at me. He tried to grab my phone, but I resisted. Frustrated by my refusal to hang up or hand over my phone, he punched me in the face. Angry, I kicked him in the groin. He struck me again and managed to seize my phone, throwing it 30 feet across the parking lot. I watched it bounce along the pavement as they got back into their truck and sped off. I retrieved my phone, which was still functioning and not broken, and called 911 again. I reached the same operator. I reported the assault and she dispatched both the police and an ambulance despite my protests. I waited alone in the parking lot for 20 minutes before the ambulance arrived, feeling frustrated that no police officer had shown up yet. My lip was slightly busted, and while the medics could understand my reluctance, they offered to stay with me until the police arrived. Another 15 minutes passed before a patrol car finally arrived and the ambulance left. The officer who took my statement barely paid attention. When I tried to follow up on the case, I couldn't get in touch with him, and all my coworkers were outraged. I once got chased by a car like you see in the movies. I was a 19-year-old student when this incident occurred. To earn some extra cash, I worked part-time delivering pizza in the evenings and on weekends. I rode a scooter for the deliveries, which had a top speed of about 50 kilometers an hour or 30 miles per hour. It was a warm autumn evening and the sun was just setting, creating poor visibility in certain directions. I was familiar with the road I was on and knew it would soon narrow ahead. What I didn't anticipate was a car speeding toward me from the opposite direction with its headlights off. I couldn't see it because the sun was glaring directly into my eyes. We nearly had a head-on collision at top speed, and being on a scooter, I would have likely sustained severe injuries. I managed to swerve out of the way at the last second. In my frustration, I gave the driver the finger for not using their headlights in such conditions. I remember the car vividly. It was a bright green Honda Civic with silver rims. A few days later, I saw the same car waiting at a stop sign as I and some other vehicles passed. I was returning to the pizza place and needed to turn left onto the street they were on. I decided to have a bit of fun. I crawled past the front of their car. As I went by the driver's window, I noticed it was slightly rolled down. I glanced inside and saw a massive, intimidating guy with a buzz cut wearing the most ridiculous pair of sunglasses. Next to him sat a stunning brunette. The guy immediately started shouting and cursing at me, and I instinctively retorted, "Come at me!" I instantly regretted it because this guy was not someone I wanted to mess with. I'm fairly tall, but this dude was on another level. I sped away from the car as quickly as I could, but moments later, to my horror, I saw the green Civic in my mirror. The guy was now chasing me. I pushed my scooter to its limit, but he could easily catch up in his car. There was a roundabout ahead which I knew I could take at full speed. The car, however, couldn't navigate it as quickly. This gave me a brief lead, but it only took a few seconds for him to be right on my tail again. He was now tailgating me and I was terrified. Not satisfied with just following me, he pulled up alongside me with his passenger window rolled down. He's yelling at me to stop so we could talk. I had no intention of stopping. He was edging closer and the girl was watching me intently, our vehicles nearly touching. Then I saw my chance. There's a narrow side street to my right. I slammed the brakes and slid into the street. It wasn't my plan to lock the rear wheel, but it sure looked cool. But it wasn't over yet. The guy saw my move and braked hard too. Once again, he was right behind me. Suddenly, I spotted a tight alley on the left. I made a sharp turn into it, knowing the Civic wouldn't fit. I sped back to the pizza place as fast as I could. Sometimes, I still see that bright green Civic, and I make sure to hide or quickly turn into another street to avoid it. I went to pick up a pizza from a local shop, and I've got an address that included the street name and instructions to deliver it to the door. When I arrived at the designated address, I found myself at a park. It was daytime, so I figured the customer had simply made a mistake. I called the customer and a woman answered. I explained the situation and mentioned that I was at the park. She seemed confused and claimed she wasn't familiar with the area. This struck me as odd. Then I noticed two men approaching fast from across the street. I locked my doors as a precaution. Thankfully, I did that because one of them went to the back door of my car while the other approached the front door. They were both trying to open them forcefully. I quickly accelerated, nearly knocking over the man at the front. While still on the phone with the woman, I told her, "Ma'am, I have to go. Two guys just tried to get into my car." She started laughing and said that those are the ones picking up the pizza and they're just young guys. I responded, "This isn't funny, ma'am." I turned around and one of the men claimed he had called the police, accusing me of trying to run him over. I retorted, "I don't know who you are and you tried to open my door." He insisted that the app says you were supposed to deliver to the park. I argued that that was impossible as he didn't place the order. The police arrived and fortunately saw through the men's story. The officers agreed that I had felt my life was threatened. Despite one man's claim about his app, mine clearly stated the address and to deliver to the door. The police provided me with a case number, just in case the men decided to pursue the matter. The officer reassured me, saying he doubted they would, and advised me to go about my day. Where I lived was a broad avenue with two large clusters of homes. The houses were arranged like two giant circles that you would reach after traversing a narrow, dark lane. The street was lined with a few grand old residences and a rectory. As I passed the rectory, I noticed a small, battered blue Ford Fiesta approaching me. The closer it got, the slower it moved, and the driver was practically craning his neck to get a look at me. There was nothing discreet about it. The car nearly came to a complete halt as it drew level with me, and I started to feel a surge of panic. There was no one else around, just me and this peculiar guy. Determined not to let myself get flustered, I quickened my pace and refused to look at him. He drove off as far as I know. I continued walking home, which was only a 5-minute straight path from there. I was constantly listening for the sound of a car engine and watching for any headlights creeping up behind me. I heard and saw nothing, so I breathed a sigh of relief as I finally saw my house. I walked in, locked the door, and found my mom standing in the living room chatting on the phone. I tried to interrupt her conversation to tell her about the strange guy in the blue car. For some reason, that's when she went to the front window and peeked through the curtain. She took the phone from her ear and asked me if it was that car outside. This all happened within a minute of me walking through the door. I thought to myself that it couldn't be him. I would have heard the car if he had followed me. Before I even had a chance to look for myself, there was a knock at the front door. I went to answer it, only opening it a few inches, and there stood the guy. He was empty-handed and wearing a baseball cap. It was the same guy and the same car. I was shocked, but I tried to hide it. I asked, "How can I help you?" He asked me, "Did you order a pizza?" I replied, "No, I think you have the wrong house." Taking a step towards me, he repeated his question in a firm tone. I said, "No, did you order a pizza?" Before I could reply, my mom came up behind me and opened the door fully. She asked the person if there was a problem. This caused him to back up, mumbling. I think I heard him say that he must have gotten the wrong address. He then slowly walked to his car and drove off. Needless to say, we were both quite spooked and made sure everything was securely locked up. It was February 14th, 20 years ago. I had a delivery to make to the rougher part of town. I got out of my car and went around to the passenger side to retrieve the bag of pizzas. As I was standing up, a sudden flash of light blinded me and a ringing filled my ears. For a moment, my balance faltered and I had to steady myself against the car to avoid falling. That's when the pain hit and I heard the sound of shattering glass. I realized that someone had just smashed a bottle over my head. Now, let me tell you a bit about myself back then. I was what folks called a country boy. I grew up on a small farm and had my fair share of injuries from various misadventures, accidents, and just plain bad luck. I'd been kicked by horses, fallen off roofs while repairing them, you name it. As a result, I had developed quite a high tolerance for pain. Son of a gun! I yelled as I pushed myself up and turned to face my attacker. He must have thought I'd be easier to handle because he quickly snatched the bag out of my hand and bolted. I considered chasing him, but then felt the warm trickle of blood running down my neck and back. I decided it wasn't worth it and I sat down for a moment to collect myself. One of the neighbors must have heard the commotion because she came out to check on me. She called the police and an ambulance and I waited there until they arrived. So, I ended up spending Valentine's Day evening in the hospital, getting shards of glass removed from the back of my head. I had to miss out on the plans I'd made with my fiancée. About a year ago, I was driving late at night, just before midnight, when I picked up a passenger in a somewhat run-down part of town. The man got into the back seat without responding to my greeting. He was wearing a strange black coat that had pink fuzz lining the shoulders and arms. The first thing I noticed was an overwhelming stench that smelled like something foul. The odor was so strong that I started to cough, trying to catch my breath. The man began to quietly chuckle, and I could see a grin forming on his face, illuminated by the dim lights inside the car. He had a large nose and very distinctive, almost exaggerated features. Trying to stay calm, I asked, "Hey, what's that smell? It's really strong." He looked up at the rearview mirror, and I could see his bloodshot eyes staring back at me with a disturbing smile. He softly said, "Just open a window and keep driving." He then started rummaging through his backpack, eventually pulling out a phone and turning on the flashlight. He pointed the light at his chest, opened his coat, and revealed some kind of writing and symbols smeared in mud across his chest. He was holding his phone in one hand while picking at the mud with the other. Then, out of nowhere, he yelled, "You ever been to a wild party? If not, keep quiet." Just as we pulled up to a red light, he burst into a fit of laughter and suddenly bolted out of the car, disappearing into the nearby woods. I was left in utter disbelief, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I stepped out of the car and looked into the back seat, where I found his backpack and dried mud that he had picked off his chest. Out of curiosity, I opened the backpack, only to find it full of mud-covered clothes. Shaken by the whole ordeal, I went straight home. Two years ago, when I was in a relationship and didn't yet have a driver's license, I relied on Uber for transportation whenever walking or biking wasn't an option. One evening, after spending some time studying biochemistry at my university's library, I decided to grab some food and coffee. I ordered an Uber to take me to a downtown Starbucks and then back to the library. My first driver was professional and courteous, and I had never encountered any issues with Uber drivers until this particular ride. I had previously ridden with this driver and had no reason to expect anything out of the ordinary. Upon entering his car, he requested that I sit in the front seat, which was fine with me. As we started our journey back to the library, the conversation began with casual small talk. It took an unexpected turn when he asked if I was married. I replied that I wasn't and mentioned that I had a boyfriend. He then inquired if we were planning to get married, to which I explained that it was too early in our relationship to discuss marriage, as we had only been dating for about 4.5 months. We ended things in late November. The conversation soon shifted to whether I wanted children. At 21 and focused on my academic career in chemistry, I had no plans for children. I informed him of my stance, and he persistently tried to persuade me otherwise. Each of his arguments was met with my firm refusal. As we approached the library, he made an alarming comment. "If I were your boyfriend, I would make you have a baby." This remark immediately set off alarm bells in my mind. I was deeply uncomfortable and wanted to end the ride as soon as possible. Just before turning into the roundabout leading to the library, he asked me about my birth control method. This question only heightened my anxiety. I told him I wasn't willing to discuss that with him and emphasized that only my boyfriend, my best friend, and my doctor were privy to such information. I quickly exited the car and relayed the incident to my then boyfriend, who advised me to report the driver immediately. He assured me that such behavior was highly unprofessional and that Uber would take appropriate action. After expressing my concerns about the next passenger who might face a similar situation, I submitted the report to Uber. Later that night, or rather early the next morning as I tend to stay up late, I received a notification from Uber confirming that they had addressed the situation. A few years back, I had some time off between jobs and thought I'd give driving for a rideshare service a try. My most unforgettable experience happened around 3 a.m. one night. I picked up two couples from the busy bar scene downtown after a big country concert. The guys were really friendly. In fact, the one sitting in the front seat even shared the same first name as me, so we struck up a nice conversation. I learned that the guys had just met the girls at the bar, and they were all heading back to the girls' hotel. About halfway through the ride, one of the girls announced that she wanted to stop at a fast food place. Even though the ride was actually booked by one of the guys, she insisted that I take her to the drive-thru. The other girl wasn't interested in food and made it clear that she just wanted to head back to the hotel. Their disagreement escalated quickly, and I did my best to focus on my conversation with the guy in the front seat. But suddenly, the guy in the back seat told me to pull over. When I glanced back, I saw that the two girls had started fighting in the back seat. I pulled over and we managed to get them out of the car. Unfortunately, they weren't done fighting and ended up brawling in the middle of the street. I called the police, and by the time they arrived, we had finally separated the girls, though not before one tried to slam the other's head against the pavement. When the officer arrived, I explained that the girl who wanted the fast food was the aggressor. As the officer tried to arrest her, she began to resist, so I stepped in to help restrain her. We eventually got her into the back of the police car, but she started kicking at the windows, so the officer had to take her out again and secure her more tightly. Finally, two more officers arrived, and I was relieved from assisting. As they were handling the situation, the girl kept yelling about being a lawyer and complained that she hadn't been read her rights. I had just finished my shift as a receptionist at a gym. Being the person who opens up, I was there from 4:30 a.m. until about 11 a.m. Since I hadn't managed to get any sleep the night before, I decided to call an Uber to get home quickly. As soon as I got into the car, the driver noticed my uniform and began asking about my job, my boss, my colleagues, and the customers. He seemed particularly interested in whether the men I worked with were attractive. I'm usually okay with small talk during Uber rides, but his persistent questioning was over the top. He then suggested that I should use my appearance to get a promotion by flirting with my boss. He made comments like, "Just promise you'll do whatever it takes if he offers you a raise, and men like that will do anything for a woman who smiles at them." I grimaced and told him I wasn't interested in such an approach, trying to steer the conversation away. He responded, "You don't actually have to go that far. Just get the raise, and if he makes a move, threaten to report him to HR." Despite my repeated refusals and discomfort with the conversation, he continued insisting that it was the only way to get ahead compared to other female colleagues, and that I should leverage societal advantages. At that point, I was thoroughly frustrated but still far from home, so I decided to stop engaging with him. He then said, "Oh, I see you're the good girl type, waiting for Prince Charming to come along and propose." I remained silent. I prefer not to argue with someone I'll never see again. The driver then launched into a rant about how all marriages are a fraud, claiming it's impossible for anyone to be monogamous because it's against human nature. He suggested that I'd be wasting my time being celibate and should instead focus on having as many relationships as possible, as that's what I'm biologically made for. When we finally arrived at my address, he turned around and asked if I had an Instagram and if he could follow me, also requesting that I rate him 5 stars. This took place in December a few years ago. I had just started a new job at the mall and was scheduled to work through most of Boxing Day. By the time my shift ended at 10 p.m., I discovered that the last transit service had stopped running at 7 p.m. As a student who hadn't gone home for the holidays due to this job, I was unfamiliar with the holiday transit schedule, so I decided to call an Uber. The driver picked me up right outside the mall, and we engaged in a friendly conversation during the drive. He learned about my work and that I was living alone temporarily because my roommates had gone back to their hometowns. The next day, around 6 p.m., I was at work when the same driver walked into the store. He tried to chat with me, but I had to focus on my tasks and politely declined his offer to hang out later. He left shortly after. When my shift ended at 10 p.m., I left the store with plans to take transit home. As soon as I stepped outside, the driver pulled up next to me and offered me a free ride home. Despite my repeated refusals, he insisted it was on the house. I chose to walk away and took a bus home instead. I was quite unsettled by the fact that he had waited 3 hours outside my workplace to offer me a ride. I reported the incident to Uber, who responded by suspending the driver, issuing a full refund, and providing me with a police report link if I chose to file a formal complaint. In hindsight, I regretted sharing personal information with a stranger. During my freshman year of college, in the first semester, I had a chemistry exam approaching. On my way to a study session, I struck up a conversation with a girl walking nearby and discovered she was in the same class. She mentioned that she was heading to study with a particularly bright student and invited me to join. We spent a few hours in the library, and when the student left, she said she was hungry and asked if I wanted to grab a late-night bite. I was thrilled. This charming girl I had just met invited me to study and then to eat. Of course, I agreed. We went to the Cadoba near campus, where we continued studying over our meal. By midnight, we decided it was time to head back. Despite being relatively close to our dorms, she suggested we call an Uber. I ordered one, and while we waited outside, we continued chatting. Soon, a car pulled up, and the driver called out, "Hey, I'm your Uber, get in." As I approached, something felt off. The car was a beat-up white sedan, and the driver's demeanor was unsettling. I didn't want to judge too quickly, but he seemed like the kind of person you'd find hanging around sketchy parts of town. I paused, telling the girl to wait, and checked my Uber app. The car and driver did not match the description provided. I told the driver, "No, you're not my Uber." He grew increasingly insistent, but when he saw another set of headlights approaching, he laughed maniacally and sped off. We were shaken, but the car that had arrived was indeed the correct Uber. The driver's description matched, and we safely made it back to our dorms. I'm not a forest ranger, but I used to be in a group that's somewhat like the Scouts. So we'd spent a lot of time in the woods. We encountered many weird things, but most of the time it was easy to explain. One thing happened though that to this day scares the living hell out of me. I was a leader for the age group 8 to 10 years old, and we were out on a camping trip. It was the first year we stayed on that terrain, and it was huge. Normally, we tend to explore the majority of a terrain before the kids arrive, so we were aware of any possible dangerous spots to avoid. This time, it was impossible. Every camp, we have what we call a night game. It's usually a scary game in which the kids have to complete several tasks while the leaders scare the ever-loving heck out of them. Like always, we had 1-2 during that camp. We masked up as monsters and hid out in the woods close to the checkpoints they had to pass. While running in between checkpoints, I found an open stretch of forest with little to no foliage, so it was ideal for chasing after them. There was no real room to hide besides behind trees, so I couldn't use my flashlight or they'd be able to see me from miles away. It was dark, like the unsettling kind of dark that plays tricks on your eyes and you start imagining things that aren't real. During my stay there, I saw a shadow that was around my size running past me a few times. I couldn't see it very well, so I just assumed I was imagining things because nothing was there when I turned my flashlight on. The game was nearing its end and I saw the shadow again. This time, I could see it vaguely standing near a tree not too far away from me. I thought it was one of the other leaders hiding to scare kids and decided to go over there as it was about time to go back. I aimed my flashlight toward the tree, and while I was getting closer, I noticed that there was indeed someone standing there. They were dressed in what looked like a torn burlap sack and had their head covered with a few white plastic bags that looked like they were tied together. I started to feel pure dread. Something felt really off. I asked if everything was all right, but they didn't respond. The only thing I heard was this weird sound that sounded like someone knocking on wood. Nevertheless, I went a bit closer until I was about 15 feet away from this person. The knocking sound turned out to be that person smacking his head repeatedly into the tree, and I noticed he looked like a male. He was barefoot and his arms and legs were covered with crusted mud. His hands were in a weird, cramped position. I was convinced this was just one of the other leaders pulling a prank, so I told them to knock it off. He slowly turned his head and started walking towards me. Something inside me just told me to run. It didn't matter if it was just a stupid prank, and I ran away scared for nothing. If this wasn't a prank, it felt like I was in serious danger, so I ran as fast as I could. I heard him running after me, but I didn't want to turn around to look as I'd probably run into a tree. I arrived back at the campsite and every single person that could be dressed like that was already there. They couldn't have gotten there before me, and if they did, they sure as hell didn't have the time to change into their regular clothes. Still, I told them, and that they gave me a good scare with that. They just looked weird at me, thinking I was trying to scare them, and we left it at that. The next day, I wanted to go check it out. Who knows, maybe some weirdo ate the wrong mushroom and might be out there dying from hypothermia. I took someone else with me just in case, and there was nothing but endless trees. We arrived at the tree where I saw the person banging his head, and there was a dead, skinned, decomposing rabbit nailed to the tree. The forest ranger and the cops arrived after we called them. They looked around quickly and brushed it off as just a prank from another scouting group or some kids from the nearby town and left it at that. We didn't notice anything weird after that, so it probably was a dumb prank, but seriously, some people have a messed up sense of humor. My family goes camping in Joshua Tree twice a year. This tradition has been going on for at least 60 years, and in that whole time, my family has only ever left early on 2 occasions. The first was when it rained up in the mountains and caused 3 inches of flash flood to wash out our camp at 4 a.m. The second time was much more terrifying, and none of us have an answer as to what actually happened. I was 12 at the time. It's the first night of camping, and I was in the girls' tent with all my girl cousins. About 6 of my male cousins were 10 feet away from us in another tent. My parents are closer to the road, along with 3 sets of uncles and aunts. All in all, there are about 20 of us. Most of our tents are the kind you can zip open at the top to see the stars. I always loved doing that because I'm a bad sleeper and it gives me something to look at when everyone goes to sleep. At one point, I close my eyes and I start to fall asleep when a small pebble from the humongous boulder next to our tent falls on top of the tent. I'm used to this because birds or squirrels often knock small debris around when they try to get at our food during the middle of the night. I open my eyes, and the first thing I see is someone who appears to be standing on top of the boulder. objects about 15 feet up in the air, looking down into our tents. The person seemed to be wearing tight clothing and was really skinny and oddly shaped. At first, I tell myself that it's one of my male cousins because they had been trying to scare us all night. But the person was moving really weirdly. Its head was moving back and forth like a cobra, and it kept crouching down on all fours and crawling down the face of the rock closer to us. Then it's crawling back up and pacing. At one point, it looked up at someone making noise at another campsite, and its eyes gleamed in the moonlight. I'm also entirely sure that it did not have the skull shape of a coyote or a mountain lion. It had a flat face with no snout, so I'm laying in my tent, freaking out and trying to rationalize what I'm looking at. A lot of time goes by, and this thing just continues to watch us and move its body in really strange ways. I think about screaming, but the thing keeps coming down the side of the rock, and I am afraid it would jump onto our tents and kill us. After some time, I hear someone shouts, "Hey, what are you doing?" It's my uncle. Suddenly, at like 3 a.m., everyone is awake. My female cousins are awake and confused, and two of my older male cousins jump out of their tent with an axe. For a few seconds, the thing stays completely still, but then my aunt and several of my cousins see it and they all scream. Someone finds a flashlight and they turn it on, but the thing jumps off the backside of the rock. A couple of seconds later, it runs and gallops out from behind the rock past our campsite. My uncle managed to shine a light on it for a second, and I still don't have any idea what I saw. The thing definitely didn't have clothes on, but was naked and had a dark mark on its side that I mistook for spandex. We hear screaming and thrashing from another campsite, and several of the guys in our group go over and investigate. Whatever the thing was escaped into another campsite and ran into a small two-person tent. When the forest rangers got there, it was 4 a.m. and everyone was confused. My uncle and the people at the other tent say that it was a naked person. I definitely don't think it's a person, and thankfully two of my adult male cousins had also spent some time watching it and being absolutely terrified by it, so they agreed with me. We give them all the details we could, and one ranger tells us that it was probably a coyote or mountain lion with mange. The other ranger looks really concerned, and I think he went off into the night to look for it. Either way, it was way too big for a coyote, and I've tracked mountain lions back in college, and know for sure mountain lions do not move like that, nor look like that when they have mange. We all left and went home that night. Either there was a naked crazy person, a monster, or a mountain lion with mange running around. Whatever it was, it had spent at least an hour watching us. We stayed in hotels for a couple of years after that, and I've camped there at least 20 more times since then. I've never heard or seen anything like it since. About 2 years back, my wife and I decided to go tent camping for 3 days at Cane Hollow Campground in Allegheny State Park, New York. Of course, there were signs of bears in that area, and all precautions should be taken while camping. We were very used to this as we have camped in bear country before and have seen plenty in the wild from Michigan, Tennessee, and of course New York. We made it through our first 2 days without any trouble camping near the back of the campgrounds. On the third day, we were at our campsite and we had a couple with a newborn baby camping 2 spots down from us. It was about 2 p.m. and the sun was fully out. The couple just put the baby to rest in the tent, and the father was getting something out of their bear box and headed towards their truck. Out of nowhere, a massive black bear charges into their campsite. Then, it takes a large duffel bag out of the bear box and begins ripping it apart. The wife and husband saw this. The father ran to grab the child, and the mother ran into the truck and started slamming on the horn. This made the bear grab the duffel bag, run only like 20 feet away, and started to eat whatever was inside. I was standing on top of our picnic table watching this bear, completely unafraid of any humans near it. The wife had also got on the phone and called park rangers to come to the campsite. 2 rangers came in a few minutes, one with a paintball gun and the other with a shotgun. At the same time, they rushed the bear. The ranger with the paintball gun was shooting the bear, and the man with the shotgun was shooting in the air. This is what it took to scare the bear for the first time. After that, the rangers told everyone it would be safe to stay as the bear should now be afraid of the people there. My wife and I felt safe enough and stayed up until about 1 in the morning, just talking and still a little anxious to go to sleep because of what we saw. If you've been to the forest at night, you probably know that it's rarely truly quiet. That night, we heard squirrels and were aware of a family of raccoons watching us, checking to see if we had food by our fire. So, the sound of small twigs breaking was common. It was getting late, and we decided to sit out until the fire died. There was one small flame left when I felt something to my right. I quickly turned on the flashlight, and there, standing literally 5 feet away, was the largest black bear I had ever seen. Came in quickly, but it wasn't running. As soon as I turned on the light, it stopped, lowered its head, and began to growl. It showed its chattering teeth while doing the lip quiver thing bears do when they're angry. With its head lowered even more, it began to sway, staring at me and my wife. After looking into it, I believe this movement is a sign of aggression from a predator and not at all a defensive move. My wife and I immediately stood up from our chairs. I suspect the bear thought we were smaller than we were because after standing, it started to focus more on our tent than us. I put my wife behind me and pushed her to the car and put her in the passenger seat. She smacked her head pretty hard on the roof of the car and was dazed while I walked around the front of the car. I got in the driver's seat. We looked at each other and realized the car keys were on the picnic right next to the bear. The only thought going through my head was the only advantage I had on this thing was that I knew where it was. After taking a deep breath, I got out of the car. Luckily, I had a baseball bat and began to walk toward the bear, yelling. I was shouting at it to back up, loud enough that the whole campground could hear me. The bear, with its broad side facing me again, began to quiver its lips and growl again. I saw on its back right leg a huge chunk of hair missing. Under that, you could see its pale skin with what looked like bloody road rash. Also, for whatever reason, the bear was completely soaked even though it had not rained for several days. Only God knows what happened to that bear before it came at us. For some reason, the bear turned and walked back into the forest. Without a doubt, I know that bear was not scared of me, not one bit. My wife, feeling a need to protect me, came out of the car still stunned by hitting her head. I love her for thinking she could protect me, but it definitely scared me that she got out at all. We both watched as the bear walked back into the forest. Compared to our campsite, it was just a wall of blackness you couldn't see into. I heard it pace back and forth a few feet away from where I could see it, and then things went silent again. I quickly grabbed the keys, and we drove about 5 miles until we had cell phone reception. I have no idea how the wife earlier made a call from her campsite. We told the park rangers that we had a bear problem, and they acted like we were overreacting. They sent a local cop to check things out. I told the officer what happened, how strange this bear was acting, and that it might be injured. He also acted like we were overreacting and searched our campsite. Without getting anywhere near the area I pointed the bear went off to. They said it looked good and there was nothing that would be drawing in a bear. They also said we probably scared it off again, and it won't be back. It seemed to me and my wife that this was not true, and he was just trying to not get us to panic or anyone who overheard what happened. We packed up our whole campsite in about 10 minutes and planned to drive all the way home. It was about 3 a.m., and as we were leaving the site, we saw the campground filled with police vehicles. They were literally on every turn, and more were still entering the area. I think it's safe to say that the cops knew this was a serious problem. Maybe they stayed there the rest of the night since most decided to park near people's campsites. To be honest, it felt like the bear wanted the element of surprise to attack us and was waiting in the woods a few feet away. Maybe it wanted the lights to go out first and for us to be asleep before it came in again. I'm glad we trusted our gut and got out of there. Also, if you were wondering, the campsite was mostly filled with people, and not even one person came to help, even though we went to help the other couple earlier before the rangers came. Luckily, no one was hurt, but this was an extremely close call. This happened at our family's remote cabin in the forests of Montana. The cabin is in a very isolated area, with the nearest neighbor living about 2 miles up a dirt road on the mountain. We decided to head to the cabin in mid-May, right after school got out, but we couldn't have a fire because the wood was too wet from the spring rains. My family drove up from southern Washington, joined by my 2 uncles and their kids. My mom, stepbrother, and I were also there, but no one else was around. The first night went smoothly. We spent the evening drinking root beer, at least for me since I was 12, shooting cans with BB guns and playing poker and other card games. We had a dinner of spaghetti, followed by roasting marshmallows, before heading to bed around 10:30. To understand the strange events that followed, you need to know the layout of the cabin. On the left side of the house, there's a staircase lined with old Christmas lights we never bothered to take down. On the second floor, there's a hallway with a balcony on the right side that overlooks the dining area and living room. On the left side of the hall, there are 3 doors, each leading to a bedroom. The first bedroom has 1 bed and no windows, and since there's no attic, the ceiling is around 25 to 28 feet high. In the second bedroom, where I slept with the other kids, there were 2 bunk beds and 1 regular bed. I slept on the top bunk on the right side, my stepbrother on the bottom bunk, and my cousins on the other bunk bed. There's a single window about 18 feet above the second story, so it's roughly 28 feet off the ground, facing the deep woods. That night, I lay in bed, wide awake thanks to my messed up sleep schedule. I found myself staring at the treetops illuminated by the moonlight when suddenly, a pale creature darted across the window. Keep in mind, this window is on a flat wall 28 feet up with no windowsill. The creature looked drained of blood, with deep red stains covering its skin. Naturally, as a brave 12-year-old, I let out a scream, my voice alternating between silent gasps and high-pitched screeches thanks to those awkward pubescent voice cracks. I woke up everyone in the cabin, and my cousin, who was 12 as well, fell off his bunk, thankfully without getting hurt. A few minutes later, I was surrounded by panicked family members, asking what was wrong. I had to explain to 3 adults and 2 younger kids about the terrifying pale figure, 28 feet off the ground, covered in blood. They told me it was probably just a vivid dream, but I insisted I had been awake the entire time. They told me to put on my shoes, and we went outside to check the window, but there was nothing there. The next day, I looked up at the back wall and noticed something we had missed the night before. Tiny scratches, about the size of pine needles, moving diagonally across the window, heading up towards the roof before abruptly stopping. I also noticed a tree limb had fallen from the tree near the end of the scratch marks, and it had deep scratches along the bottom and top. Naturally, I was freaked out for the rest of the day. I also noticed that the beer cans we had been shooting at were gone. I figured the adults had thrown them out, but then I found one about 50 feet away, riddled with holes and strange tears. It was odd, especially since we had portable trash cans, but I didn't dwell on it too much. The day continued much like the first, with us eating leftover spaghetti and going to bed around 10:45. I fell asleep around 12:10, but woke up almost immediately at 1 o'clock, thirsty for a glass of water. As I went downstairs, I heard tapping on the side door of the kitchen. Completely petrified, I stood still as a statue, watching in horror as a long, bony finger with an extra joint tapped on the glass. The creature's wrist was coming from the bottom of the glass, meaning it was crouching while tapping on the window. I slowly backed up the stairs, but halfway up, the tapping stopped. I froze as I heard footsteps moving around the cabin to the back, followed by scratching sounds climbing up the wall, and then a blood-curdling scream from my room. My youngest cousin had been awake when I got up for water, and they had heard the scratching and also saw the creature climb up the window. We left the cabin on the 3rd day. When we got home, we found the bars on our window bent. Those bars had been installed after a bear broke the window the previous year, and it had taken a vise and hammer to get them into place. The way the bars were bent this time suggested the creature had pushed them up towards the window, meaning this pale monster with the 5-jointed fingers was stronger than my very strong uncle. The adults never told us kids, but later in the year, they went back to replace the furnace and fix the bars. They were able to have a fire this time, but that night, they felt like they were constantly being watched and heard strange tapping on the side of the house. They brushed it off as the walls creaking, but since then, I've never slept easily at that cabin. Eventually, we sold the cabin, and I haven't had any paranormal experiences since. It was the night of September 20th, and a meteor shower was gracing the skies. My curiosity got the best of me, so I decided to head out late to catch a glimpse. It was exactly 1 a.m. when I stepped outside. I stood in the middle of the quiet street in front of my house, gazing up at the clear night sky, watching comets streak across the darkness. I was alone, surrounded by the stillness of the night. Across the road from my house, there's an expanse of dense forest that stretches for miles, untamed and eerie. Living in British Columbia for 6 years, I've heard the local legends about the Wendigo, a creature feared in these parts. As I stood there, mesmerized by the celestial display, I began to hear odd noises. It sounded like the snap of a twig coming from directly in front of me, maybe 100 yards away. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, after that night, I did some research and the pieces fell into place. The strange events that unfolded led me to believe that I might have encountered something far more terrifying than I initially thought. The sound was distant, but I remembered reading a story where someone mentioned that the further away a Wendigo's noises seem, the closer it actually is. Barely 10 seconds later, I heard strange sounds coming from the left side of my house, only about 50 feet away. Living in this area for years, I've become familiar with the usual nocturnal sounds like rabbits or coyotes, but this was different. It was a sound I'd never heard before, and it sent a wave of dread through me. A deep, primal fear took over, making me feel like something terrible was about to happen. Then, as abruptly as they began, the noises stopped, but the silence didn't last long. I began to hear faint voices where the sounds had come from. It sounded like a young girl, but the words were indistinguishable, quiet, faint, almost gibberish, but I was sure it was a female voice. Then, clear as day, twice as loud as before, I heard my name, Lucas, in the voice of a little girl coming from the same direction. At that moment, terror gripped me. I started walking back towards my front door, trying to rationalize what had just happened. I remembered reading that Wendigos are known to mimic human voices, especially those of people they've heard, to lure their prey. I also read that they often stalk around homes, waiting for the perfect moment. My heart was pounding as I reached the bottom of my driveway, heading for the safety of my front door. I heard the gravel crunch on my right side. The sound was heavy, deliberate, like footsteps, no more than 20 feet away. I couldn't see anything. It was too dark, and the steps were on the other side of my neighbor's car. Panic surged through me, but I resisted the urge to call out. Something in my gut told me that acknowledging whatever was out there would only make things worse. I tried to stay calm, even though every fiber of my being was screaming in terror. I was now at the top of the driveway, just a few feet from the door. The footsteps on both sides of me quickened, closing in. I ignored the sounds as best as I could, focusing on getting inside. I finally reached the door, flung it open, and locked it behind me, my hands shaking. But the fear didn't end there. That sense of dread clung to me. I secured the house, locked the back door, put the cover on the dog door, made sure all the windows were shut. But the uneasy feeling wouldn't leave. Everyone else was asleep, so I went to my sister's room, hoping she was awake. She wasn't, but in her sleep, she mumbled that I could come in. I sat on the floor, praying nothing else would happen. Of course, my sister's the only one who keeps her blinds up at night, and the screen on her window had fallen off weeks ago. It was just glass now, and I could see the entire backyard. If something was out there, it could see me too. I stayed in her room for about 15 minutes when suddenly, I heard faint whistling. It was soft, but it was coming from the backyard. The whistling grew louder and started to sound like a flute. My heart raced as I realized it might be related to the legends I'd read. Perhaps the flute of a Wendigo or some other malevolent spirit. That was it for me. I got up, told my sister goodnight, and left her room. I was too frightened to sleep, so I turned on some lights and sat at the kitchen bar. I even considered waking up my dad, just so I wouldn't be alone, but I decided against it. Then, I heard the gravel crunching again, this time from the backyard. Whatever it was close, only a few feet away from the back door. Then, a soft knock on the glass door. At first, I didn't register it, but it persisted. One knock every minute, steady and deliberate. My fear reached a new height. Something was on the other side of that door, and I wasn't about to find out what. I turned off the lights and headed to my room, not daring to look at the door. I stayed there for the rest of the night, too terrified to sleep. Even then, I could hear strange noises outside my window, but I forced myself to ignore them. The next morning, everything seemed normal, but the memory of that night still haunts me. I'm glad I trusted my instincts and didn't engage with whatever was out there. Who knows what could have happened if I hadn't? I have a small outbuilding next to my house, where I keep a TV and sometimes spend my evenings unwinding with a movie. One night, my partner was visiting, and we decided to watch a new release out in the shed. The setup there is pretty nice, so it's often more comfortable than watching in the house. I usually leave the back door open when I head out to the shed, especially since I live in a quiet, safe neighborhood with little worry about intruders. At the time, I had an elderly dog, a small mix of Pomeranian and Maltese, who was nearly deaf and blind. Her sight had almost completely gone, and she often wandered aimlessly around the house, likely due to dementia setting in. After the movie, we headed back inside. I went to the bathroom and noticed the usual sounds of my dog padding around the house were absent. Normally, she'd be roaming the rooms, but this time, there was nothing. My partner and I started searching the house, checking every corner, but she was nowhere to be found. It suddenly occurred to us that she might have somehow made her way outside through the open back door. To leave the house, she would have had to navigate from the hallway through my bedroom and then off a raised porch that stands about 4 to 5 feet above the ground. Given her blindness, it seemed impossible, but we decided to check outside just in case. We searched around the porch, expecting to find some sign of her, but there was nothing. No sign of a fall, no noises while we were in the shed, nothing at all. It was as if she had vanished. There's a small wooded area behind my house, and we thought she might have wandered into it. We began to explore the woods, shining our phone flashlights into the darkness. As we moved deeper, I suddenly heard the sound of leaves rustling nearby. Thinking it might be my dog, I pointed my flashlight toward the noise, but what I saw wasn't her. Instead, I saw a figure wearing a hood, standing about 15 or 20 feet away. They seemed to freeze as my light hit them. I quickly turned to my partner and whispered that someone was out here and we should head back. Just as I was about to move, I heard the leaves crunching again. When I shined my light back to where the figure had been, I was stunned. The figure had transformed, or at least it seemed like it, into a tall, thin, gray shape that bolted to the left, moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. The sight sent chills through my entire body, from my head down to my toes. I was so frightened that I ran back to the house, almost forgetting my partner in my haste. When we were safely inside, I asked her what she had seen. She hadn't seen the figure, but she had heard the rapid rustling of leaves as if something was speeding through the woods. We never found my dog, nor any trace that she had even left the house. Despite searching every nook and cranny and putting up posts about her disappearance, she was never found. To this day, I wonder if what I saw that night was somehow connected to her disappearance. I can't help but overthink it, imagining that whatever that figure was might have entered my home while the door was open. I've never experienced anything like that since, but the memory of that night stays with me. I'm more cautious when I go out to the shed now, always feeling uneasy when I catch a glimpse of the woods out of the corner of my eye. The day after the incident, we even went back to the woods, searching for any sign of the strange figure or my dog, but found nothing. I still wish I knew what happened to her, but at least I know she's not suffering anymore. I'm from Kentucky, a place with lots of wooded areas where people love their guns, including me. I used to not believe that there was anything unknown in the woods. I thought maybe Bigfoot could be real, but I severely doubted it. After this happened, I know there is something out there that we don't understand. I had just bought my first AR-15 style rifle and got a 60-round drum magazine for it at Gander Mountain while they were going out of business, because why not? I read that the drum was amazing and rarely had any issues, and this will be important later. A few days after I got it, I finally decided to take it out for a test run and sight in my gun a little better. That's when everything went wrong. As I mentioned earlier, Kentucky is heavily wooded. 3/4 of the land I lived on was just thick woods. There was a main path for driving our gator and a few small paths our cows had made in the woods. I decided to walk along our creek, which had a small path half cleared by our cows. At the end of the path is a big field where our cows graze and where I sight in guns when the cows aren't there. As soon as I crossed the fence to go to the field, I instantly felt like I was being watched closely. I brushed it off because I've walked back there 1,000 times before and never been bothered by anything. So, I kept walking, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched, but I was still aware of it. The walk to the field along the creek is very short, maybe 2 minutes at a slow pace. The further I walked, the more intense the feeling got, like I was getting closer to whatever was watching me. About halfway there, the feeling became so intense that I couldn't ignore it anymore. The drum magazine I had with me was unloaded, so I stopped and started loading it. I only brought 20 rounds with me because I was just going to sight in my gun, and 20 should have been plenty. Now I'm stopped, paying extremely close attention to what's going on around me and loading my magazine. The exact moment I started putting rounds in the drum, I smelled something dead, like it had been rotting in the sun for a while. I started looking around, and right behind me was what was left of a possum. It was torn to pieces. It almost seemed like it had been placed there for me to find. The strange thing was that it looked like it had been dead for maybe a day at most, yet the smell seemed like it came from something far more decomposed. This obviously didn't sit well with me, so I hurried up with loading the magazine. I guess I should have taken the dead possum as a last chance to turn around. I decided to keep going. I had never had any problems back there before, so I assumed my brain was just being paranoid. I was almost to the field when I saw it. I was at the end of the creek, and the feeling of being watched was unbearable. Just as I was near the end of the creek and the edge of the woods, I heard a splash in the water. On edge, I immediately turned toward the noise, gun ready but no round in the chamber. Walking down the creek away from me was something I will never forget. It was at least 8 feet tall, probably taller, and very skinny. Imagine a grown man that weighs 120 pounds. Now stretch him out to be 8 feet tall, but his body width stays the same. It had very long arms and it walked on 2 legs. Its skin was stretched tightly across its body. It made no noise aside from the splash when it stepped in the creek as it walked. It also had a very weird walk which was almost like a waddle, but it was taking really large steps. That could have been because it was on a muddy creek bank. It was also a light brown color, almost like the color of a deer. Now I knew why I felt like I was being watched. My magazine was loaded, bolt ready to send a round in the chamber. Remember what I said about the magazine being extremely reliable? I pressed the bolt release on the gun to chamber a round, just in case this monstrous thing decided to attack. I did not intend on striking first. The round got stuck somehow and didn't even budge out of the magazine. I had never used that magazine before, so it didn't fail from heavy use. A bolt closing from a gun has enough force to break your finger, so why didn't this magazine work? My only guess is that thing had something to do with it. The magazine never worked right again, and I had to return it to Magpul. Needless to say, I didn't tell them this happened. I just told them the magazine failed several times. Anyway, back to the creature. The gun jammed on the first round, which is usually the easiest. The thing booked it out of there without running or making a noise. I had just long enough exposure to it to get the details I provided about it. As for what the creature was, my friend who knows more about this stuff than I do, and I have decided it could have been a Wendigo. The reason we think it was a Wendigo is because everything I described matches them near perfectly. I had read that they are incredibly thin and tall and have a stench of death that follows them everywhere. That likely explains the smell by the possum. They are also very fast, can be light brown in color, and they sometimes violently kill other animals to scare humans. The only thing we couldn't figure out was its behavior. Why am I still alive? Wendigos are supposed to be incredibly aggressive. Aside from watching me, it did nothing. It didn't try to attack or confront me. It ran from me like it was scared or trying to draw me where it wanted me. That being said, I have never had another encounter with it. I have gone to the same field, taking the same path, expecting to be watched, and have not felt that same intense feeling as I did that day. Something was out there, and you can't convince me otherwise. I've tried to trick myself into thinking I'm being watched out there, but it still doesn't compare to that day. I'm Indonesian, and I have a second-hand account about orang pendek to share. My grandpa was born in Sumatra, and even though his dad was a Chinese immigrant, my grandpa pretty much lived there his whole life. You see, the island of Sumatra has many thick and dense forests, and if I remember correctly, there are many parts still left unexplored. My grandpa was quite adventurous when he was younger. He often went into the forest with his friends to hunt squirrels and other small wild animals. One day, my grandpa and his friends decided to go to another region in Sumatra and hunt in a more remote and unfamiliar forest. He said he got bored hunting in the same forest all the time. So, accompanied by his usual hunting friends, they hired a local guide and entered the forest. After hunting squirrels all day, they realized they were lost. Their local guide said he'd never seen that part of the forest before, which was strange because he made sure to stay in the area he was familiar with. My grandpa said it felt like they were hypnotized by unseen forces, and before they knew it, they ended up in an unfamiliar part of the forest. They tried to remain calm and assess the situation, and that's when they noticed it. Something was observing them from behind the bushes. My grandpa said it looked like a hybrid between a human and a chimpanzee and was kind of small, about as tall as an adult's waist. He couldn't explain it well because of how strange the creature was, but he remembered one particular detail about it. Its front feet were in reverse position, so when the creature walked, it looked like it was walking backward. The creature noticed my grandpa's party, was aware of its presence, and walked away from the scene. Strangely enough, the creature didn't run at all. So out of curiosity, the party decided to follow it. They arrived at an open area where a herd of these creatures had gathered. My grandpa said they were speaking some kind of unknown language, like a wildman language. The party decided that they'd had enough curiosity and that it was time to get out of there because they were in an unknown situation and could be in real danger. After walking for hours, they miraculously reached the edge of the forest sometime after sunrise, and luckily, the creatures didn't follow them at all. It's up to you to believe me or not, but one thing I know for sure is that my grandpa wasn't a liar. He kept telling us this story even after he reached a very old age. This story got me into cryptozoology, and of course I did some research on orang pendek. Some testimonies from natives across Sumatra were similar to my grandpa's. My grandparents had a vacation cabin in the Jersey Pine Barrens, and every year over summer vacation, my parents would send me there to visit. I was living in Las Vegas at the time. The last time I was there, I was 8 years old in 1982. It was about 11 or so at night. My grandparents were in bed and I was reading Archie comic books by flashlight. Suddenly, I heard the most terrifying scream coming from outside. It scared me to my core because I had no idea what it was. I'd heard mountain lions and coyotes before, and this scream was definitely different. I quickly turned off the flashlight, and the cabin was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Then I heard the scream again. This time, it sounded like it was right outside my bedroom window. I was absolutely terrified when I heard sniffing and snuffling noises just outside, followed by what sounded like pebbles being tossed or rolled on the roof. There was no way I was going to look outside, so I ran and woke up my grandpa. He saw the fear in my eyes, grabbed a light, and checked the perimeter of the cabin. He came back and said he couldn't see or hear anything. Needless to say, I slept in their bed that night. The next morning, we went outside to look under my window, and sure enough, we found hoof prints about the size of a fist coming from the woods right up to my window. At first, I thought it might have been a wild pig or something like that, but later, while playing on the other side of the house, I noticed a similar set of prints leading away from the house in almost an exact line from my bedroom window. When I got home, I told my dad about what happened and what we saw. He grew up around the Pine Barrens. He just casually said that it must have been the Jersey Devil. At the time, I had no idea what he was talking about, but I never forgot that incident. When I got a little older, I spent time in the library reading books about the Jersey Devil, and it sure sounds like that's what was outside my window that night. I never went back to Jersey to visit my grandparents while they still had that cabin. It was over 10 years ago when a friend and I visited Japan. It was our first time there, so we went with a tour company. However, after the tour ended, we decided to stay an extra night at a hotel in East Ikebukuro. During the tour, the guide would share stories of haunted hotels and other urban myths, as one does over beers or while enjoying a late-night onsen. One of the things he warned us about was to be cautious if we found a room where the head of the bed was positioned next to the window where, if you looked up while lying in bed, you'd see outside. He tried to scare us by saying that in such rooms, ghosts would come through the window at night and drag you out to your death. Back to the hotel in East Ikebukuro. We checked in during the early evening, and the first thing we noticed was how small the room was. The second thing was that they had given us a double bed instead of twin singles. And thirdly, the head of the bed was right next to the window. We rationalized that the room was too small to arrange the bed any other way, and dismissed the tour leader's stories as nonsense. To be honest, we were more annoyed that we had to share a double bed. We decided to let it go since it was just for one night, so we went out for dinner before turning in for the night. That night, I was woken up by a door slamming shut, and I jolted awake. There, sitting at the foot of the bed, was a woman in a blue kimono. She had long hair, and from what I could make out, her kimono had butterflies on it. I freaked out, dove under my pillow, and buried my head. Looking back, that was a useless move if anything bad were to happen. I remember thinking, is this real? How can I check without looking? In my genius, I decided to shuffle my foot down the bed, thinking if I didn't touch anything. It was just my imagination. I didn't think about what I'd do if I did touch something. Little by little, my foot moved down the bed when I noticed that there was definitely a depression at the foot of the bed. Someone or something was there. I quickly pulled my foot back, started to sweat, and began repeatedly saying the Lord's Prayer until I must have fainted or fallen back asleep. I remember waking up at 6 the next morning. My friend was already dressed and packed. I asked him if he saw or heard anything last night, and all he said was, "I don't want to talk about it. Let's check out." When I joined the military, I was stationed in Japan. On my very first night there, I woke up at 3 a.m. and saw a figure crawling on the ceiling. It had a long tongue, and when it noticed me, it laughed and then disappeared. I was so scared I couldn't go back to sleep. Months later, I told my friend's wife about the experience, and she explained that it was a ceiling oni, a spirit. She mentioned there are many such spirits. Using a Japanese keyboard, she searched for an image on Google and showed it to me. I swear it looked exactly like what I had seen. I've never been able to find the exact image again on Google. I'd probably need a Japanese keyboard to do it. Another time in Japan, I was walking home from the train around midnight. I had taken this route many times and never felt scared at night. Japan is very safe and quiet at night, serene and calm, at least around the military base. But on this night, signs and billboards were not where they usually were. They were gone. The buildings looked older or some weren't there at all. Everything seemed different. The streetlights, even though they were right in front of me, appeared distant, as if there was a film over them. I saw people outside doing chores, washing clothes, and cleaning a fish on a wooden block. This was at midnight. Nobody made a sound. By this point, I was practically running, convinced they were not from the world of the living. When I got near the base, the film faded away, and everything returned to normal. It was incredibly scary and left a lasting impact on me. I'll never forget that. I'm very much a skeptic when it comes to ghosts, so I still think there's probably some sort of explanation for this. But it was strange, and I still think about it from time to time. 17 years ago, when I first came to Japan on the JET program, I was sent to a small island. My apartment was quite old and run down, and it was located across the street from an old Buddhist temple with a graveyard. Every now and then, both my lights and my TV would turn on and off in the middle of the night. It usually woke me up, especially the TV, because at the time it was still analog, so it would just be static in the middle of the night. For some reason, the volume would always be up high, even though I never set it that way when I watched TV. I always thought that since the building was old, it was probably an issue with the electrical wiring or something like that. After living there for a few weeks, I befriended the elderly lady who was the mother of the monk running the temple across the street. I could speak a bit of Japanese, and she seemed lonely, so she quickly reached out to me. It was really nice. She would bring me fruits or rice from time to time, and she showed me where the convenience store and grocery store were on the island. She generally looked after me, making sure I was eating properly and taking care of myself. She was a very kind lady. As we got to know each other better, she started telling me that she could see dead people and that there were a lot of ghosts wandering around the temple and the surrounding areas, especially near my apartment building. Honestly, I thought she was probably just imagining things, but then my lights and TV did that thing where they turned on and off at night again, and it really unsettled me. One night, it happened again, and I was so freaked out that I yelled for it to stop, but it continued. So then, I yelled for it to stop in Japanese, and it stopped. That really scared me. I still think it was probably a coincidence, and there's likely a rational explanation for it, but I will say I was relieved when my time at JET was over, and I could leave that apartment. I kept in contact with the elderly lady until she passed away a few years ago. I miss her. I'm very much a skeptic when it comes to ghosts, so I still think there's probably some sort of explanation for this. But it was strange, and I still think about it from time to time. 17 years ago, when I first came to Japan on the JET program, I was sent to a small island. My apartment was quite old and run down, and it was located across the street from an old Buddhist temple with a graveyard. Every now and then, both my lights and my TV would turn on and off in the middle of the night. It usually woke me up, especially the TV, because at the time it was still analog, so it would just be static in the middle of the night. For some reason, the volume would always be up high, even though I never set it that way when I watched TV. I always thought that since the building was old, it was probably an issue with the electrical wiring or something like that. After living there for a few weeks, I befriended the elderly lady who was the mother of the monk running the temple across the street. I could speak a bit of Japanese, and she seemed lonely, so she quickly reached out to me. It was really nice. She would bring me fruits or rice from time to time, and she showed me where the convenience store and grocery store were on the island. She generally looked after me, making sure I was eating properly and taking care of myself. She was a very kind lady. As we got to know each other better, she started telling me that she could see dead people and that there were a lot of ghosts wandering around the temple and the surrounding areas, especially near my apartment building. Honestly, I thought she was probably just imagining things, but then my lights and TV did that thing where they turned on and off at night again, and it really unsettled me. One night, it happened again, and I was so freaked out that I yelled for it to stop, but it continued. So then, I yelled for it to stop in Japanese, and it stopped. That really scared me. I still think it was probably a coincidence, and there's likely a rational explanation for it, but I will say I was relieved when my time at JET was over, and I could leave that apartment. I kept in contact with the elderly lady until she passed away a few years ago. I miss her. I'm very much a skeptic when it comes to ghosts, so I still think there's probably some sort of explanation for this. But it was strange, and I still think about it from time to time. 17 years ago, when I first came to Japan on the JET program, I was sent to a small island. My apartment was quite old and run down, and it was located across the street from an old Buddhist temple with a graveyard. Every now and then, both my lights and my TV would turn on and off in the middle of the night. It usually woke me up, especially the TV, because at the time it was still analog, so it would just be static in the middle of the night. For some reason, the volume would always be up high, even though I never set it that way when I watched TV. I always thought that since the building was old, it was probably an issue with the electrical wiring or something like that. After living there for a few weeks, I befriended the elderly lady who was the mother of the monk running the temple across the street. I could speak a bit of Japanese, and she seemed lonely, so she quickly reached out to me. It was really nice. She would bring me fruits or rice from time to time, and she showed me where the convenience store and grocery store were on the island. She generally looked after me, making sure I was eating properly and taking care of myself. She was a very kind lady. As we got to know each other better, she started telling me that she could see dead people and that there were a lot of ghosts wandering around the temple and the surrounding areas, especially near my apartment building. Honestly, I thought she was probably just imagining things, but then my lights and TV did that thing where they turned on and off at night again, and it really unsettled me. One night, it happened again, and I was so freaked out that I yelled for it to stop, but it continued. So then, I yelled for it to stop in Japanese, and it stopped. That really scared me. I still think it was probably a coincidence, and there's likely a rational explanation for it, but I will say I was relieved when my time at JET was over, and I could leave that apartment. I kept in contact with the elderly lady until she passed away a few years ago. I miss her. Many years ago, I used to teach English in the evenings in Japan. Many of my classes were held at various temples and shrines, as these spaces were often used for community activities. It was around 11:30 p.m. after my last lesson with a student. Once she left, it was my responsibility to vacuum the room and turn off the lights. That evening, as I entered the room with the vacuum, I noticed several decorated drums and portable shrines I hadn't seen before. They were being stored there in preparation for an upcoming festival. When I opened the door, I saw the items moving slightly, but I assumed it was due to the vibrations from the door and carried on with my tasks. I usually try to avoid thinking about unsettling things and just ignore them if they happen. I turned off all the lights, except for the one near the entrance, before returning the vacuum to the storage room. As I opened the door to the storage room, the large drums began to boom loudly in rhythm, and the portable shrines started making noise as well, with the smaller drums on them adding to the commotion. Overwhelmed by the cacophony, I was too frightened to look. I quickly fled the building and ran to my car, only to remember that I hadn't locked up. Determined not to get in trouble, I called my husband and kept him on speakerphone while I hurried back to the temple. With trembling fingers, I managed to lock the door, all the while still hearing the drums from outside. Fortunately, I managed to get out safely, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was playing tricks on me. Since then, people have asked if I ever saw any ghosts at the temples, as in Japan, it's believed that ghosts come out at temples at night. I never mentioned that incident and simply said no. I'm fairly certain it wasn't an earthquake, as the noise from the drums seemed as if someone was hitting them rather than just rattling. Also, I didn't feel any tremors, and the noise continued longer than a typical earthquake would last. It felt like the commotion was specifically related to me opening the door and entering the room, with the initial rattles serving as a warning and escalating when I returned, urging me to leave. Anyone who has spent time on the Navajo reservation has likely heard unsettling stories or experienced eerie events, often involving skinwalkers. I have encountered one myself. Here is my story. I come from a small town in northern Arizona, nestled between the Paiute Reservation to the north and the Navajo Reservation to the south. My high school was very small with only about 80 students enrolled each year. So we often had to travel south for 5 to 10 hours to play other schools in sports. This meant frequent trips through the Navajo reservation. Usually, we stayed in hotels overnight, but this trip was different. Our basketball coach explained that the school didn't have enough money to cover staying at a hotel, so we would be on the road for about 12 hours straight. That season, I was the only senior boy on the basketball team. After our game, we headed home on our big blue bus. We had been driving for about 2 hours and had entered the reservation when I noticed something unusual. Everyone else was asleep. It was around 2 in the morning, but the bus driver had sped up to 85 miles per hour, which was odd since he never exceeded the speed limit. I couldn't fall asleep like my teammates, so I sat at the back of the bus, staring out at the moonlit desert landscape. Suddenly, I saw a figure running toward the bus at an angle, keeping pace with us at 85 miles per hour. As it got closer, I realized it was humanoid. I remember it had a face painted half black and half white and glowing eyes. Those were like a rabbit's eyes reflecting light. I immediately thought that must be a skinwalker. The skinwalker kept pace with the bus, leaping over sagebrush and rocks. Its eyes were locked on mine. I couldn't look away, as if something was holding my head and eyes in place. It smiled at me with an inhuman grin that stretched from ear to ear, revealing crooked yellow and pointed teeth. This is when I felt nauseous and panicked. The skinwalker then dropped to all fours, its bones cracking and reforming, hair sprouting all over its body. In about 3 seconds, it had transformed into a coyote and ran off into the desert. As soon as it was gone, I rushed to the onboard bathroom and vomited. I didn't tell anyone at first, fearing they would think I was crazy. Eventually, I confided in my Navajo friend who told me I needed a blessing from the chief. The next school day, I saw the chief in the parking lot. He approached me, muttered something in Navajo while waving a feathered scepter, then turned and drove away. Since then, I haven't seen another skinwalker. It might be because whenever I had to travel south, I'd take a long detour. I heard this story from my dad once. He's always been honest and straightforward, so I believe every word. It was the early 1980s, and my sister who lived in Montreal came down to visit our parents for the weekend. She was staying at a friend's house who lent her a car for the visit. After spending some time with our parents, she left around 9 p.m. She had only driven about 7 to 8 miles when the car broke down. Luckily, it happened right in front of a family friend's house. They welcomed her in and let her call Dad, who came to pick her up. The family offered to let her leave the car in their driveway overnight, and my sister decided to stay at our parents' place. By the time they were driving back, it was a little after 10 p.m. and completely dark as it was late in October. As my sister and Dad drove through a densely wooded area, they suddenly heard an incredibly loud, eerie scream that cut through the sound of the engine, their conversation, and the radio. Dad slammed on the brakes, and they both panicked. Out of nowhere, a 6-foot-tall creature resembling a coyote, walking on 2 legs with a black and white striped tail, appeared on the side of the road and crossed in front of the car. As soon as it passed, the same scream echoed again, only this time much louder. Dad hit the accelerator, and they sped away from there as fast as they could. They never saw it again. One time, I went camping with 2 friends who weren't very familiar with the outdoors. I was introducing them to camping and hiking. I love exploring and not just walking along trails as I find them monotonous. We ventured a couple of miles from our campsite, but my friends soon wanted to head back. I agreed and showed them the way on my phone, setting a waypoint on the GPS for them to follow. They insisted on taking the pistol I had for safety, leaving me with just some water. I didn't mind and decided to continue exploring on my own. After walking about 5 miles from camp, I found a steep hillside covered in rocks and decided to descend. At the bottom, I followed what appeared to be a dry riverbed. As I moved further south, the terrain grew steeper. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of unease. I started scanning my surroundings and noticed a large log stretched across the two hillsides. As I crouched down to crawl under it, the sensation of being watched intensified. I glanced to my left and saw nothing. Then I looked around the riverbed before turning to my right. There I saw a massive black canine. It was too small to be a bear, yet it looked like an oversized wolf. We locked eyes for what felt like hours, though it was likely only seconds. The feeling of dread grew with each passing moment. I began to slowly retreat, and as I did, the creature bolted into the forest, moving away from the camp. In hindsight, it moved faster than any animal I had ever seen. Back in the day, my aunt and her friends were known for their wild nights out. They'd pile into an old dilapidated van and head out to the remote areas of the Navajo reservation after dark. It was their routine to drink and have a blast under the stars. One night, as usual, they were out there enjoying themselves when the unexpected happened. Amid their laughter and chatter, they suddenly heard what sounded like stones being thrown at their van. The mood shifted instantly. Everyone fell silent and puzzled by the strange noise. The rock throwing ceased, but then something heavy landed on the van's roof without warning. Panic erupted as they realized something was terribly wrong. They scrambled to lock all the doors. My aunt took charge, jumped into the driver's seat, and tried to start the engine. But as fate would have it, the old van refused to cooperate. The thing on the roof continued its relentless pounding as if it were jumping up and down. In the midst of the chaos, my aunt glimpsed a hand with long, claw-like nails reaching over the edge of the roof and scratching the windshield. Just then, the entity on the roof leaped off. My aunt kept struggling with the engine amid the screams and frantic cries from her friends to get the van moving. Then, as if straight out of a nightmare, she saw a skinwalker appear beside the driver's side window. Its eyes locked onto her just inches away. That was when my aunt, overwhelmed with fear, dove into the back of the van and began praying fervently. After what felt like an eternity, the skinwalker finally disappeared. With a deep breath, my aunt climbed back into the driver's seat, managed to get the van started, and sped away from the terrifying encounter. She couldn't describe exactly what they saw that night, but they all agreed it seemed like a dog standing upright. Its arms seemed human, except it was very hairy and had long fingers with long nails. When I was younger, something unsettling happened that I've never quite forgotten. My uncle and I were finishing up gathering firewood for my grandmother as twilight descended. As we drove back on a gravel road at around 30 miles per hour, I felt an eerie sensation that we were being watched. Before I could glance out the window from the passenger seat, my uncle urgently shouted at me, "Don't look outside." I was paralyzed with fear and my heart was pounding fiercely. It felt like it stopped entirely when I heard a series of taps on my window. My uncle accelerated as he was fervently praying in our native language. I was bewildered, thinking the danger had passed until the truck jolted from the rear. My uncle kept repeating that I should look at him and to never look away. Then I heard it again. There were a couple of taps, but this time, these were coming from the window behind me. The anxiety was suffocating and tears welled up in my eyes. After a minute or so, the truck dipped once more. My uncle surveyed the surroundings and sighed in relief. The only sound was the truck and the road. He turned to me and said that we'll ask my father to say a prayer in the morning so that the malevolent presence will forget us. I remember curling up on the seat, focusing on the radio and watching the time tick by. I listened to my uncle as he softly chanted an old prayer until we reached my grandmother's house. Years later, I had a nightmare about that incident. I called my uncle and we reminisced about the event. He told me that he didn't exactly see faces on the truck window. What he saw was only eyes watching me, glowing like brake lights on the road. I tried to lighten the mood with a joke and asked him why didn't he just brake when the thing was in the back. He didn't laugh. He just paused before he replied, "Because it wasn't alone." This was when I used to visit my cousin's place in South Dakota. If you look the place up on Google Maps, you'll see it's a vast open plain. It's not unusual for people to report sightings of spirits there, and I remember having a few unsettling experiences myself. To reach my cousin's house, you'd have to drive 20 minutes from the main road. Her cabin was near a dense forest, making it very secluded, with the nearest neighbor about 10 minutes away by car and 30 minutes on foot. There were no streetlights, and if you needed to use the bathroom, you had to walk to the outhouse. It's about a 3-minute trek from the house. At night, a flashlight was essential because it was pitch black. One night, my cousin, her mom, and I stayed in the cabin that they let us use. We had come to the res to deliver some documents to the tribal office, so my cousin and I decided to make a trip of it. Late at night, as we watched TV, we heard scratching noises at the windows in the back room. We panicked because the door to that room was open and the blinds were up. We ran to close the blinds without looking outside, figuring it might be a spirit. Her mom was asleep, so we made sure to lock the doors and tried to ignore the noises all night. We waited until dawn to use the bathroom, and even then, we went together and kept the radio on from our phones to stay calm. The next morning, I remember her mom making coffee while we talked in the living room when one of the plates suddenly fell. Then, my cousin noticed that the car doors were open even though we remembered locking them. Nothing seemed too alarming until her mom discovered our tires were slashed. Also, the windows appeared to have some kind of claw marks on them. When we told her mom about our experience the night before, she said it was likely a spirit, but assured us that she had placed protective herbs around the doorways before nightfall. That was what kept it from entering the house. She essentially safeguarded the house with a quick protection prayer. It was a frightening experience, and spirits are not to be taken lightly. I've had my share of encounters and have heard many stories from my parents about their experiences. Please, if you visit reservations at night, never go alone or leave your belongings outside. They can be taken and used to cast a curse on you. According to the locals, it could be fatal if you don't see a medicine man. Many years ago, when I was 21, I worked as a camp counselor at a remote summer camp nestled in the woods of Fishkill. The camp consisted of several cabins spread out on a mountain, each one about a half-mile from the next, creating a sense of isolation. One night around 1 a.m., I was sneaking out to meet my camp girlfriend, which was against the rules since we were supposed to stay in our cabins after 10 p.m. I was making my way through the woods to get to her cabin when I heard rustling nearby. Expecting it to be a bear or another animal, I paused to investigate. To my surprise, a 3-foot-tall humanoid figure emerged from the bushes. It was too dark to see any distinct features, but it stood on 2 legs and had 2 arms, resembling a miniature person. Its entire body appeared solid black, without any noticeable clothing or other details. Intrigued, I began to approach the figure, but it bolted back into the woods. The way it moved was astonishingly mechanical, like someone performing the robot dance as its body seemed to shift 90 degrees before it sprinted away. I had never seen anything run that fast on 2 legs. Despite being a fit and fast runner myself, I couldn't hope to match its speed. To this day, I can't explain what I saw. It looked human but was too short to be a person. I also can't imagine a human running that fast. The memory of that night has always puzzled me, and I often think about returning to the camp to try and find that mysterious creature again. During my second term in January, I worked as a lab student in Alert, Nunavut. Look it up, it's the northernmost inhabited place on Earth. It was the height of winter, and the world outside was shrouded in complete darkness. The atmospheric lab where I worked was located about 5 kilometers from the main base, and to reach our instruments, we followed lifelines marked by ropes strung between them. On one particularly blustery Wednesday, which was our designated day for collecting samples, the weather was a bit stormy but manageable. As the student, it was my responsibility to handle the flasking duties outside. I'd load a sleigh with evacuated flasks and trudge about 300 meters away from the lab, open the flasks to capture air samples, and then return to the lab. The samples were then sent south for analysis. To ensure the best possible samples, we always walked into the wind, which meant navigating without the lifelines. On this Wednesday, equipped with my headlamp, I ventured out into the profound darkness. A few hundred meters from the lab, everything suddenly went pitch black. I turned around, only to realize the lab, the station, and even the parking area had vanished into the void. I was alone, with nothing but a headlamp and a sleigh full of empty flasks. Panic set in. Without a radio or phone, which often didn't work in that remote area, and with no visible tracks to follow, I felt completely disoriented. My heart raced as I braced myself for the worst. I feared this might be the end. After what felt like an eternity of 2 minutes, the power flickered back on. I have a workspace in an old, former asylum that was originally built by monks and later transformed into a hospital during World War II. The building carries a heavy, eerie history. It's massive, with long, shadowy hallways and stern 1920s architecture. Brick archways loom overhead, and there are unsettling sculptures of monks that have long since vanished. I usually work late, often until 3 in the morning, and I'm typically the last person to leave. One winter night, after finishing up, I locked my office and headed towards the exit. The building was completely dark, and the wind outside was howling. Suddenly, I heard the sound of running footsteps echoing in the distance. Many footsteps, as if a group was sprinting through the corridors. Then silence. As I descended a flight of stairs, I caught a glimpse of small red lights blinking at the far end of a long, dark hallway. They flickered for just a moment before disappearing. By this point, I was thoroughly unnerved and quickened my pace towards the exit. Just as I turned a corner, the running footsteps returned, louder this time. I turned around, and before I could react, a group of kids suddenly screamed right in my face. My heart nearly stopped. It turned out they were playing a game of laser tag. One of their parents had lent them the keys to the building, and they were running around with their laser guns, the red lights I had seen earlier. They thought the place was empty and were just as shocked to see me, a tall figure in a trench coat, appear out of nowhere in the dark. I worked as an assistant in a morgue where, as a medical student, I had the opportunity to examine the bodies donated to the university. These bodies were kept in a massive walk-in freezer, which was equipped with a motion sensor system. If someone were to become trapped inside, an alarm would sound, alerting others to come and assist. On one occasion, I was working alone while my instructor was occupied with paperwork in a nearby building. I heard a lot of commotion, but I initially thought it might be coming from my instructor's office. Suddenly, the alarm blared, sending a jolt of fear through me. I panicked, thinking that my instructor might be trapped inside the freezer. As I rushed toward the freezer, my instructor unexpectedly appeared and grabbed my arm, saying, "I thought you were the one stuck inside the freezer." We both stood there, staring at the door, while he turned off the alarm and unlocked it. I stayed behind him, nervously holding a broom, ready for anything. When the freezer door finally opened, we found nothing that could have triggered the motion sensor. There was no one inside, at least no one living. I once worked as a security guard at an abandoned hotel that sat right on the riverbank. The building had seen better days, with its rooms once boasting balconies that extended over the water. The hotel had been closed down for a while, and the owners had stripped it of nearly everything valuable. One quiet night, I was sitting in the security office when I heard a faint creaking noise. It sounded like footsteps moving from left to right on the floor above me. The hotel was built with a wooden frame, and the creaking reminded me of an old house settling under someone's weight. It sounded exactly like someone was walking down the hallway directly above where I was sitting. Curiosity and duty got the better of me, so I grabbed my flashlight and headed up to the next floor. The hotel was only 4 stories high but stretched out quite a distance, so the hallways seemed to go on forever. As I stepped into the hallway, I noticed the bare walls, the empty rooms without doors, and a single dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the corridor. I've watched enough horror movies to know that this situation was a red flag, but I kept walking down the hall. It was my job, after all, to make sure no one was trespassing. About a quarter of the way down the hallway, I heard a rustling noise coming from one of the rooms. I instinctively tightened my grip on my MacLeod, preparing for whatever might be inside. Cautiously, I peeked into the room, only to discover that the wind from the river was blowing in through a broken window, causing the tattered remains of a curtain to flutter. A bit shaken, I decided to check the other floors, but I found nothing out of the ordinary. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was in the building with me. Eventually, I made my way back down to the ground floor and wandered into the old ballroom. The space was wide open, with nothing but shadows and echoes to keep me company. As I scanned the room, I suddenly caught movement out of the corner of my eye. My heart raced as I spun around and aimed my flashlight, ready to defend myself. But when the beam of light hit the figure, I realized it was just my own reflection in a shattered mirror on the wall. That was enough for me. I decided to spend the rest of my shift in the safety of my car, parked outside. A couple of weeks later, the hotel burned down. To this day, I still believe there was someone or something in that building with me that night, though I never found any evidence to prove it. I work in a highly secured building due to the valuable equipment we store. To reach my office, you must pass through 4 doors, each requiring a key card to access. The environment is very quiet and sterile. White walls, minimal furniture, gray floors, and an open ceiling exposing the ducts. The sound here tends to echo. One night, while I was working alone, I noticed someone else in the building. He wore a shirt similar to those worn by maintenance staff, but it was quite unusual because it was very late on a Saturday. He was also wearing jeans, whereas maintenance staff typically wear black pants. His presence unsettled me, so I locked my office door and stayed put. I could hear him pacing back and forth and trying the handle of my office door a couple of times. I also heard the beep of him attempting to use a keycard to unlock my door. Turned out that he wasn't actually employed there. He was the adult son of one of the workers, wandering the building in an attempt to steal items. His father's keycard, meant for handymen with restricted access, was ineffective at opening office doors. Handymen require appointments and must be let in, unlike cleaning staff or techs who have broader access. Security reviewed the footage and saw the attempted access and traced it back to his father's keycard. As a result, the son received a fine for trespassing, and his father lost his job. I used to work as a night cleaner at a large movie theater. Our shift officially began at 4 a.m., and we would clean until the doors opened at 11 a.m. To save time and keep our jobs, we'd sometimes arrive just as the last screenings were wrapping up and catch some sleep in one of the empty theaters, making sure we were up and ready by the start of our shift. Our usual routine involved using electric leaf blowers to clear the aisles, sending popcorn and trash flying down to the bottom where we could easily collect it. Then, we would manually clean the seats for any leftover debris or anything particularly gross. This method was efficient but incredibly loud, so it was easy to get lost in the noise and focus on the task at hand. The theaters were fully lit to make cleaning easier, and typically, we were the only ones in the building at that hour. Whenever something odd happened, we would usually just blame it on each other. But there was one rule we all followed without exception: stay out of the projection booth. There was no need to go up there. We didn't clean it, all our supplies were on the main floor, and most importantly, the place had a reputation for being haunted. There's something about theaters and projection booths. No matter what, you always get the eerie feeling that someone's watching you. Imagine this. You're half deaf from the noise of the blowers, cleaning an empty theater, and you glance up at the projection booth, only to see someone standing there and staring at you. It's enough to make your heart skip a beat, especially when you step out into the hallway and find your coworker busy in another theater. Then, you both decide to check the exits at either end of the building, hoping to catch whoever it was, only to find no one. We decided it was best not to mess with it. I used to work the night shift at a large hardware store. There was a period when our store decided to stay open 24 hours for about a week. It wasn't really an issue most of the time. People generally don't shop for home improvement items at 3 in the morning, except for that one couple who came in at 2 a.m. looking for kitchen tiles. And then there was the young woman who wandered in just after midnight, right after my first break, searching for a very specific type of light fixture. She was dressed in denim shorts and a traditional white martial arts uniform with a black belt. She was oddly particular about which fixture she wanted. But the real story involves the insulation aisle. It was close to 3 a.m., and I was with a coworker stocking insulation and tidying up the aisles. A pile of large insulation rolls had toppled over, and as I was sorting through them, a hand suddenly shot out from the mess and grabbed my arm. I freaked out so badly that my coworker panicked too, and even our supervisor, who was on the other side of the store, came running to see what was happening. It turned out that a homeless man had somehow entered the store earlier, probably before the night crew started, and decided to make himself a cozy little nest in the insulation. He was in rough shape, clearly intoxicated, and we had to call the police to help get him out. After that incident, I was definitely more cautious around the insulation, at least for the rest of the time the store stayed open 24 hours. In October of 2016, I encountered what I believed to be an extraterrestrial inside my house. It was a normal Friday evening at first. I was in college and was living with my dad at the time. He had gone to sleep at about 10 p.m., and I stayed up until around midnight. I turned off my TV and went to lay on my bed, where I promptly pulled out my phone and began browsing Reddit. This lasted for about 45 minutes before I finally decided to go to sleep. I realized that my throat felt a little dry, so I got up to get some water from the fridge. My room used to be a second living room off the kitchen, so there's no door on the frame except for a thick curtain. As I approached the curtain, everything was normal. The only thing that seemed a little off was how quiet it was. No crickets or cicadas were chirping outside, which there always were. It was quite unusual since I live in a secluded country ranch house. I could still hear my dad's white noise maker in his bedroom though. I pulled the curtain aside to step out into the kitchen and experienced the single most terrifying thing in my entire life. Behind the curtain was what I believed to be an extraterrestrial. It was facing the hallway to my dad's room, and it was in a crouched position. We had a nightlight plugged in right above the kitchen countertop, so I assume it was trying to avoid that light. Its skin color was a sort of dark and metallic gray. As I pulled the curtain all the way back, the alien turned his head sharply to look at me. I gasped and was immediately overcome by an immense sense of dread and terror. I was quite literally paralyzed by fear. It stared at me for a couple of seconds, and then everything went black. I regained consciousness an hour later and was lying on top of my bed, the covers still made. My heart was pounding, and it felt like it was beating 1,000,000 times a minute. I saw something on my left, which was the darkest part of my room and had a door leading to our carport. Standing over my bed were 3 dark gray figures. They were tall, and their heads were nearly touching the 7-foot ceiling in my room. I turned my head, stared at them, and began to experience the same sense of terror as before. It was the exact same sense of dread and paralysis. I was unable to move, unable to speak, and unable to do anything except look. This time they looked at me for much longer than a couple of seconds. It felt like it lasted a full minute or more. At the end of that minute, the being in the middle leaned in a little bit and moved its hand toward my foot. Tapped its finger on my foot 3 times slowly. Each time it tapped, a strange sensation pulsed through my body. It was just a weird energy that I can't really describe. After the 3rd pulse subsided, the being stood straight again, and then everything went black again. I regained consciousness yet again a minute or 2 later. I was still on top of my bed, covers still made, and I immediately began to cry. I don't mean just a tear or two. I mean that I was literally just bawling my eyes out for the next few minutes. Eventually, all that emotion subsided and I grabbed my phone from my bedside table. It was almost 2 a.m. I didn't end up going to sleep at all that night. I just sort of sat there on my bed trying to explain to myself what just happened. In the year since this has happened, I've yet to come up with an explanation that doesn't involve aliens, demons, ghosts, or some sort of paranormal phenomenon. I thought of sleep paralysis at first, but I never went to sleep before I saw the first one. I was wide awake still when I went to get a drink of water. I wasn't dreaming because I hadn't yet gone to sleep. When the 3 came right after I thought that, it could be sleep paralysis since I woke up on my bed and was unable to move or even scream when they looked at me. But how did I get in bed when the last thing I remember was looking at the first one in my kitchen? I know you hallucinate when experiencing sleep paralysis, but how did I see 3 distinct beings that essentially remained motionless? And what the hell was that sensation whenever it tapped my foot? If it was sleep paralysis, I've never had it before, and I haven't had it since. If it was some sort of spontaneous mental breakdown, I've never had one before and haven't had one since. If it was just some bad nightmare, when did I go from browsing Reddit and getting a drink of water to asleep and having a nightmare? Every time I think about it, I get an uneasy feeling just thinking about the dread I felt that night. It makes me feel squirmy and nervous. That night felt like death, but I don't know if whatever was in my house or whatever I imagined was malevolent. I don't know if they hurt me or did anything to me or my dad. I don't know if I was crazy, sleep deprived, or actually encountered aliens in my house. I've seen and felt some strange things before and after, including lost time. I've also seen what I believe to be UFOs and animals on the ranch we live on being mutilated. The lost time thing was a little freaky. I was texting my brother about Fallout 4 in the middle of the morning. I was in the middle of a response, lying on the bed in my room when time seemed to skip. All of a sudden, I was sitting on the couch in the first living room, opposite the kitchen to my bedroom. 7 whole hours had passed, and I didn't remember any of it. There were 2 texts from my brother about an hour apart. The first of which was him asking if I got his text. Then the second was just a couple of question marks. I was confused and didn't really know what to do. The UFOs thing is self-explanatory. I've seen lights fly over my house in the night. There is an airport about an hour away and I see planes on occasion, but these lights are always either too fast to be a plane, too slow to be a plane, or too quiet to be a low-flying helicopter. The animal mutilation thing is the saddest part for me. I have about 10 barn cats that I feed regularly. They keep away rattlesnakes and bugs and whatnot. Most of them are spayed or neutered and vaccinated, but new ones show up still and get pregnant somehow. Every so often, one of them gets killed by a mountain lion, stray dog, coyote, or by other cats. It's gruesome, but it happens. However, there have been a couple in the past few months that have made no sense and all have been the same way. They would have a single cut down the middle of their bodies, running from their jaw all the way to their genitalia. The cut goes all the way through their sternum and everything. It's always perfectly straight, and none of their internal organs or anything is damaged. It's like someone took a razor or something and slit them. We found them on our driveway and the private road leading to our driveway. There's never any blood, and the cat is just dead on the ground, already in rigor mortis. It makes no sense, and it makes me sad because I've raised most of those cats since they were kittens. This story is unfortunately true. I've changed names and ages slightly for privacy. I grew up in the Sierra Nevadas. It's a beautiful part of the world, with sprawling pines, rugged mountains, and crystalline lakes. I wasn't big on camping, but I spent a good part of my childhood weekends hiking with family and friends. Many summer days were spent tubing on the lake. The summer I turned 16, about 10 years ago, my cousin Celia came back from her first year of college, and her boyfriend, Jay, was visiting to meet her family and friends. Jay, like most tourists, wanted to go on a hike with lake views. Celia and I decided to take him on one of our favorites, a moderate hike through the woods on a gentle incline that peaks at a hollow in the trees overlooking Lake Tahoe. Jay had some hiking experience, albeit in less rugged terrain, and we thought this hike would be a fun challenge with the spectacular views he wanted. It's an in-and-out trail that takes about 2 to 3 hours to the top and 2 to 3 hours back down. There are some smaller trails that branch off, offering steeper inclines or winding paths down towards the lake. The three of us set off on the hike on the first Saturday of Jay's visit. The trail isn't the easiest to find, but it's really popular with locals because of the view and the general lack of tourists. It was mislabeled on the most popular trails website at the time, so it was hard to find if you didn't know where to look. We passed only a couple of other hikers, mostly granola-type couples with camelback water backpacks, hiking with their dogs. We made it to the top in good time and enjoyed our lunches while overlooking the lake. Jay was impressed by the views and spent a lot of time taking pictures. Between selfies and bites of sandwiches, we mostly relaxed and got to know each other. After about an hour of relaxing, we heard a scream in the distance, specifically a mountain lion scream. If you've never heard a mountain lion scream, it's unnerving. It sounds like a loud, terrified woman letting out a blood-curdling shriek. You should look it up on YouTube. It's truly a horrible sound. This was not good. When a mountain lion screams, it's either part of a mating ritual or two males are fighting. Either way, hearing one meant there were multiple mountain lions nearby. The bears in the Sierras are softies, but mountain lions will attack. They've even been known to attack bikers. There's safety in numbers, but even 3 people are at risk if you're dealing with a hungry lion. Jay was really freaked out. There weren't any large predators where he was from, and the thought of an animal willing to eat him was disturbing. Celia and I were wary but not alarmed. Between the natural disasters in the region, earthquakes, wildfires, blizzards, and the sometimes deadly wild animals, we were fairly unshakable. We'd seen plenty of bears and snakes on hikes, and sometimes encountering critters is just part of enjoying nature. It wasn't the first time we had heard mountain lions, and we had both seen them before, mostly from the safety of a cabin or house. There was even a time, as kids, when we laid out expensive stakes in my backyard, hoping to lure a mountain lion to take pictures. It didn't work, and my mother was not happy about the stakes. Anyway, Celia and I told Jay that we needed to pack up and head back down the mountain. We packed up our lunch and set off at a brisk pace. About 40 minutes into the hike back, Jay realized he'd forgotten his phone at the lookout. After a brief back and forth between Jay and Celia, we decided to go back and get it. Celia and Jay would hike back up to retrieve the phone, and I would stay on the trail to warn other hikers about the lions. I was mostly worried about hikers with off-leash dogs and wanted to prevent a wandering lab from getting mauled. It wasn't ideal, but it seemed like the best choice. I found a nice rock to sit on in the shade, just off the trail. I was going through the pictures on my phone and playing Temple Run. There was no cell service, but I figured they'd be back soon. Celia and Jay had been gone for about 50 minutes when I heard the scream again. It was hard to tell, but it seemed closer than before. I started to get nervous. Being in a group is far safer when dealing with mountain lions, and sitting alone in the woods made me feel like perfect bait. About 20 minutes later, I heard the scream again, and this time, it was definitely closer. It sounded like it was coming from up the trail, towards where Celia and Jay would be coming down soon. I really hoped. I knew lions don't scream when hunting. They're quiet then. If one was hunting me, I wouldn't hear it. The screaming meant something else, but that didn't make me feel any better. I became hyper alert, whipping my head around at every noise or movement. I turned on my flashlight, even though it was daytime. I stood in the middle of the trail to keep visibility in all directions. A few minutes later, I heard the scream again, much closer. By now, I had goosebumps, a pit in my stomach, and a growing sense of dread. I looked around, trying to find the best spot to stand in case things got bad. I wedged myself against a tree next to the rock I had been sitting on. I could still see up and down the trail and into the trees. Suddenly, I saw something. Standing still about 20 feet up the trail was a man. He was completely naked, filthy, and skinny. He just stood there, looking at me. I didn't hear him come up. It was like he appeared out of nowhere, especially since I had been watching in that direction for the lion. If you don't know the area, it's easy to get lost. People can panic and get more lost trying to find their way back. It doesn't take long for someone to become disoriented and a bit crazy. The infamous Donner Party incident happened maybe an hour from where I was. My first thought was that this man was a lost hiker. Judging by how dirty he was, he'd been lost for a while. He probably needed help. I'd heard of people with hypothermia stripping off their clothes, and I thought that's what might have happened. It was summer, though, so hypothermia didn't make sense. I started walking towards him, asking if he was okay. Suddenly, I got this overwhelming feeling of wrongness. I can't describe it, but the dread tripled, and the hairs on my neck stood up. I stopped, now about 15 feet away, and had the urge to run. Everything about him seemed wrong. Instead of wanting to help, I was terrified. I asked again if he was okay. He looked at me, then opened his mouth and screamed. It wasn't a normal scream. He screamed like the mountain lion. It was a high-pitched, keening shriek that made my blood run cold. I realized we'd probably been hearing him the whole time. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. I screamed too. I was ready to run down the trail, but I didn't want to turn my back on him. Suddenly, he closed his mouth, turned around, and ran into the woods, quickly disappearing into the trees. The feeling of wrongness stayed with me, and I felt like I might throw up. I considered running down the trail, but decided to wait for Celia and Jay. Thankfully, they arrived about 10 or 15 minutes later. I told them what happened, and we decided to call it in to the rangers once we got service. Celia and I had seen odd things in our lives, but she turned pale when I told her what happened. Apparently, they hadn't heard or seen anything on the way down. I've been deeply unsettled ever since. I'm not the type of person to believe in this kind of stuff, especially because I'm not superstitious at all. But these two encounters made me doubt whatever is going on at this farm. The first encounter happened when my two friends and I were having dinner. Everything was calm. We were eating outside since it's a relatively big space. Then we heard a woman scream. This was extremely odd because the country I live in is very peaceful, with little crime or even animal attacks, especially in the wilderness. I was the first to react. I climbed the wall that separated the house grounds from the animal area. From there, I could see almost all the houses nearby. My friends followed shortly after. We stood in total silence, waiting for another scream. We heard it again. This time, we could make out what she said. "Help!" she yelled, followed by a bunch of gibberish we couldn't understand. One of my friends quickly grabbed the phone to call the police, assuming it could be domestic violence or a robbery. I grabbed my axe, and my other friend joined me at the gate. We didn't leave, though. Something about those screams felt off. Right before the police arrived, we heard a thud and then the sound of glass breaking. I assumed it was a window. As soon as the police showed up, the screams stopped and were never heard again. The police found nothing. Later that night, my friends and I stayed up talking about what happened. One of them was oddly quiet. When I asked what was wrong, he simply said, "I've heard those screams before." Apparently, he had heard that woman scream a few times while walking his dog. The next day, we got up and decided to check the house where the screams came from. But when we arrived, something weird happened. There was no house. It was just forest terrain, filled with big trees and bushes. We went back home and decided to forget about it since we wanted to have a good time. No one would connect this encounter to a skinwalker, and neither did I at first. But when it happened a second time, I started to piece things together. The second encounter happened when my cousins were visiting. Like the previous night, we were having a peaceful dinner. My cousin and I decided to go for a walk in the garden. The garden bordered a large forest, separated only by a small stone wall. We were talking and laughing when I suddenly heard a man's voice. It didn't sound normal. There was something strange about it, like something was stuck in his throat, making his voice sound weird. I grabbed my axe again, and my cousin called his sister. We moved closer to the wall to hear him better. Like the first encounter, we could only understand gibberish. He wouldn't stop talking, not even to catch his breath. After listening for a while, we realized there was nothing we could do, so we left and finished our dinner. My cousins went home, and I found myself alone. It was unsettling. I started overthinking. I remembered how my dog used to spend entire nights barking at that forest, even though the hunters had wiped out all the animals there. I remembered the warnings my parents gave me as a child, to always leave the forest and lock all the doors before sunset. They never told me why, and I never understood the worry. We lived in such a calm, quiet place. Everything ended when the lumberjacks came to cut down the grown trees, making the forest visible. Before that, you couldn't see anything in there even during the day. After the trees were gone and the weather improved, nothing strange happened again, and my dog stopped barking at the wall. It happened somewhere between 1997 and 1999. I was in my late teens and we were living in New Mexico near the Four Corners. My parents were pastors at a local church in a very small town. We lived outside of town in the middle of nowhere with only a few houses scattered around us. Where there were no houses, the land was covered with brush and a lot of desert. Ever since we moved there, the locals told us about skinwalkers. Even people in the church warned us about them. One guy from church swore that when he was a truck driver, he saw a skinwalker in its human form running alongside his truck while he was going about 80 miles per hour. Since I didn't witness it myself, I just took him at his word. I had heard many different tales about the origins of skinwalkers, both from the locals and the Native Americans. There was a Native American who attended our church, still holding onto his Navajo beliefs, who told me what I always assumed to be the most accurate description. He said that when people in his tribe had a child out of incest, the tribe leaders would take the baby out into the desert to be raised by wolves. The wolves would raise the child, who would become a skinwalker with the ability to transform into anything, animals, humans, etc. The story fascinated me because he seemed so sure that this was the truth. He also warned me to never whistle at night, which I thought was strange, but I never did until one night. It was in the fall, around 11 o'clock at night. I was in my bedroom, which was the furthest room from anyone else in the house and near the garage, either watching TV or playing PlayStation. My mother was in her bedroom, and my dad was at the church, studying as he always did until around midnight. My brother had a friend over that night, and they were going to sleep on the back patio, which was a long, rectangular room with screen windows all along it. As I was in my bedroom, minding my own business, my brother and his friend came banging on my door. Annoyed, I opened it, and both my brother, who was 4 years younger than me, and his friend looked frightened. My brother said that as they were goofing off in the patio, they heard someone walking around the backyard and saw what looked like the top of a white, bald head passing by the screen windows. Now, normally I would believe my brother since he never made up stories like this, but his friend was a known liar who once claimed he had been to Mars, even showing us red dirt that looked suspiciously like the red dirt from the area. By this point, I had experienced my share of paranormal events, but I was still skeptical. Still, I grabbed my jacket and flashlight, and the three of us went out to the patio. It was always eerie at night because it was so dark, and the only light came from a nearby lamp post a few yards down the street. Our backyard was small except for the right-hand side, which was a bit bigger and had a trampoline that took up most of the space. We stepped out onto the patio, and I shone my flashlight around the yard, but we didn't see anything. That's when I heard the crunching of leaves coming from the front yard. So, the three of us went through the back gate to the front yard. Our front yard was huge, with about 9 apple trees, and there was even a large, creepy tree in the corner near the street that I always avoided for some reason. We had a close neighbor on the other side of the wooden fence. They were a nice family with a daughter my brother's age, and they had a bunch of chickens that sometimes wandered into our yard. That's what I initially thought was moving around in the front yard. I shone my flashlight around, but I didn't see any chickens. Instead, I saw something white dart behind a tree near the fence, and my curiosity spiked. We walked slowly toward the tree, and I kept my brother and his friend behind me, acting as the protective older sibling. Suddenly, I heard a loud whoosh and felt a gust of wind as something flew past us. My brother screamed in pain. He always had his shirt off, which used to annoy me because I was overweight and self-conscious. But then I noticed 3 long scratches across his chest. Scared and shocked, my brother ran back inside the house, leaving me and his friend. It all happened so fast. I ran toward the street, convinced whatever it was had gone that way, with his friend close behind me. When we reached the end of the property, I heard the sound of bare feet running down the paved road. I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound but saw nothing. So I whistled a tune, and from down the road, the same tune was whistled back. Intrigued, I whistled again, a different tune, and once again, the same tune was echoed back to me. My brother's friends started to panic and begged me to go back inside, but I was too curious. I whistled a third time, and that's when we heard a male voice, very close by, say, "Hey kid, come here." Without a second thought, we both bolted back into the house. We ran to tell my mother what had happened, and she was already alarmed, tending to my brother's scratches. We explained everything, and my mother told us to stay inside. She'd had some frightening paranormal experiences herself, which I'll need to share someday, so she believed us. I've never forgotten that encounter. My brother brushes it off nowadays, acting like it wasn't a big deal, but I know differently. So does my mother. It's one of the many incidents in my life that still bothers me to this day. Back in college, a friend and I were hanging out in our dorm room, just relaxing and chatting. We started talking about creepy stories, and I mentioned I'd heard some unsettling tales about skinwalkers. Suddenly, my friend got really quiet. "I saw one once," he said. "Up close. It's real." Naturally, I asked him to tell me more. He was hesitant at first, but eventually opened up. His story happened the summer before he left for college. He and his high school friends had planned one last big camping trip before everyone went their separate ways. He was from Scottsdale, Arizona, and he mentioned they drove about an hour and a half outside the city to a ranch owned by one of their friends' parents. There were about 8 people in the group, arriving in 3 separate cars. By the time they all showed up, it was getting dark. They set up their tents, built a fire, and started drinking and talking. One guy in their group, let's call him Tim, was acting a little off. My friend asked him if he was okay, and Tim just said, "I don't feel too great, just a bit under the weather." They didn't think much of it and continued making food and enjoying themselves. After a while, someone noticed Tim was gone. He had just disappeared without anyone seeing him leave, even though everyone had been sitting close to the fire. The group started calling his name, thinking he was playing a prank. But after an hour passed and Tim still hadn't shown up, they began to worry. My friend and a few others went out to look for him in the surrounding hills. They walked for about 15 minutes, calling his name, when they finally heard a sound. It wasn't Tim. Instead, they heard the familiar howl of a coyote, quickly followed by a few more. My friend said he started to worry that maybe Tim had been hurt or attacked by something. Everyone was on edge, especially since it didn't make sense for Tim to have left without anyone noticing. Then they heard another howl. It was different this time, longer and strange, almost like a recording of a coyote, but slightly off. My friend's heart raced when the howl ended in a kind of raspy laughter. And this time it sounded close. Uncomfortably close, like it was only 20 feet away. They began frantically looking around, still thinking Tim was somehow messing with them. But they didn't see anyone. Shaken, they returned to the campfire. By now, everyone was really concerned. They started talking about calling the authorities when suddenly, a truck pulled up to the campsite. It was Tim's truck. He got out, looking confused as to why everyone seemed so panicked. He apologized for being late, explaining that he had gotten off work a couple of hours later than expected and drove to the ranch as quickly as possible. That's when the group realized something chilling. Tim hadn't come with anyone. He hadn't been there earlier at all. Almost as if on cue, they heard another long, eerie howl, just like the one from before. At that point, they decided to leave immediately. They ended up staying at a nearby campground for the rest of the night, and nothing unusual happened after that. But my friend says he still thinks about it. He remembers asking Tim if he was feeling all right earlier that evening and how he could tell something was off. Now, he's convinced that whatever it wasn't Tim. It was something else. Something that had taken on his friend's appearance for reasons he can't explain. How it knew what Tim looked and sounded like, he doesn't know. Maybe it had somehow gotten inside their heads. We had moved into our new home, deep in the woods of Tennessee about a year ago. It was meant to be a fresh start, away from the noise and bustle of civilization, where isolation promised peace. But I quickly learned that the woods had a life of their own, a constant background of crickets, tree frogs, and cicadas that filled the nights. At first, the sounds were comforting, a reminder that we were not alone, that nature thrived all around us. One evening, I went outside to retrieve something from the car. My dog, usually eager to follow me anywhere, hesitated at the door. She looked up at me with a strange unease in her eyes, as if to say she wanted no part of whatever was outside. Ignoring her reluctance, I stepped out and closed the door behind me. As soon as I left the house, I noticed the quiet. The symphony of night creatures had stopped abruptly. The absence of noise was suffocating, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I shook off the feeling, convincing myself that the creatures had been spooked by something trivial. I walked toward the car, but as I neared it, I felt it, that undeniable sensation of being watched. I glanced around, trying to shake the paranoia, but saw nothing. Just as I opened the car door, a sudden rattle came from the hedge near the walkway. My first thought was that it was the rabbit I had seen earlier that day, until a heavy thud followed. A large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, rolled from the direction of the hedge and landed a few feet away from me. My heart pounded as I reached for my gun, fully prepared to defend myself. I called out, warning whoever or whatever was lurking in the dark. Silence greeted me. After scanning the area and seeing no sign of movement, I reluctantly holstered the gun. I convinced myself it was a prank, probably some local kids testing the new neighbors. I turned back toward the house, but then I heard it. It was panting deep and raspy, like a large dog, but somehow wrong. Worse, it sounded like it was directly behind me. I spun around, gun drawn again, but saw nothing. The unease grew into a full-blown panic as I hurried back to the porch and slammed the door behind me. I spent the rest of the night wondering what had really happened out there, my nerves frayed. The weeks passed, and I managed to convince myself that it had been nothing more than my imagination. That was until one stormy night when my wife froze mid-conversation. She thought she heard something, a child crying for help. I hadn't heard anything, but her insistence was unsettling. She swore it sounded like our son's voice, and for a moment, she was ready to rush into the woods, even with the storm rolling in and her being 8 months pregnant. I had to practically drag her back inside, reminding her that our son was safely asleep in his bed. Still, her belief shook me. Something wasn't right, but I tried to dismiss it as stress or her own heightened nerves. A few months later, another unsettling incident occurred. My wife was standing at the open front door, staring into the dark woods. When I asked what she was doing, she told me she had heard a baby crying out there. Her certainty sent a chill down my spine. I tried to reason with her, explaining that it wasn't possible. There were no neighbors nearby, no babies to be abandoned in the woods. But she wouldn't respond, just stood there, fixated on the trees. I started to worry for her mental health. After giving birth just a month prior, I figured the isolation and exhaustion were playing tricks on her. But part of me wondered if something more was at play, something I couldn't explain. Our 3-year-old son began to act strangely as well. He'd be outside playing in front of the house, and then, without warning, he'd wander behind the shed. When I found him, he'd be pointing toward the woods, babbling excitedly about something he had seen. It was unsettling. I'd scold him for wandering off, but he'd just keep pointing, though I never saw anything out there. This wasn't the first time, and each instance left me more uneasy. It was as if something was drawing the children toward the trees. Then there were the late-night bangs. They started soon after my wife's unsettling behavior. Loud thuds would hit the walls of the house in the dead of night. I would grab my shotgun and rush outside, but I never found anything. The strangest part was that the walls being struck were 12 feet off the ground. That's too high for any normal person or animal to reach. Each time, the dogs, normally fierce barkers, would cower silently in their pen, too terrified to even whimper. The final straw came when my wife started hearing my voice when I wasn't even near her. She'd be alone in the house and suddenly hear what she swore was me, whispering her name or speaking in a low, indistinct murmur. She described it as so close it felt like I was standing right behind her. These whispers, combined with the other incidents, began to make me question my own grasp on reality. One evening, while sighting in my rifle at the range behind the house, I heard a deep growl. It seemed to come from all around me, enveloping the woods. There was nothing in sight, yet the sound persisted, growing louder. I fired a few rounds into the target, more to scare off whatever it was than anything else. When the growling finally ceased, the woods fell into an unnatural silence, and I left, not telling my wife about the incident, unsure of what was real anymore. The most disturbing experience occurred months later, when my niece came to stay with us. She had been helping with the kids, and one night, after returning from a store run, I saw something that I could not explain. As the headlights swept over the woods, I noticed two eyes reflecting the light, too high for any animal. They glowed with a strange golden-green hue and then vanished. Later, while we were unloading the car, my dog began growling low. Her eyes locked on something across the street. I looked in the same direction and froze. There, between the trees, was something moving. At first, it was on all fours, but then it stood up. It was tall, impossibly tall, and moved with unnatural speed. Worse, it seemed to flicker in and out of view, as though it wasn't fully solid. It was like watching a shadow that refused to stay in focus. My blood ran cold. This thing, whatever it was watching us. The next morning, I measured the height where I had seen it standing. The eyes had been at least 9 feet off the ground, the space between them far too wide for any normal creature. I started researching, desperate for answers. That's when I came across stories of beings known as glimmermen, creatures that could phase in and out of visibility, communicate telepathically, and mimic voices. Everything fell into place. The panting I had heard behind me, the cries my wife swore were our sons, the baby crying outside. This thing, whatever it was, had been watching us, imitating us, trying to lure us into the woods. Now, every night, I make sure the doors are locked tight, praying we never encounter it again. I live in West Virginia in a rather secluded part of the state, so I'm surrounded by trees and wilderness. I have lived here all my life and have heard many stories about Mothman and other cryptids like skinwalkers and wendigos. Being one of the oldest among my siblings, I dismissed these folk tales for years, but I was soon proven wrong. In the following days, I would be terrified, fearing for my life, as I was stalked by something supernatural. When I was 17, I was home alone for a good portion of my summer vacation. As it was getting late, I began turning off all the lights in our farmhouse. While doing this, I happened to look out the window toward the tree line. There, I saw what looked like a pair of glowing eyes. I took off my glasses, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. It seemed like I was imagining things, but little did I know, I wasn't. That thing would soon become the bane of my existence. The next morning, I woke up and went about my usual routine. I checked the barn, the cattle, and the horses. To my surprise, a few cows were missing. I told myself I must have miscounted the day before, but something else caught my attention. Some of the fencing near the cows was broken. I noticed tracks leading in and out of the pen, but they didn't belong to any animal I recognized, and I know my tracks. I figured it was a mix of cow, coyote, and wolf prints. Out of curiosity, I followed the tracks as far as I could, which led me about 50 feet into the woods. As I ventured into the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I looked around, but all I saw were trees. I told myself I was just tired and headed back to the farm. I quickly put up some temporary fencing with chicken wire to hold until my family returned. Later that evening, after a rough argument with my girlfriend, I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I grabbed my phone, plugged in my headphones, and listened to music as I walked deeper into the woods. As night fell, I realized I had wandered too far and couldn't recognize my surroundings. I pulled out my phone and used the flashlight to guide my way back. While making my way back, my flashlight briefly caught something in the trees. It looked similar to what I had seen the night before, but it disappeared before I could get a closer look. Even though I was 17, I was freaked out. I quickened my pace, trying to leave the woods as fast as I could. Suddenly, a loud howling noise pierced through my music. Startled, I paused the music and took out my headphones. The howl came again. It was deep, scratchy, and nothing like a wolf or coyote. It was like someone trying to yell with a sore throat. I froze in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around, shining my flashlight through the trees, but saw nothing. Everything was eerily silent. Then, a twig snapped just 10 feet away. That was when my fight or flight response kicked in, and I chose flight. I ran as fast as I could, despite not being very athletic. Fear gripped me, and my mind raced. After what felt like hours, I finally saw the edge of the forest and the farmhouse, still lit from the lights I hadn't turned off. As I jumped over the fence, I made the mistake of glancing back. To my horror, I saw a pair of glowing eyes. They were higher than any humans, and they were locked on me. I stumbled backward, tripping as I tried to keep eye contact with whatever it was. It didn't come any closer, stopping just at the tree line, but I could smell it. The stench was putrid, like a mix of rotting flesh and sulfur. I knew I wasn't the only one who saw or smelled the creature because the cows were panicking. After calming them down, I returned to the farmhouse, turned off the lights, and grabbed my binoculars. Looking back toward the tree line, I hoped what I had seen wasn't real, but there it was, those glowing eyes staring back at me. My heart leaped into my throat. I stumbled backward, slammed the door, and locked it. I rushed to my room, grabbed the shotgun from my closet, loaded it, and placed it under my bed for peace of mind. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw those eyes. Eventually, I must have dozed off because I woke up to the sound of the roosters and my alarm. I went through my routine, but this time I took my shotgun with me. When I reached the broken part of the fence, I noticed the temporary wire I had put up was torn, and blood stained the ground, probably from one of the cows it had taken. I still didn't know what I had seen, but I knew I would soon face it again. I ventured into the tree line about 10 feet and yelled, "I do not fear you. You cannot hurt me." My voice was firm, but in response, it let out a blood-curdling screech. I turned and ran back to the farm without looking back, a mistake I would regret that night. As night fell, I locked every door and window, then hid in my room with my shotgun. For about 10 minutes, there was silence. Then, I saw it closer this time, maybe 30 or 40 feet from the farmhouse. I knew it had seen me because we locked eyes. I quickly ducked down, and when I looked again, it was even closer and just 10 or 20 feet away. I opened the window and yelled at it, trying to show I wasn't afraid. It didn't move, just stared. I slammed the window shut, locked it, and pulled the curtains closed. Hours passed, or so it seemed, before I heard a loud banging on the front door. It wasn't just the door. There were noises all around me. Screeches, bangs, and inhuman sounds echoed through the house. Suddenly, every window downstairs shattered at once. In that moment, I thought, this is how I die. What happened next still feels like a dream. I heard animal-like noises coming from downstairs, the same blood-curdling howls and screeches. Then there were hoofsteps racing up the stairs. The smell hit me again, that same putrid stench of rotting flesh and eggs left in the sun. I nearly threw up. I covered my mouth, trying to stifle my breathing, but it didn't matter. It had my scent, found the room I was in. It banged against the door, and I ran to hold it shut, dropping my shotgun in the process. Kept banging and scratching, screaming with rage. I pushed with all my strength, but then I saw the dresser. I managed to shove it against the door, buying myself a little time, though I knew it wouldn't be enough. With my mind racing and heart pounding, I considered my options. Jump out of the third-story window or fight. I chose to fight. I waited, and when it finally burst through the door, I aimed my shotgun at its grotesque face. It was a horrific mix of human and deer, with antlers about 3 feet long. I pulled the trigger. I racked the shotgun and fired again, over and over. It howled in pain, and eventually, it retreated, leaving a trail of blood. I chased it down the stairs, through the hole it had made in my door, and into the tree line, firing my pistol at its retreating form. I stopped at the edge of the forest, yelling that I wasn't afraid. It howled one last time, not in anger, but in defeat. As I returned to the farmhouse, the rain began to fall. Strangely, nothing in the house was broken except for the door. When my parents returned the next day, I told them I had caused the hole in the door in a fit of rage. They believed me and I got yelled at, but I knew I had kept them safe from whatever that creature was. That was 2 years ago, back when I still lived on the farm. I've since moved out and am now attending college, but I stay in touch with my family. I always ask if they've seen any unusual tracks or heard any strange noises. To this day, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me to return, seeking revenge for what I did those years ago. I live in southern New Hampshire in a suburban area. Growing up, and even now, I lived in multiple places because of my parents' divorce. I'll start with the place I call Mom's house. Behind my mom's house were woods that we owned. Our property included about an acre of pine-dominated land, but the entire forest stretched over 20 acres. From within those woods, I could always see signs of civilization. Either the rows of suburban houses or a street on the far side that had no houses along it. These woods always felt comforting to me, like a warm presence, almost like a third parent. I loved spending time there. However, on the other side of the street was another forest, this one full of younger oak and birch trees, maybe 10 to 20 years old. One day, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, I was playing in the familiar woods behind my mom's house. Having explored all 20 acres of them, I decided it was time to check out the other forest across the street. The road was lined with woods on both sides, and further down the street was a nursing home. As soon as I entered the unfamiliar forest, my instincts told me to leave. I immediately felt as though I was being watched. Despite this unsettling sensation, my curiosity got the better of me, and I ventured deeper into the trees. I came upon a circular area where the forest seemed thinner, though it wasn't exactly a clearing. Ahead of me was a pile of trash, not anything related to drugs, but old food containers and discarded clothing. At this point, my inner voice was practically screaming at me to leave, so I turned and ran back through the woods as fast as I could until I reached the road. Once I was back in the nice woods, I felt completely fine again. A few years later, maybe 4 or 5 years after that first experience, I decided to revisit the other forest. By then, I had grown a bit bored of the woods behind my mom's house. This time, I brought a knife in a holster, just in case, and kept my hand on it the entire time. Once again, I felt like I was being watched, and that same nagging feeling to leave returned. I never found that thinner area of the forest this time, but I did stumble upon something else. Shoes. Dozens of old, decaying shoes scattered throughout the area. There were shoes of all kinds, nice shoes, small shoes, women's running shoes, baby shoes, all in varying states of decay. In addition to the shoes, I found a camping stove, an old propane canister, and food trash. I also found a camping pot, which I picked up and took home since I needed one for my own camping trips. I still have it. But it was the shoes that truly unsettled me. They were everywhere, and it didn't make sense. I pressed on and eventually came to a steep embankment, about 35 degrees, which I climbed. At the top was a residential area with a thick fence surrounding it, and none of the houses had gates. The trash and shoes were too deep in the forest to have been casually thrown there by homeowners. By then, I was thoroughly spooked, so I decided to leave. I was deeply unsettled, which was unusual for me, given that I'm usually quite stoic. However, the most frightening experience I've had happened at my dad's house, or rather, in his neighborhood. His neighborhood was tightly packed with houses and thin strips of forest, mostly huge pine trees, separated the homes. It was technically in a city, though I would occasionally see deer or even a moose, which is very rare in this area. One evening, just as dusk was falling, I was out walking my dog. It was almost fully dark, and the street lights had come on. I was nearing a turn in my usual walking route, passing by a small pine and oak forest, when I noticed something in the woods. I froze in terror. My gut twisted in the most horrible way, as though I just received the worst news of my life. I saw what looked like a deer standing on its hind legs. It had a fat, white belly and brown fur on its back, and it was staring right at me. At first, I could only see its belly. When I tried to focus on its face, I couldn't make it out. My eyesight is normally good, and I should have been able to see it, but it was as if my central vision had suddenly been switched off, leaving only my peripheral vision. The creature seemed to blend in with the forest. I could clearly see its body, but its head was impossible to make out. Then, it suddenly dropped to the ground, got on all fours, turned, and ran off toward a fence. On the other side of that fence was a dump. The patch of forest it had been standing in was only about 50 by 50 feet, and it must have jumped the 6-foot chain link fence to get in and out. Strangely, my dog, a hound with a keen sense of smell, had noticed nothing. It wasn't until the creature ran away that my dog perked up and looked in its direction. I could hear it running, and that's when I turned around and walked back home, shaken but relieved to be leaving. I grew up in the Huron region of Ontario, which, for those unfamiliar, is about a 3-hour drive directly west of Toronto, situated along the shore of Lake Huron. It's not far from where the infamous tales of the Black Donnellys took place, for those interested in dark history. While I was in high school, there was a teacher who often shared his experiences from a small, forested area called Lob's Bush. At the time, I wasn't too familiar with it, but many locals knew it as a haunted place where people had unexplainable, yet eerily similar, encounters. What made this teacher's stories even more intriguing was his firm belief that he didn't believe in the paranormal. He would tell us what happened, but always concluded with, "I don't believe it, can't explain it, I'm just telling you what happened." A few years later, in the winter of 2017, after having graduated from high school and started my first year of university, I came back to my hometown during winter break to visit family and reconnect with friends. If you've experienced small-town life, you'll know that one of the typical pastimes for teens like us was to stock up on cheap reservation cigarettes, hop into a beat-up car, and drive around smoking, chatting, and listening to terrible music until either the gas tank or our supply of smokes ran out. Most of us were between 16 and 18 years old at the time, so this was the most exciting way we could think to spend our time. On this particular break, I was thrilled to see my friends again after a few months away at university. After a few hours of driving around, catching up, and enjoying the freedom from schoolwork, we decided to stop at a random bush trail so some of us could smoke weed. As we walked down the trail, I started to feel a shift in the atmosphere. I didn't want to ruin the mood, so I kept my thoughts to myself, but I felt a sense of unease, as if something was watching us and didn't want us there. I couldn't shake the feeling and kept glancing over my shoulder, checking to make sure we weren't being followed. The trail was surrounded by new trees that curled overhead, creating the impression that we were walking into the mouth of a giant creature. We only made it a few hundred meters down the trail when we noticed that the calm night was quickly turning into a winter storm. Agreeing that we should head back before the weather worsened, we retraced our steps toward the car. By the time we got there, the wind was howling, and the snow made it difficult to see even a few feet ahead. We piled into the car and started driving toward the nearest town, intending to wait out the storm at a friend's place. However, as the snow continued to fall heavily, we misjudged a turn and slid into a ditch. After some back-and-forth frustrations and half-hearted attempts at getting the car out, we ended up stuck for 5 hours before local police rescued us. During that time in the ditch, I finally mentioned the unsettling feeling I'd had while walking in the woods. Surprisingly, everyone else admitted they'd felt the same but hadn't spoken up. Then our friend, who had been driving and was familiar with the area, casually revealed that we had been walking through Lob's Bush. Fast forward to the following year, during my second semester reading week, I was back home with my friends. We decided to revisit Lob's Bush, as none of us had returned since our misadventure. The weather was warmer, and the night was clear, with the moon illuminating our path. This time, as we walked, I recognized some of the landmarks I'd missed the first time. Without the oppressive snow and wind, the forest felt much less intimidating, and I began to enjoy the walk, chatting and laughing with my friends. After a while, we came to a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a field bathed in moonlight. On one side of the trail, a small stream cut through the grass, creating a peaceful, almost picturesque scene. We found a spot to stop, and as we were settling in, one friend suddenly pulled out a Roman candle and decided it would be fun to set it off. As the fireworks shot into the air, they pointed it in various directions, sending sparks flying across the field and toward the woods. The shots were mostly harmless, but one of them ricocheted into the woods, and within seconds, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the darkness. We all froze, unsure of what we had just heard. The scream lasted an unnervingly long time, rising in pitch and volume. It was unlike any animal I'd ever heard, a deep, primal roar that rattled my chest. As soon as the scream stopped, one of my friends yelled for us to run, and we bolted toward the field. We didn't stop running until the scream started again, this time even louder and angrier. Whatever it was moving toward us and fast. We ran as hard as we could, eventually breaking through the woods and into the open field. The scream cut off abruptly as we reached the edge of the forest. Shaken but relieved to be out of the bush, we made our way back to the car, too unnerved to speak much about what had just happened. Once we got back to the road and saw the car in the distance, we finally began to relax. We piled into the car, started the engine, and were just about to pull away when one of my friends in the front seat screamed for the driver to go. Without hesitation, the driver reversed and sped off. As we drove past the woods, I glanced back, and for a moment, I saw two large, reflective eyes staring back at me from the darkness. They were set far enough into the woods that I couldn't make out the figure behind them, but I could tell that whatever it was far larger than a human. The sight of those eyes shook me to my core. I felt like prey, and whatever was watching us was the predator. It knew we were there, and it had been watching us the whole time. Later that night, once we had calmed down, we talked about the experience. We all heard the same screams, felt the same sense of dread, and two of us had seen the eyes. None of us could explain what had happened, but we all agreed that it was something beyond our understanding. After that night, I spent a long time researching what we might have encountered. I eventually came to believe it was something akin to a skinwalker, a shape-shifting entity from indigenous folklore. I shared the story with a few indigenous elders I knew, and they all agreed that it sounded like a skinwalker. Hearing similar stories from them only confirmed what I had felt in those woods, that there are things out there we can't explain, things that defy logic or reason. That night in Lob's Bush changed the way I think about the world. It opened my mind to possibilities I'd never considered and made me question everything I thought I knew about the supernatural. My family recently bought a beautiful but overgrown piece of land in the Kootenays of British Columbia. It's a wonderful place, but my dad is frustrated by the amount of work needed to make our land comfortable for living. I personally love our little pocket of untouched nature, but I'm getting off topic. I thought it was strange that the previous owners seemed to be in a rush to sell the land, but I attributed that to the uneven ground and abundance of vegetation. My family brought their trailer to the land, and we were staying in it while I set up a small tent nearby since there wasn't enough room for me. Soon after we started staying there, my dad and I were comfortably sitting around our fire pit, stargazing and listening to the sounds of the land when we began to hear the shrieks of something that was certainly inhuman, yet unlike any animal either of us had ever encountered. It was a shrill, guttural growl, extremely drawn out and loud. My first guess was that a bear or cougar had gotten cornered, but listening more closely quickly shattered that assumption. I began to distinguish the growl of a small bear, but that wasn't the source of the strange shriek. It soon sounded like a bear was cornering something, and the threatened creature was trying to make a last-ditch escape while screaming in pain. Now, I know you're probably thinking it must have been a cougar or something similar, but I have heard a cougar in a fight before. This was not a cougar. Its shrieks and howls sounded almost demonic. Soon after the noises stopped, my dad and I decided it would be best to head to bed. While lying in my tent, I started to hear the unmistakable sound of a large creature roaming around our site. After a moment, I heard it settle into place, almost like it was sitting down and getting comfortable. I began to worry that the unidentifiable creature from earlier was stalking me until I worked up the courage to peek out of my tent's window. In the spot where I heard the creature approach, I saw not a horrifying monstrosity, but a beautiful black bear. I would normally be afraid upon seeing this. However, when I made eye contact with the bear, I felt an overwhelming sense of safety. I know this sounds crazy, but it almost felt like the bear was watching over us, protecting us from something. Soon after noticing the bear, I heard the blood-curdling screech of the unidentifiable creature, much closer now. When the bear heard this, it tensed up, rose to its feet, and began to growl menacingly. Only a moment after the bear began to growl, I heard a much larger creature than the bear run off in the opposite direction. I turned my head to see where the noise was coming from and caught a glimpse of an incredibly large deer-like animal. I didn't get a good look at it, but I remember seeing thin, skeletal, long pale arms and legs that ended with hooves. It was also covered in a dark, blood-like substance, implying that it had been injured recently. When I saw this, my breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't force myself to look away. I watched the trees sway and break where it was running. Then it stopped a considerable distance away from our land and let out one more shriek. The few birds that were awake in the area flew away in fear, and I shuddered. I looked back to the bear, and it was once again sitting, gazing at me with its kind, protective eyes. I have never been more grateful to have a bear living nearby, and I no longer fear them. Instead, I respect them. I don't have any family and I'm socially awkward, so every Christmas, I stay at a cabin I own just outside Robert Lee, Texas. I usually spend 2 weeks there every Christmas because I can't stand all the festive nonsense that's everywhere. Last year was no different. It's important to note that I'd never had a coyote problem while staying at the cabin, though I was always faintly aware they were around. My Labrador usually alerts me if they come too close, but it doesn't happen often since they tend to keep their distance. Anyway, I was staying at the cabin and had been there for a few days. I'd been having trouble with work and was looking forward to the time away from everything. On the third night, Turing started barking to go out. Thinking he needed to go to the bathroom, I let him out. After a brief few minutes, he came back whimpering, as if something had scared him. If you know my dog, you'd know he isn't the type to get scared easily. He's the kind of dog that would try to pick a fight with the coyotes, so this was unexpected and surprising. Stupidly, I stepped onto the cabin porch to see if anything was outside. At first, I didn't see anything, until I noticed 2 glowing eyes staring right at me. I just stood there, trying to focus on what it was, when it stepped out of the darkness into the light. It looked like a coyote, but its skin appeared to be rotting. Then the smell hit me, and I nearly threw up. My body seemed to move back on its own. I backed into the cabin, closed the door, and locked it. I shut the blinds on all the windows and turned most of the lights off. I would occasionally glance out the window, and the coyote was still there. It stayed there the entire night. By the time the coyote disappeared during the day, I had almost forgotten about it. The day went by normally. I drove into town to pick up a few supplies and spent the day relaxing with a few beers. Other than occasionally feeling like I was being watched, everything seemed normal. But when night fell, that's when the real incident happened. It must have been around 1 in the morning when I was woken up by a scratching sound at my window. First, I was confused. There weren't any trees close enough to scratch my bedroom window, so I immediately knew something was wrong. I got up to investigate. I opened the curtains and screamed. Standing on the other side was the same coyote, but this time, it had a disturbingly human smile on its face. I ran out of the room and grabbed my hunting rifle from the gun cabinet. After checking it was loaded, I looked out the door window and saw several coyotes, all with the same rotting skin as the one from the night before. Then I heard the glass in the bedroom break. I rushed over, expecting to find the coyote inside, but instead, there was a rock. That didn't make any sense. Since when did coyotes start throwing rocks? And that's when I heard it. Laughter. The coyotes were laughing at me. The rest of the night was more of the same. They'd throw rocks, I'd fire a few shots, and they'd laugh at me. As soon as morning came, they left, almost like they had never been there. I packed up and left as soon as I could. I haven't been back since. I sold the cabin a few months ago, and I'm planning to spend this Christmas with my girlfriend's family. I don't think I'll ever forget that laughter. Several years ago, just before COVID hit, I had a strange encounter with what I believe was a skinwalker. At the time, I had decided to buy an old ranch to fix up and eventually retire to. I'm only 32 now, so I've still got many years before retirement, but I wanted to start early. The house on the land was in terrible shape, having been neglected for decades. It needed to be rebuilt, but that didn't bother me. I wanted to build something more modern and planned for it to be completely off-grid. My first night on the property was spent in an old RV I had rented from my parents. I sat outside as the sun set, sipping on some lukewarm beer while watching the stars. Throughout the day and most of the night, I heard coyotes in the distance, somewhere north of my land. I didn't think much of it. If they got too close, I figured I could just head into the RV until they moved along. I was armed, but I didn't see the need to waste ammunition unless absolutely necessary. Things took a strange turn when I heard a blood-curdling screech coming from the direction of the coyotes. It was a sound that's hard to describe, something that seemed to pierce right through me, almost as if it came straight from the depths of hell. It sent a shiver down my spine, and I decided to head inside and call it a night. Just as I was about to settle in, I heard knocking on the side of the RV. There wasn't supposed to be anyone else out here. My nearest neighbor was 6 kilometers away. The knocking continued, moving to the door, and it sounded like someone was knocking normally, as though asking to come in. Somehow, I knew that opening the door would be a mistake, that if I did, I might disappear. I quietly grabbed my shotgun and made sure it was loaded. When I looked out the window, there was no one there, yet the knocking persisted. Then, I started hearing someone or something whispering my name, telling me to let them in over and over again. I kept peeking out the windows and caught glimpses of something moving just beyond the light. Sometimes it seemed like a person standing on 2 legs. Other times it looked like an animal darting around on 4 legs. I was confused, trying to rationalize it as someone playing a prank with their dog, but it didn't explain the whispering. Then, the knocking came again, louder this time, and when I checked, there was something standing there. It was about 8 feet tall, completely black, with glowing red eyes that exuded pure malice. It stared right at me, repeating the same phrases over and over. "Let me inside. Let me help you." And you seem lost. But in a jumbled, eerie way. I was paralyzed with fear for what felt like an eternity. But finally, I raised my shotgun and fired through the door window. Whatever it was didn't seem bothered. It just kept repeating, "Let me help you." I aimed my shotgun again, but before I could fire a second shot, it turned and walked away. As soon as it was out of sight, I heard the most horrifying, deafening screech that I'll never forget. I spent the rest of the night awake, clutching my shotgun in one hand and a bottle of Jack Daniels in the other. The next morning, I did a perimeter check around the RV. Strangely, there were no tracks from whatever I had seen. I found coyote and human tracks, but nothing that matched what I had encountered. Couldn't have been either of those. Since then, I built the house and haven't had another encounter, something I'm grateful for every day. I had a peculiar experience in Congaree National Park, just outside of Columbia last winter that led me to explore various online communities. The park features a stunning boardwalk winding through the swamps and cypress forests. If you could see an image of it, the story might come alive even more. I used to live in Columbia, South Carolina, and frequently visited the park, so I was quite familiar with the area. Often, I would jump the fence and stroll along the boardwalk at night. It's incredibly peaceful to wander through the swamp, surrounded by the sounds of wildlife. There were never any rangers or guards on duty after hours, so I was always alone. During my last visit in October 2021, I was taking my usual nighttime walk with a flashlight in hand. It's worth mentioning that the sounds of insects and frogs were quite loud, but suddenly everything went silent as I ventured about a mile in. I thought I heard my wife calling me from the trail ahead, but she wasn't there. I was all alone and she was out of town. Then I heard the sound of water sloshing to my right, but my flashlight revealed nothing. I dismissed it as fatigue and continued walking. Shortly after, the wildlife sounds resumed, and everything seemed normal again. However, about 15 minutes later, the eerie silence returned, and I heard the water sloshing on my left side, this time more deliberate, almost as if someone were walking. I was in a dense area of cypress trees, unable to see more than 20 feet in front of me, when I heard my wife's voice again. Once again, she wasn't with me and was out of town, certainly not traversing a swamp at 1 a.m. I caught a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be a human silhouette moving between the trees, but it looked off. It was very thin, pale, and taller than me at 6 feet. That sight pushed me to leave in a hurry. I sprinted almost 2 miles back to my truck and didn't slow down until I heard the familiar sounds of wildlife again. This boardwalk is set deep within a swamp, far from any urban area. I can't imagine anyone wandering through the water at night without a light, let alone a person or creature that size moving bipedally. I've spent my life outdoors and have never encountered an animal like that. To clarify, I wasn't under the influence or sleep deprived. I just appreciate the tranquility of the woods at night. The experience shook me enough that I turned to Reddit, diving into various stories on this and other related communities. I'm convinced I encountered a crawler or a wendigo or some entity that can mimic voices. It's hard to believe a random person would be stumbling through the swamp, miles from civilization, sounding like my wife, but then again, this is South Carolina. Back in 2019, I remember there being a significant uproar about unknown creatures roaming the forest, like Bigfoot and skinwalkers. But this story isn't about them. It's about probably one of the scariest things I've ever heard of, the Wendigo. A few months after my friend Jacob mentioned this uproar, I went to see him since I had been away enlisted in the United States Marines. After being discharged, one of the first things I did was visit him. We were having a good time when he suggested going to a little hangout spot his now ex-girlfriend used to take him to when they wanted to escape for a few hours. I thought it was a good idea, so I grabbed my gun and we headed out to this extremely secluded area, where we started messing around on an old dock that looked like it had been forgotten. It was poorly maintained, and some of the boards were almost completely rotted through. About 30 minutes into our shenanigans, Jacob brought up the topic of the Wendigo. The name sounded a bit scary, even for me. Curious, I asked him about it, and he explained that if someone went into the woods and said, Wendigo 3 times, they would encounter the scariest creature imaginable. I decided to call his bluff and challenged him to prove it, a decision I would later regret. We began walking down a narrow path that led deep into the thick woods near the Alabama state line. After about 20 minutes, we agreed we had reached a good spot. It's worth noting that it had been raining heavily for the past few days, so the ground was completely saturated with water. Jacob dared me to say it, and I stood in silence, the forest around us almost quiet, save for the tall pines swaying in the wind above. Reluctantly, I slowly began to say it, Wendigo, Wendigo, Wendigo. Then nothing happened. I felt a silent relief wash over me. Nothing had occurred. One thing about Jacob and me is that we loved proving each other wrong. In our 10 years of friendship, I think it was one of the first times I had succeeded. As we exchanged playful banter, a noise suddenly emerged in the distance. With the reflexes I had from the Marines, I instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, which quickly escalated into more noises. I began to move closer and soon saw a few coyotes running across the path about 30 feet in front of us. I let out another sigh of relief, but it didn't last long. I could sense that something was off. I didn't know what was wrong, but I felt it was time for Jacob and me to leave. As we turned to exit the woods, suddenly a tall pine tree began to groan and creak as it started to fall. In a moment of pure instinct, I shoved Jacob forward just as the tree crashed down through the branches and landed right between us. Jacob let out a cry of terror as the tree fell, and I jumped over it to reach him. I could feel his heart pounding as I grabbed him by his shirt and pulled him to his feet. He was still terrified, practically in tears as I urged him to move quickly. I spun him around hard, causing him to fall to his knees. I quickly helped him up, and we both began sprinting down the path in the direction we had come from. Neither of us dared to look back. I was sprinting through the woods when a familiar sound reached my ears. It was the voice of Jacob's younger sister, Olivia. He turned and tried to get past me, screaming for her. I stopped him, insisting that it wasn't her. Just then, another pine tree began to buckle. I saw it just in time to tackle Jacob to the ground as we narrowly avoided being crushed. I shouted at him to get out of there, urging him to run. As I yelled, I pulled my gun from my waistband and aimed it down the trail in the direction we had come from. Jacob reached the opening of the trail and turned back, noticing that I was still aiming my gun down the path. He urged me to hurry and get out of there. I turned and began sprinting toward him. When I reached the clearing, a good 50 feet ahead, I turned, and Jacob and I both saw it. It's the creature we had inadvertently summoned. The Wendigo stood about 9 feet tall on its hind legs. There was hardly any meat on its bones. It had spindly legs and even skinnier arms. The skin was a pale white, almost like that of a vampire. But what struck me most were its eyes. It was vibrant blue, almost like lightsaber blue for those who have seen Star Wars. Overwhelmed with fear, I raised my gun and fired at the Wendigo. Jacob, not sticking around to see if I had hit it, turned and ran toward the car. I followed suit as he passed me. That was my first encounter with this so-called Wendigo, and I pray almost every night that I never have to face something that terrifying again. I was about 12 at the time. One day, after getting off the school bus, I walked home. By the time I got there, I was hot and needed to use the bathroom. Our house was small, one of those 1950s-style brick homes you'd find in the rural southeast. It had 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room. It was about 1,000 square feet, so there weren't many places for anyone to hide inside. I walked in through the back door, set my books down, and headed straight for the bathroom. It was a sunny, peaceful day, and I was just sitting there when I heard someone call my name from outside the door. The voice seemed to come from the end of the short hallway that ran down the middle of the house. It called me by my childhood nickname and sounded like my mom, except my mom was at work and I was completely alone in the house. I froze, unsure of what to do. I was convinced there had to be a burglar in the house. I finished as quickly as possible, then made my way to the bathroom door, bracing myself for what I might find. I looked down the hallway to my right and left, but no one was there. Scared, I ran outside and waited until my mom came home. When she pulled into the driveway, I told her what had happened. She checked the house, but no one was there. She told me I was just hearing things and that it was all in my head. Maybe it was. Fast forward to when I was in the 7th or 8th grade. I was home alone again in that same house. My parents were gone for the day, and it was a cold, dreary weekend. I decided to get some homework done. I sat down at the kitchen table with my books and notebook. To my left was the hallway. If you walked down it, the bathroom was on the right, followed by my bedroom. On the left were my parents' bedroom and my brother's room. My brother, being much older, was rarely home. The house was completely silent. The weather outside was bleak, and the limited windows meant the house had that dim, hazy lighting you get on overcast days, adding to the quiet and stillness. I was focused on my homework and enjoying the solitude. Then, from the end of the hallway to my left, I heard a woman say my name again, clear as day, using my childhood nickname. My blood ran cold. Slowly, I looked down the hallway, but there was nothing there. Fear took over, and I quietly closed my books, grabbed my jacket, and ran out the back door without looking back, tears welling up in my eyes. I made my way to the standalone garage out back and sat on my dad's red lawnmower, keeping my eyes on the back door to see if anyone came out of the house. But I knew it was impossible for anyone to be inside, as no one had been home all day. Still, I sat there shivering for what felt like hours until my parents finally got home. I ran to them as soon as they pulled into the driveway and told them what had happened. They checked the house again and found nothing, insisting it was all in my imagination. Today, my mother still lives in that house, and I live with her now to help out since she's elderly. My father passed away several years ago. Mom often tells me how she used to hear my dad calling her name from the living room. She'd go in to ask what he wanted, only to find that he hadn't called for her at all. Even now, she insists it's just her imagination. One day, I wasn't feeling well, so I stayed in bed while everyone else went to work. I had just fallen asleep when my subconscious picked up on a slight scraping sound, like a door sticking. I sat up to listen but didn't hear anything. Only when I laid back down and closed my eyes did the sound return, with scraping against wood. The house was very old, dating back to the mid-1800s, so I figured it might be the downstairs screen door. I got up and stood at the top of the balcony. Looking down, there was nothing. I went back to bed, closed my eyes, and drifted off again. At some point during my sleep, I felt a hand gently caressing my back. I smiled, thinking my husband had come home early. I mumbled something, half turning to thank him, but when I looked, there was no one there. Startled, I jumped out of bed, calling for my husband as I ran downstairs, nearly tripping in my rush. Grabbing the railing to steady myself, I paused, shocked that the house was completely empty. I stood there, listening intently, when suddenly I heard a door upstairs squeak open. Fear gripped me, and I rushed outside, sitting on the porch swing to wait for my husband to get home. 3 hours later, he pulled into the driveway. When he saw me wrapped in a comforter outside, he hurried over, asking if I was okay. I explained the eerie sounds I had heard, the scraping wood and the feeling of someone rubbing my back. He looked at me strangely, told me to stay outside, and quickly went inside to check. Worried about him, I followed. We went upstairs, and he checked every corner, but there was nothing. Relieved, I sighed, and he suggested I had probably just been dreaming. I wasn't so sure, but I agreed and climbed back into bed, letting him cover me up. He said he'd be downstairs and to call if I needed anything. I relaxed, hearing him moving around in the kitchen, and drifted off again. I don't think I'd been asleep for long when the scraping sound returned, louder this time, waking me instantly. Frozen in place, I felt panic rising. Just as I was about to scream, the bedroom light flipped on, and there stood my husband. He motioned for me to stay quiet and come to him quickly. I crawled out of bed and ran to him, and he whispered for me to go downstairs. I refused. He grabbed his gun, and that's when I noticed the small attic door was slightly open. I gasped as he approached it, yanking the door open. Suddenly, a freezing gust of wind rushed out, enveloping us both. The attic door slammed shut, and I screamed. My husband jumped in shock, grabbed my hand, and we both bolted out of the room, racing down the stairs. Exhausted and terrified, we decided to sleep downstairs on the sofa bed for the night. I couldn't fall asleep, too scared to close my eyes. I kept checking the clock. It was 3 a.m., the so-called witching hour. My heart pounded as I waited. Sure enough, I could hear the attic door creaking open and closed, over and over again, by itself. I silently cried in fear, knowing I'd be left alone in the morning when my husband left for work. At 5 a.m., my husband told me he wasn't leaving me alone in the house. He decided to take the day off so we could look for another place to live. I cried with relief and hugged him tightly. Thankfully, we found a new house that same day and hired movers to handle everything from the old place. I refused to step foot in that house again. Once we were settled in our new home, we had family over. Someone asked why we had moved, and we explained that the bedroom in our old house was haunted. They looked shocked and asked what had happened. I recounted the strange sounds, the feeling of someone rubbing my back, and the attic door slamming shut. Everyone was stunned. Then my brother asked if that was all that had happened. My husband came over and wrapped his arm around me. He admitted there was something he hadn't told me at the time. He explained that when he had heard the scraping sounds upstairs, he rushed up, knowing I was alone. When he reached the top of the landing, he saw a man standing next to me. The moment he flipped the light on, the figure vanished. That's when he decided we couldn't stay in that house any longer. Even now, I still have nightmares about that bedroom and the man standing next to me, rubbing my back. The thought of it still chills me to the core. This happened to my son when he was 17 years old. We lived in New Mexico at the time. My son Cody was riding with his friends Drew and Alex. They were in Drew's truck with Drew driving. It was nighttime and they were heading to Drew's house. Drew lived out in the country, so the road they were on was isolated and surrounded by desert. In fact, that whole area is flat and mostly dirt. As they were driving along, they saw a man standing in the middle of the road. Drew slowed down, and they all expected the man to move off to the side. The man didn't move. He just stood there. Drew slowed to a stop. The man was standing just outside the light from the headlights. He was wearing jeans and a long-sleeve shirt. They couldn't make out the features of his face, but they could tell he was facing them. For a few seconds, no one moved. The kids began to talk about going around him, but they weren't sure whether they should pass by him or turn around and find another way. Suddenly, the man dropped to all fours and started running toward the truck. All the kids started screaming as Drew slammed the truck into reverse and floored it. Now, they were going backward on this dark country road, with the man chasing them on all fours, and he was keeping up with the truck. Drew sped up, and finally, the man dropped out of sight. Drew turned the truck around, and they all came back to our house. I was in the living room when they came running in, slammed and locked the door, and raced upstairs to Cody's room. I went up to see what was going on, and that's when they told me the story. I've never seen them so pale and frightened. They were completely shaken. This happened on a Friday night around 8 p.m. These were kids who normally would rather be anywhere except home on a weekend. That weekend, they stayed at our place the entire time. They didn't go out at all and only left because they had school on Monday. It took a month before they wanted to go out again at night. They would go anywhere during the day, but at night, they usually gathered at our house. Even to this day, if I bring up that night, Cody and his friends get really quiet and look scared. It took them a long time to get past it, and they still believe that talking about it might make it come back. As a former paramedic, I once responded with police and fire crews to a report of a person down by the railroad tracks. This was in a wooded area about 500 yards from the nearest access road. A railroad worker conducting a routine safety check had spotted the man. We all arrived, parked, and carried our equipment 500 yards to the scene. The man showed no signs of life. His EKG was flat and his pupils were fixed and dilated. After a thorough examination, we noted no visible signs of trauma. His body was still warm and rigor mortis hadn't set in, indicating he hadn't been deceased for too long. There were no signs of drug use, and the railroad worker confirmed that no trains had passed in the last 8 hours. We searched the area and discovered a makeshift campsite where the man had apparently been living. There were no medications or anything unusual at the site. We were close to an area rumored to be haunted and associated with occult activities. Despite the rumors, none of us had ever witnessed anything out of the ordinary. We waited for the funeral home to arrive and transport the body to the morgue for an autopsy as night fell. That's when strange things began happening. A few of us heard what sounded like distant whispering, though it seemed to come from no specific direction. Some of the guys thought we were playing tricks on them, but soon the whispering stopped. Instead, those who hadn't heard the whispers started hearing what sounded like children's laughter. It was coming from all around us with no clear source. Those who had heard the whispers never heard the laughter. This unsettling phenomenon lasted about 10 to 15 minutes while we stood near the body. The police on the scene urged the dispatcher to accelerate the funeral home's response. We quickly assisted in loading the body and left the area as swiftly as we could. We visited the morgue to discuss the cause of death with the coroner in the following afternoon. The first thing the coroner asked was why we had cleaned the body. My partner and I exchanged puzzled glances and asked him to clarify. He said the scene must have been very bloody, but we informed him there was no blood visible at the scene. The coroner grew pale and said that only added to the mystery as the body had no blood in it whatsoever. There were no apparent marks where the blood could have been drained. He also mentioned experiencing something unusual during the autopsy but declined to elaborate. The true cause of death remains a mystery to this day. One evening, I responded to a call about a suspicious individual at a house near my location. When I arrived, the homeowner described a strange encounter. Someone had knocked on his door, and when he opened it, he saw a woman standing in his driveway holding a grotesque child-sized doll with horns. The doll was covered in what looked like blood and cuts. The bewildered homeowner asked the woman what she wanted. She turned to face him and said that the doll needed food. She then let out a terrifying scream and charged toward him. Naturally, he slammed the door shut and called for help. When I got to the scene, there were clear scratch marks on the door and a significant amount of blood, presumably from the woman's fingers. I called for a search to begin, so a couple of units came to patrol the area while I conducted a foot search. Not long after, we received a report that the woman had returned to the house, but she was in the backyard this time. I hurried back and entered the backyard with a flashlight in hand. The area was dark, but I spotted the woman huddled in a corner beside the eerie doll. I approached and asked if she was all right, but she remained silent. As one of the patrol units arrived, their headlights illuminated her figure. This revealed her disheveled appearance. She had long tangled black hair and tattered clothes. She had no shoes, and she looked like she had been living rough. She was murmuring something to the doll, but her words were indecipherable. My partner and I tried to communicate with her, but she continued whispering and was unresponsive to our attempts. Deciding to remove her from the scene, we reached out to restrain her. The moment we touched her, she erupted into violent resistance. She was punching and kicking us, and she was flailing in all directions. Despite our efforts, she was incredibly strong and difficult to subdue. During the struggle, she managed to break free and assumed a crouched position. Her head tilted unnaturally as she emitted a chilling growl. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream and charged at us. To protect ourselves, my partner delivered a direct punch to her face and knocked her out cold. We quickly handcuffed her and transported her to the hospital, where she tested positive for PCP and various opiates. She faced charges of assaulting an officer, resisting arrest, and trespassing. It was reported that she was institutionalized due to a severe mental health disorder, though the specifics were not disclosed to us. My sister is a police officer, and she shared this story with me that I can't seem to forget. It will stick with me forever. She was responding to a domestic disturbance in a rundown apartment complex on the outskirts of Chicago. Neighbors reported loud screaming and banging on the second floor for over an hour before everything went silent. Being a rough neighborhood, they didn't call until they noticed a terrible smell. So my sister and her partner approached the door, knocked, and got no response except for a faint whimpering. Finding the door unlocked, they entered. The living room was in disarray with furniture overturned. The TV was shattered, and there were several holes punched in the walls. So far, it seemed like a typical domestic situation, but they had to clear the apartment as there were reports of 2 people involved, and so far, they had found no one. They moved to the bedroom and turned the handle. Instead of the door swinging open, my sister ended up pushing against it with her shoulder because something was blocking it. At this point, she had an idea of what to expect, so she gave her partner a knowing look and shoved the door open. A dog scurried out, its white fur stained with red. Behind the door lay the woman involved in the argument. She was slumped against it, half-seated. She was barely recognizable, as a piece of the bed frame had been used to bludgeon her repeatedly. They surveyed the room and found bloody handprints everywhere, originating from the bed and tracing a chaotic path around the room. Smears of blood and handprints covered the window and its locks, which are evidence of her desperate attempts to escape and scream for help. A few broken fingernails lay on the sill and the floor below. The window had been nailed shut, which is a common precaution in such a neighborhood, so it was impossible to open. The handprints circled the room along with several face prints from where her head had been smashed against the walls. All of it was leading to her final resting place beside the door. There were bite marks on her face where the dog, driven by hunger, had started to eat the remains after the brutal attack. The attacker was never caught. Investigation revealed that it was a live-in boyfriend who had been supplying her with drugs. The dog was taken to a shelter and eventually found a loving home. Many years ago, we received a call to assist the sheriff's office with a burglary in progress out in the county. Our radios couldn't communicate with their radios, so their dispatch telephoned ours, who then relayed the details to us. This left us with minimal information and no clear destination, so I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling crawling up my spine as I sped through the dark. It took us about 30 minutes to reach the scene. The house was shrouded in darkness. We soon discovered that the suspect had cut the power supply days earlier and had been living in the house while the family of 4 was away on vacation. As we approached the front door, I heard a man's voice shouting,
"Please leave my house."
I entered with caution and found a young man who appeared mentally unstable. He was covered in dirt with an unkempt beard and wild eyes. He was muttering loudly and rapidly, and he's not making any sense.
"I was sent. I'm supposed to be here. This is the place. This is the promised place. You'll be sorry."
He was not responsive to any of our questions and commands. Thankfully, he did not resist when I put handcuffs on him. It was as if he was staring right through me while I questioned him and searched his backpack. I felt a deep unease despite being much larger than him. I didn't even want to put him in the back of my car, fearing what he might do. His backpack was filled with strange items, including a hunting knife, clothes that didn't fit him, mail with various addresses and names, and a children's math book. He also had a notebook with incoherent writing and drawings of strange creatures. It was all just bizarre. A county deputy eventually arrived and took him away, and I never heard anything more about the incident. I'm a military police officer, so I've had experience in both law enforcement and corrections. In corrections, our main office also served as the police services desk. I remember that the phone would ring often with no one on the other end. My fellow officers told me that these are just normal and there's nothing to worry about. One time, the phone office rang, and instead of a number, it displayed a descriptor that I don't remember exactly. It was something like emergency phone number 12. Being new, I immediately contacted my superiors about it. They told me to drop it and never report such calls again. It's pretty eerie, right? Anyway, a few years have passed after that. I was on patrol and I was dispatched to an abandoned part of the base in response to an emergency phone call. There was no specific location given to me because the dispatcher was new to the base, and they didn't know where emergency phone 12 exactly was. They also had not received the memo not to report such calls. The dispatcher mentioned that the caller sounded frantic and claimed they were being chased. This meant someone had actually been on the other end of the line. After some digging, the dispatcher found old maps and relayed the information to me and my partner. We rushed to the site. When we arrived, there was no phone or radio on site. It's just a broken pole where one had once been. That was an interesting one to report. I've had a few unsettling moments in my career as a cop, but one has always stood out to me. It was a call I had when I worked the graveyard shift at around 2 a.m. in the dead of winter. The air was freezing that night, and we received a call from dispatch about an open call with a woman faintly whispering, "Help me," before the line went silent. My partner and I arrived at the apartment to find the door slightly ajar. We braced ourselves for the worst as we saw a blood smear on it. The inside was pitch black and eerily quiet. We proceeded with caution. Felt like stepping into a horror movie. The first thing that caught our attention was a large arterial spray on the wall, which then smeared down a hallway and disappeared towards the back of the apartment. As we made our way down the hall, blood was smeared along the walls leading to a bedroom. The door handle was covered in blood. We opened the door and saw a motionless figure on the bed. Blood was covering both the bed and the body. The silence in the apartment was unnerving, and it's almost unbelievable that all the blood came from just one person. We checked the body and found a faint pulse. The woman was still alive. Turned out she was blind and had other health issues. She had a shunt in her arm which she had accidentally pulled out, and that caused her to bleed profusely. For those wondering, she survived the incident. Though it happened more than 10 years ago, I still remember the chilling, quiet, and stale atmosphere of the apartment on that bitterly cold night. My friend is a police officer in a major Canadian city. One night, we had plans to go out after his shift. He decided to pick me up in his patrol car since he was nearly done with his shift and just needed to return the car to the depot. On the way, he got a call about someone hearing strange noises coming from their basement, noises that sounded like a person. He figured he'd make this his last stop and asked me to wait in the car while he talked with the homeowner and checked it out. He was gone for about half an hour and returned with a look of astonishment and fear on his face. Apparently, the homeowner had been hearing loud thuds from his basement for a few weeks, but that day they were particularly loud and frightening. Thinking someone might have broken in, the homeowner called the police. My friend went down to the basement with the homeowner. The basement was completely dark, and the lights had to be turned on from the electrical panel. As they reached the panel, my friend said he saw something out of the corner of his eye. At the end of a hallway that led to a cold storage room, he saw a man standing there and facing the door of the cold storage. He shouted at the man to turn around, but the figure didn't move. The homeowner saw him too and was terrified. My friend asked the man to turn around once more before flipping the switch for the lights. The instant the lights came on, the figure vanished. My friend swore he searched every inch of that basement but found no one there. The homeowner was visibly shaken and decided to stay with a friend for the night. My friend called for another officer to keep an eye on the house to see if anyone tried to enter the property again. I'm not sure what happened after that, but my friend is adamant he saw someone in that basement. I've had my share of unsettling experiences, from sensing a mere presence to witnessing full apparitions. Sometimes I'd hear whispers, other times a heavy silence would fill the room. But the figure with the mask was in a realm of its own, a terrifying encounter like no other. It began when I was startled awake by a low, rumbling laugh. By then, I was all too familiar with the suffocating sensation of sleep paralysis and immediately recognized the feeling. I prepared myself for another night of eerie wakefulness when, to my horror, the door creaked open. A figure entered, wearing a mask as crimson as freshly spilled blood. The mask had a fiendish appearance, with tusk-like fangs protruding upwards, its cheeks contorted into grotesque shapes, and a furrowed brow that seemed to deepen with every moment. But what disturbed me the most were the eyes. They were an unnatural shade of violet, serpentine and bulging, as if ready to burst from their sockets. The figure was draped in a rich, deep brown cloak, the hood drawn low, casting a shadow over the rest of his face, making the mask and those terrible eyes the focal point. He dragged a writhing burlap sack behind him and stopped at the foot of my bed, his gaze locked onto mine, and after what felt like an eternity, he reached into the sack. One by one, he pulled out the faces of everyone I had ever loved or cared for. Each time, he positioned them so I was forced to look into their eyes. With a twisted, bony hand, skin stretched so tight it seemed ready to tear, he traced a long, sharp nail across their throats, spilling streams of blood at my feet. I was helpless, watching the life drain from the eyes of everyone I had ever known. In their gazes, I saw a chilling blend of terror and sorrow. When the sack was finally empty, he dropped it carelessly and began to circle my bed. He paused as he loomed over me, leaning down to gently stroke my cheek with his blood-stained nail. Then, with his other hand, he slowly removed his mask. Words fail to capture what lay beneath that mask. A face that constantly shifted, contorted, and transformed into ever more grotesque and horrifying forms, each more terrifying than the last. As I stared into those serpentine eyes, he spoke to me. The words are etched into my memory, but they were so deeply disturbing and personal that I won't repeat them. Yet, the final thing he said still echoes in my mind. Cherish the time you have left, for soon your life will be mine, and your soul as well. And as he spoke those words, his face settled into a final, chilling form. My own. I experienced a number of unsettling sleep disturbances in the late 80s and early 90s. As I remember, they began during my college years when I would occasionally take naps between classes. I figured at the time that they were triggered by light filtering through my eyelids, rousing part of my brain while leaving the rest in a fog. One of my earliest experiences occurred on a Saturday afternoon. I had returned from the campus cafeteria to my dorm room and soon drifted off to sleep. I was alone in the room, and before falling asleep, I could hear people in the hallway. Someone had brought a cat into the dorm, which was quite unusual. I dozed off, but when I thought I had woken up, I found myself completely unable to move. I was convinced the cat, which I hadn't seen or heard directly, but only heard others mention outside my door, was lurking just beyond my vision, ready to pounce. Despite my efforts, I couldn't move a muscle. Then, somehow, I fully awoke and reality snapped back into place. Of course, there was no cat in the room. These episodes continued sporadically over the next several years. The last one I recall was by far the most frightening and happened about 5 or 6 years after the one with the cat. By then, I was living in Texas but had returned to my home state for a visit, staying at a friend's house. One morning, while my friend was in the shower, I thought I had woken up but couldn't move, and I distinctly heard 2 voices. They sounded sinister to me at the time, speaking about me in harsh, threatening tones. I couldn't see them, but I could feel their presence, and it was terrifying. I desperately tried to call out to my friend, but no sound would come out. Then, I snapped awake, and the voices vanished, leaving only the sound of running water from the shower. During one of the most troubling periods of my life, I woke up in my room with an overwhelming sensation of pressure and a deep sense of malevolence. It might sound like a cliché, but the air felt thick, almost suffocating, as if some dark presence was lingering nearby. Although it was the middle of the afternoon and the room was well lit, the feeling was unmistakable. I found myself in that strange state where my mind was fully awake, my eyes were open, but my body was frozen in paralysis. I stared at the entrance to my room, gripped by fear, for what seemed like an eternity. Then it appeared. A figure began to slowly stagger through the doorway. A frail, ancient woman with hollow eyes, long gray hair, and a skeletal frame. Her skin clung loosely to her bones, and she was completely unclothed, with sunken ribs that made her appearance all the more unsettling. As she moved clumsily toward me, I was overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. There was an unmistakable sense of something deeply unsettling about her presence. With every step she took, I felt as though she was trying to draw closer to me in a way that felt disturbingly intimate. It took every ounce of strength and willpower I had to force myself out of this nightmarish state as she drew nearer, almost hovering above me. It was like something out of a horror film, reminiscent of the way the Dementors in Harry Potter were portrayed years later, draining the very life from their victims. I struggled to break free, and with great effort, I managed to let out a yell that began as a faint whimper before finally becoming a desperate roar. As I regained control of my body, the woman vanished. The transition was seamless. Everything else in the room remained unchanged, except for the lingering feeling of dread, which slowly faded away. I was deeply shaken, wondering if I had merely lost the ability to perceive whatever had been there once I was fully awake. In an attempt to shake off the vile sensation that clung to me, I took a cold shower, hoping to cleanse myself of the lingering unease. Since then, I've done a considerable amount of research into out-of-body experiences and have come to believe that during our darkest moments, there are entities that are drawn to us. I was astonished to discover that the phenomenon of the night hag or nightmare is not uncommon. Whether these beings truly exist is a question with many possible answers. My advice to anyone who is tormented by such experiences is not to underestimate the power of ritual and personal resolve. I've experienced sleep paralysis since childhood, and like many families without scientific knowledge of the condition, I was exposed to all sorts of explanations, demonic possession being the most frightening of them all. When I turned 14 and started exploring information on the internet, I discovered that this was a fairly common experience for people with overactive imaginations or those dealing with high levels of anxiety and stress. So, I said goodbye to fear and welcomed a new perspective. As a kid, I often felt a sense of unease, as if someone was watching me. There was the familiar weight pressing down on my chest and, occasionally, the unsettling sight of shadows in the room. Although these episodes were frightening, they were relatively mild. Not too long ago, I was working on a project with a tight deadline. I finally went to bed at 3 a.m., knowing I'd have to wake up by 5 a.m. to continue working. My mind was still racing, though my body was utterly exhausted and tense. I was fully aware that I might have another episode of sleep paralysis since I had become quite adept at recognizing the signs. However, I also knew how to manage it, so I wasn't too concerned. Then it happened. I was in my room but couldn't move. I slowed my breathing and tried to focus on something else. Suddenly, I began hearing voices, whispers and mumblings with startling clarity. Then, I felt the bed shift as if someone had sat down. I could feel fingers slowly tracing from my bare leg up my side, finally stopping at my cheek. It was a slow, deliberate, and firm caress. All the while, the voices grew louder, and I lay there, unable to turn my head and see what was on the bed with me. I woke up in a state of utter terror and looked at the clock. Only 20 minutes had passed. I wasn't alarmed by the voices or the sensation of being touched, but by the fact that I had never experienced auditory hallucinations or the distinct feeling of something solid touching me during an episode of sleep paralysis. I'd had vivid dreams before where I could taste, smell, feel pain, and more, but nothing like this had ever happened during sleep paralysis. I was terrified that I might have been awake and experiencing the onset of something far more serious, like schizophrenia. It shook me to my core. One evening, as I was drifting off to sleep, something strange happened. My arm seemed to slip through the bed. Of course, my physical arm remained on the mattress, but the sensation was unmistakable. Normally, when this occurs, I just lift my arm back up, but this time curiosity got the better of me. How long would this sensation last? I began moving my arm around experimentally, and soon enough, my shoulder started to sink through as well. This was new, and it was thrilling. I wiggled my fingers, then swung my arm about more energetically, feeling emboldened by this peculiar experience. Deciding to push the limits, I deliberately tried to lower my head through the bed. To my surprise, it worked, but what I encountered was nothingness. Not darkness, but an actual absence of anything. It's hard to describe, but it was as if nothing itself existed in that space. I know this probably sounds absurd, yet I sensed there was something out there, further away. With fear nowhere to be found and my curiosity uncontrollable, I decided to reach out for whatever it was. That was a big mistake. My leg began to slip, then my torso followed. My other arm went next, and soon my hips were sliding in two. Just as my left leg was about to go, I suddenly realized that whatever I was reaching for wasn't something I wanted to engage with. Panic set in, a terror as intense as the fury I sometimes feel during sleep paralysis. It was a fear unlike anything I'd ever known. I tried to pull back, but I was powerless. I attempted to kick my leg up to anchor myself, but it felt as though I was being pulled into a void. My other knee slipped, leaving only my foot and part of my left hip keeping me from completely disappearing. I was convinced I was about to be lost, whatever that might mean, but just when I thought it was over, something grasped my shoulder and pulled me back with incredible force, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The hand felt solid, strong, like it belonged there. It yanked me up as if I weighed nothing at all, and I slammed back into my body with a sense of finality. It was as if the universe itself declared, "There's no way I'm letting you fall into that." My first experience of sleep paralysis was in junior high. I am 30 now, and it has continued to sporadically occur throughout my life. Worst experience I've ever had happened after I graduated high school and moved into my grandfather's old house after he passed. I had a couple of roommates who were out, and I decided to take an afternoon nap. I knew as soon as I shut my eyes what was going to happen, but I never could have imagined how intense it would be. The music I had playing in the background began to morph until it was nothing but the sound of unknown voices screaming and crying in pain. I had fallen asleep on my side, facing a pair of doors leading into my walk-in closet. The doors slowly began to creak open and give me a glimpse of complete darkness surrounding a pair of ruby eyes staring gleefully at me. As the doors continued to open inch by inch, the piercing cries intensified, and I was able to pick out the word hell being repeatedly screamed. I managed to jerk myself out of it just before the doors opened halfway, and I wasted no time bolting out of bed to the safety of my front yard. Feeling the sun on my skin and seeing the neighbors' kids playing in the street had never felt so good. This started in the winter of 2012. I was 23 years old at the time and living with my dad. My mom and my brother were living in another house about 10 minutes away from us. One morning, I woke up around 8 a.m. because I had an early doctor's appointment. I went outside to see a note pinned to the windshield wiper of our car. The note said, "I'm going to kill you, pedophile scum." I kind of just laughed it off. I assumed the note was for my dad, who had a habit of complaining to parents in our neighborhood about their children's shitty behavior. For some background, there were these twin boys who liked to try and catch and torture squirrels. He often marched them home by the ears to complain about them to their parents. I thought one of the parents was just being a douchebag, so my dad and I didn't bother with it too much. Later in the day, while talking to my mom on the phone, I mentioned the note to her offhandedly in a very casual way, and I was shocked by her response. She responded by very emphatically warning me several times to make sure all of my windows and doors were locked and to bring a weapon to bed with me at night. I was a bit taken aback because she'd never said anything to me like that before. She'd never even given me the good touch, bad touch talk. She reminded me at least 12 times over the course of the conversation to bring a knife or a baseball bat to bed with me and to lock my bedroom door at night. I thought she was just overreacting, so I waved her off. Then other weird things started happening. We started getting random packages and deliveries sent to our house. There were Bibles and Qurans, newspapers, porn flyers, pizzas, and moving trucks that we hadn't ordered. The first few times it happened, I thought it was a mistake, but as it kept happening, I came to the conclusion that somebody must be pulling a prank on us. We didn't know who it was, so there was nothing we could really do about it but apologize profusely to yet another confused pizza delivery man. In September of that year, I started taking a night school class with my best friend. The course went from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Monday and Wednesday night. After class, his mom would pick us up and drive us home. Sometime in November, his mom dropped me off from school and I went inside and chilled on the couch for a couple of hours. I like to wind down before I go to bed a bit or I can't sleep. I ended up falling asleep on the couch. Something woke me up abruptly at about 4 in the morning. I heard the unmistakable sound of a car tire being slashed, and it sounded like our car. What the hell was going on? We didn't have any enemies. In retrospect, this was probably a stupid thing to do, especially considering that I'm a relatively small female. I'm only 5'5" and I was 23 at the time, but I grabbed a generic kitchen knife and went outside to check it out. When I got outside, I discovered immediately that I was correct. There was a man in our driveway slashing our car tires. Unwisely, I immediately yelled and he turned around to face me. That was when I noticed what he was slashing our tires with. It was an enormous hunting knife, at least 6 inches long. He looked surprised but then defiant, and he began to advance towards me with the knife slightly raised. I just froze. I didn't know what to do. He was coming at me so fast that I couldn't even think. Thankfully, at that exact second, my across-the-street neighbor who had also heard him slashing our tires turned on his porch light and yelled out the window that they were calling the cops. The man yelled back that he didn't care, but he quickly retreated back to his car, where I could see a middle-aged woman with long brown hair waiting for him in the passenger seat. Our eyes locked and I knew instantly that we had met before, but I couldn't quite put my finger on when or where. I just knew in my gut that I had met this woman before. They sped off into the night and we called the cops, who said they couldn't do anything for us because they didn't know who had done it. I mean, isn't that kind of their job? I called my mom to tell her what happened and to ask her if she had any idea who would have done this to us. She immediately said no, but there was something in her voice. I could just tell that she wasn't being honest. A few weeks later, I decided to go to my mom's house to spend a day or two there. I was determined to get some answers. As soon as I walked in the front door, I knew something was wrong. The second she saw me, she just started bawling her eyes out. She took me by the hand and sat me on the couch. She then explained the whole story to me from start to finish. It's necessary for me to give a little bit of background information here. My mother is a businesswoman by trade and was still in sales at the time, but she's also a bit of a hippy-dippy type. She believes in astrology, reincarnation, and other similar stuff. In addition to her regular day job, she was also selling an all-natural brand of makeup that is free of parabens, oils, sulfates, and other common cosmetic additives. A couple of months before this all started, she had ended up being referred a new client named Andrea by her weed dealer. Yes, my mom smokes weed. We live in Canada and everyone smokes here. Andrea was her dealer's girlfriend and she was interested in buying makeup. So my mom invited her over to her apartment to look at some makeup samples. They started chatting a bit about a variety of topics and my mom let it slip her last name. As my mom told me, Andrea had paused for a few seconds and just looked at her. And then she asked if my mom is married to a man named Darren. My mom answered yes, Darren is my father and was her ex-husband. And then shockingly, this Andrea woman had actually burst into tears and threw her arms around my mom in a hug. She began to tell her this horrific story about all the disgusting things that my dad had done to her. Andrea is in her mid-30s now. Apparently when she was 14 years old, she had been dating a man named Andrew. He happened to be living with my dad at the time after my parents' divorce. This would have happened around 1994 and I was about 4 years old at the time. According to Andrea, her boyfriend Andrew and my father had taken turns beating her and sexually abusing her. They would force her to do sex work in order to make money off of her, and she had never recovered from this. At this point, I realized that this was where I'd recognized her from. My dad had been roommates with her boyfriend Andrew, and I used to see all 3 of them when I went over there to visit him every second weekend. She sobbed inconsolably during the whole retelling of this story, telling my mother how after this traumatic experience she had turned to drugs and alcohol to numb the pain of her abuse. She also said that she'd been addicted to crack and alcohol off and on ever since because of what my father had done to her. My mom was shocked and she didn't know what to do. On one hand, she knew my father to be a generous, soft-spoken, and kind person who had never lifted a finger to her or any other person. He rarely raised his voice. But on the other hand, It seemed odd that Andrea would just happen to remember his name all these years later if she had been lying. She didn't know who to believe. After several hours of crying and much consoling on my mother's part, Andrea finally left. That was when the stalking began. A few days after this encounter, my mother came home from work to find Andrea's boyfriend sitting on her couch waiting for her. He immediately told her that he was planning on taking revenge on my dad. He said my dad deserved to die because he was an evil scum. If my mom told anybody at all, especially the cops, he said he would be sure to kill me as well. He then concluded his threat by describing the layout of our living room and exactly what outfit I was wearing that day. From then on, he or Andrea would text or call her several times a day to threaten and taunt my mother. They would tell her that they were going to call the cops on my dad and have him thrown in prison. They said they were going to have him killed and that if she told anybody, they would hire somebody to murder me. Naturally, my mother was absolutely terrified. She was from an upper-middle-class family who had immigrated to Canada from Germany, and she had never dealt with this type of person before. She stopped eating, she couldn't sleep, and she even stopped going to work. She lost 30 pounds and her hair started falling out from stress. She started having panic attacks because she didn't know what to do. Later on, she told me that she understood how I felt now because I have an anxiety disorder that causes me to experience panic attacks. Eventually, after the night I almost got stabbed, she decided that she had to call the cops. She couldn't take the chance that they would hurt me. She had to do something about it, and what she found out was shocking. Andrea was well known to the police. When my mom told them this story, she was so well known that they weren't even surprised to hear her story. In fact, they told her Andrea had done this exact thing to at least a dozen other men. She would meet and blackmail men into giving her money, gadgets, drugs, and other things, threatening to call the cops and report them for rape if they didn't. As it turned out, her boyfriend was a dealer of drugs other than just weed, and he would often use his drug connections to intimidate and extort the men. For some twisted reason, he never questioned Andrea's stories of being abused and enslaved by all of these different men. Maybe he genuinely believed that she was telling the truth. It happened that Andrea remembered my father's name because he was roommates with her ex back then. That made us her next target. After some time, Andrea would get arrested on a possession and drug distribution charge. She'd attempt to make deals with the police by offering them information about criminals and sexual offenders in exchange for less time in prison. She eventually did this so many times that the police stopped believing her. After my mom called the cops, the whole story came undone. Andrea and her boyfriend haven't bothered us since, thankfully. It's been a while since the whole thing happened, and I'm still terrified to leave the curtains open at nighttime in case somebody's watching me. I don't think I'll ever be able to feel fully safe in this house ever again. This happened a long time ago when I was in high school. My mom just recently found the paperwork about it when she cleaned out her office upon retiring from the police department. I remember being upset and scared when it happened, but reading the details as an adult, it sounded even worse than I remembered. I am female and I was 17 working at a flower and gift shop at the time. It's nighttime and a man comes in. He was short, overweight, balding, in his 40s and gave off a creepy vibe. He tells me about how he needs an apology gift for his girlfriend, so I offer a bouquet, obviously. He says she doesn't like flowers because they die. This was the first weird thing as he came into a flower shop. Then he goes into detail about how he hit her and asks me if I think he was right to do so. This was long ago, so I don't remember exactly what I answered, but I think it was something along the lines of not if you want her to continue being your girlfriend. He then tells me what a great job I'm doing and asks when I get off of work. I dodge answering and he leaves. There was nothing for 6 months after that. Then right before Valentine's Day, he walks in the door 1 minute before I closed shop. It was dark and from the outside, it looked like I was working alone as my coworker was in the bathroom. She's a 40-year-old female, by the way. Instinctively, it felt like a predator had just entered the room. You know when something isn't right and everything felt not right. I then notice he has a tarnished revolver tucked into the front of his windbreaker, which is halfway unzipped. It was obvious he wanted it seen. I quickly scribbled a note to my coworker that said he has a gun and handed it to her when she came out of the bathroom. She calmly walked to the phone and looked at me, wordlessly asking if she should call the cops. I shook my head no, as I felt like it would escalate the situation. God forbid he heard the police coming and took us hostage or something. I was just going to try and act as calm and normal as I could, and hopefully not tip the situation into something more dangerous. He spends 15 minutes wandering around what was a fairly small shop. In retrospect, he was probably waiting to see if my coworker would leave, as it was now well past closing. Finally, he places an order for pickup on Valentine's Day, which gives me his name and details for the police report I'm sure as hell about to file. He buys a card and pulls out a wad of $100 bills. He slowly thumbs through them as though looking for the right one with which to pay for his $40 order. I ask him if he wants a bag, as it wouldn't be very inconspicuous if he just showed up at home with the Valentine's card. He replies, "No, I didn't feel like being inconspicuous tonight." That seemed like an obvious reference to the gun hanging out of his coat. He leaves, and we quickly lock the door and watch him sit in his truck outside. We were not about to exit the shop until he was gone. Finally, he pulls out of his parking spot and just moves to another spot further away. He continues to just sit there. I don't know how long we waited, but he finally left. I called my mom crying. She called the police, who came to the shop the next day to take a report. I told my best friend at the time what happened, and she told her mother. Her mother happened to work with the same creepy man and informed security at her job. She said he was very weird and liked to talk about weapons a lot. The security at their company, which is a large business that deals with government tech and security contracts, pulled him into their office and questioned him about it. The man claimed it was a glove in his pocket and not a revolver. The police were definitely pissed that his company made contact with him about it before they did, as he successfully dodged the cops' multiple calls and visits to his apartment. My mom, much to my teen fury at the time, made me quit my job. It was devastating, as I loved it there. In retrospect, it seems to be the right call. The dude came in on Valentine's Day and picked up his order. Thankfully, I never saw him again. I use Tinder pretty frequently, and it's usually a good experience. So I match with this guy named Charlie, and he seems pretty cool. He's really cute and into music, which is appealing since I also sing and play piano. We chat for a bit, and eventually, I agree to meet him at his place. In hindsight, meeting a stranger at their home was probably my first mistake. Since I don't drive, I take an Uber to his place, which is a bit far and ends up being quite pricey. When he buzzes me into the apartment complex, I get this unsettling feeling but brush it off as nerves. I go up to the third floor where he's waiting at the door. Everything seems fine initially. We chill, smoke a couple of bowls, and watch a movie. Then he makes a move and I go along with it. We end up on the bed, getting intimate, when suddenly he wraps his hands around my neck and starts squeezing really hard. Now, I don't mind this kind of thing in the right setting, but alone in a stranger's house without any prior discussion is not one of those settings. I literally can't breathe and feel like I'm turning blue. He's relentless, yelling at me with this wild look in his eyes, asking if I'm scared. And yes, I am absolutely terrified because it feels like he's trying to kill me. I struggle and finally manage to wriggle out of his grasp and start screaming. He's telling me to calm down while I'm frantically trying to get dressed. He grabs my wrist as I try to leave, but I use all my strength to pull away and slam the door behind me. As it closes, he hurls a nasty insult at me. When I get home, I look in the mirror and see bruises all over my neck. I try to cover them up with makeup, but it's clear that I look like someone who has just been through a terrifying ordeal. Later, he texts me something crude and offensive, implying that I can take on two guys at the same time. I can't believe his nerve and block him immediately, reporting him on Tinder. I wish I could have done more because I genuinely believe he could have killed me. I've been debating going to the police, but the bruises are gone now, and it's a case of his word against mine. Still, I'm seriously considering it because the next person might not be as lucky as I was. I'm a psychiatric nurse. Early in my career, I worked at a residential mental health facility. There was a resident I'll call Jameson Clark. He was an elective mute, which simply means that he wouldn't or couldn't talk, but there were no pathological findings as to why. He had spoken earlier in his life and in fact seemed quite normal back then. There's just this notable exception of being close to 7 feet tall, which is definitely above average. He'd been raised in the rural Midwest and joined the military when he was 19. He was stationed somewhere in the West after boot camp, and he just inexplicably vanished one night. It was declared an AWOL for years, and finally, he was declared missing and dead. 10 years later, a 7-foot-tall man walked into a VA hospital emergency room in my part of the Northeast. He approached the desk and said to the receptionist, "My name is Jameson Clark, and I've been dead for 10 years." Those were the last words he ever spoke. He was covered with dust, and he was wearing the same clothes he'd been reported to be wearing the night he vanished. His social security number had not been used, and he had no identification on his person. However, they were able to identify him via fingerprints, I guess. He was well-fed and in good health except for his refusal to speak. The family was notified, but they said they had already grieved their lost man, and that whoever was claiming to be him simply could not be. They said he was a ghost and a stand-in for their dead relative and demanded not to be contacted again. Jameson paced all day, every day, not in a frantic way, but just lumbering up and down the halls and outside. He smiled all the time and would be moving his mouth in a way that indicated talking or muttering, but he was dead silent. He had an unnerving habit of throwing his head back with his mouth wide open as if he were laughing heartily, although not even a breath could be heard. If he's told to go to the dining room for a meal, he'd go and eat. But if nobody told him, he just kept pacing and never indicating hunger. When offered a cigarette, he'd smoke it in an oddly formal way, like almost delicately, if that makes sense. But he never seemed to crave smoking. The man wanted nothing. If I talked to him, he appeared to listen, periodically throwing his head back in that laughter-mimicking way of his. There was nothing to do for this man. Various medications were tried, but they did not affect him either positively or negatively. Occupational therapy did nothing because Jameson would just grin, and unless told to stay put, he'd get up and start pacing again. Eventually, I got a better job somewhere else and I resigned. On my last day there, the last thing I saw was Jameson, who was pacing in the parking lot. He was throwing his head back to laugh without a sound. I wondered if all along I'd been dealing with a ghost. All these years later, I still don't know. I worked as a hospital transporter for a couple of years. The transport home base was in the basement where all the laundry was done and supplies were sorted. After one particular incident, I dreaded working late nights. I was alone in the basement one evening when I heard whistling near the elevator at the end of the hallway. Expecting to see my coworker on duty, I poked my head around the corner, but no one was there. I shrugged it off as I'm not easily spooked. With the night being slow, I had some snacks and relaxed in the break room for a while. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang. When I went into the hallway, I saw a bed rolling down and bumping into the sides. I radioed my coworker thinking he was just playing a prank, but he replied that he was upstairs in the cafeteria. I was still skeptical, so I thought I'd catch him in the act. As I walked past the laundry room, the machines started running. Expecting to find him there, I popped my head in, but it was completely empty. Now I started to get a little nervous. I stepped into the laundry room and the machines stopped abruptly. I froze, then bolted out and headed toward the elevator when I heard the whistling again. I was certain I was the only worker in the basement. While waiting for the elevator, I watched in disbelief as things began falling off the shelves down the hall. The boxes of gloves, tissues, and packages of tubes were all falling one by one at the opposite end. My entire body broke out in goosebumps, my hair stood on end, and I had a strong gut feeling I was being watched. As I stepped into the elevator, I felt what seemed like someone brushing my arm. I rushed upstairs and found my coworker in the cafeteria, where I freaked out to him about what had happened. I left that place and transferred soon after. The eeriest part of it all is that I usually whistle mindlessly to myself at work. It's almost as if whatever that was mimicking me. It was the creepiest feeling ever. During my training years as a psychiatrist, I spent 6 months working in a ward dedicated to treating patients with depressive and anxiety disorders. The ward was housed in an old building that had been serving psychiatric patients since the mid-1920s. Our floor had 13 beds, a nurse's station, a living room, and a few conference rooms. A few weeks into my stint, I was interviewing a patient who mentioned that she heard a baby crying at night which disturbed her sleep. Given that our hospital was isolated from residential areas and had strict visiting hours, there were no babies around. After the interview, a nurse pulled me aside and seriously mentioned that the baby crying wasn't a psychotic symptom. She didn't elaborate and I didn't press further. It didn't affect the patient's diagnosis or treatment, so I soon forgot about it. About 3 months into my time there, I was sitting at the nurse's station while 3 nurses behind me chatted. One remarked that she's very active today, and another replied that they hadn't really noticed. I'd asked whom they were talking about. They exchanged glances and one hesitantly told me, "Well, there's a baby here. She cries sometimes." I was skeptical, but before I could respond, I heard it. There's a distant yet clear baby's cry, as if it were coming from behind 2 or 3 walls. I was perplexed as I looked at the nurses who gave me a knowing look. I questioned them further, but they had no more information. They just confirmed that this faint baby cry had always been there. I heard it 2 or 3 times a week over the next few months. I mentioned it to a new doctor who laughed it off, but a few weeks later, she came to me. She was looking pale and admitted she heard it during her coffee break. All the nurses seemed aware of it, but in psychiatry, hearing such things isn't something to boast about. When I was transferred, I never heard the crying again. I think about it sometimes, but I still don't know what to make of it. I'm part of an on-call crisis response team, so I often find myself at the hospital during odd hours. This particular time, it was around 4 in the morning. I was sitting in my car in the parking lot, trying to gather my thoughts and jot down notes for my report when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. I distinctly saw the blue of a hospital gown, but when I turned to look, no one was there. I chalked it up to being tired and went back to my notes. After a few minutes, I caught another glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. This time, I saw someone when I looked up. Standing on the curb in front of the hospital was a man in his mid to late 50s. He was wearing a hospital gown and holding onto something metal that looked like a crutch. He wasn't leaning on it. His expression was one of wide-eyed shock, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he was trying to speak but couldn't find the words. I started looking around for hospital staff because this man didn't seem like he should be outside alone. His skin was an unsettling pale color and he was barefoot. The shadows obscured his feet, but his hands and fingers looked bruised. As I was scanning the area for help, our eyes met. I felt a chill run through me, but I got out of my car to help guide him back inside. When I looked up again, he was gone. I searched the parking lot thoroughly, but he was nowhere to be found. There's no way he could have disappeared so quickly in the mere seconds it took me to open my car door. I don't know how to describe it without sounding dramatic, but my skin crawled when he looked at me. He had the look of someone who was slowly realizing he had just passed away and didn't know what to do next. I still think about it sometimes. During med school, we had an anatomy exam scheduled for November 1st. On Halloween night, my roommate and I decided to use the fact that everyone else was out celebrating to get some quiet study time. The basement of the med school, where we were studying surrounded by cadavers, was already pretty unsettling. About an hour into our study session, as we were deeply immersed in our anatomy review, we suddenly heard a faucet turn on from the far end of the lab. These faucets are motion activated, and we were on the complete opposite side of the room. We exchanged uneasy glances but tried to brush it off and continued studying. Soon after, the faucet on the other side of the room turned on again. This happened a few more times over the next hour, each time from a different location in the lab. Feeling increasingly unnerved, we decided it was time to leave. As we gathered our belongings, we noticed a side room where instructors usually prepare their lectures and exams. Curious, we decided to peek inside. To our shock, we saw someone we didn't recognize, hunched over a cadaver with their back to the door. Despite our noisy entrance, this person remained focused on their work. We were both spooked, especially since we hadn't heard anyone come in. Without another word, we quietly backed out and hurriedly left the lab. There's probably some medical explanation for this, but it's still the strangest thing I've witnessed as a nurse so far. We had a very strong-willed but confused elderly lady on our floor. Her room was right in front of the nurse's station, so we could keep a close watch on her. And she also had one of our nurse aides as a sitter. She was always struggling, kicking, and trying to get out of bed. She's very restless and agitated, like some patients I've had before who were near the end. One day, we were called into her room as her heart rate started to drop. She lay there very still with her eyes open. The heart rate plummeted down to 30, then 20, and then it flatlined. We checked for a pulse and found none. She had a do not resuscitate order, so we did not attempt to bring her back. We closed her eyes and called her family as we prepared to get the body bag. The sitter stayed in the room to begin preparing the body. Less than 10 minutes later, she called us back in. The elderly lady was at it again, hitting, kicking, and trying to get out of bed. She came back to life on her own. Honestly, we found the situation amusing, and I've never seen any patient come back on their own like that. Even more surprising is she eventually made it out of the hospital too. I was a fresh intern in a sprawling university hospital. Like many hospitals in the UK, part of it is cutting edge while another part hasn't seen a coat of paint since the 1970s. Much of the older section has been in use for years, but late at night, interns would navigate these closed wards and corridors as shortcuts when under pressure. My cardiac arrest alarm went off around 3 a.m. In case you're wondering, this alarm is called a code in America. I was on the ground floor of the old section, and the call was at the far end of the top floor of the same area. I dashed up 5 flights of stairs to reach the correct floor, but ended up on the wrong side. I had to pass through a vast abandoned ward that was completely pitch black to get to the ward I needed. As I sprinted down a long dark corridor, huffing and puffing, I nearly collided with an elderly woman. She grabbed my arm, and I'll never forget how ice cold her grip was. She asked me where is the way out in a calm voice. I pointed back toward where I had just come from and told her to take the elevators. I continued my sprint. I was the first doctor to arrive at the bedside, where a nurse was performing CPR. Another was preparing adrenaline. I went to the head of the bed to manage the airway. When I looked down, I kid you not, it was the same elderly woman I had met in the corridor. Me and my older sibling were staying at home. We lived in a small town in Ohio, with fewer people than the number in my mom's graduating class from the city we came from. My sibling was grounded, and both the house phone and their personal phone were locked in my dad's gun safe, which neither of us knew the combination to. The reason for being grounded was something silly and arbitrary. I can't quite remember why. Our grandparents lived down the street, and my great-grandmother had a small house built on their property so she could be independent but still close by. My parents told us they were going to check on my great-grandmother since my grandparents were out of town, and they'd be back soon so we could order pizza. That sounded good to 7-year-old me and my 15-year-old sibling. We played video games for a while, starting to get hungry and wonder when our parents would be back. After about 2 hours, there was a knock on the door. I went downstairs, pretty excited, thinking it was the food, and my sibling followed a little behind after saving the game. I walked up to the door, which had a large window in it, and it wasn't my parents'. Instead, there was a very tall, lean white guy with short black hair and scruffy facial hair. He looked about 25 years old. It was jarring because everyone knew everyone in this small town, and I had no idea who this guy was. I held up my finger, signaling 1 second, and closed the curtain. I turned to see my siblings staring at the door in disbelief because they had seen him too. Within seconds, the knocking turned to pounding, and then the doorknob started shaking and rattling. Terrified, and with no way to call our parents, my sibling grabbed my hand and ran me into the kitchen. They grabbed a knife, but I distinctly remember it breaking in their hand, so they quickly grabbed a different one. We hid in the laundry room, holding each other tightly. We could still hear the banging and pounding, and after what felt like hours, though it was probably just 5 minutes, the front door opened. One thing about my sibling is that they have always been ready to protect me at a moment's notice. They were prepared to jump up with their crappy kitchen knife and defend me the moment that guy got too close. Instead, my mom rounded the corner, holding 2 pizza boxes and looking completely confused as to why her 2 kids were crumpled in a heap of tears on the floor. We both jumped up and told her about the man outside, but she just laughed. My dad was outside talking to him. Apparently, the guy was asking about buying the broken-down car that had been sitting in our driveway for a few months. He was a mechanic. My mom felt terrible but found the situation a bit amusing. She went out to talk to the man, and he said he felt bad for scaring us. We were given hugs and promised that the phones wouldn't be locked away the next time they left us alone. We spent the rest of the night eating pizza with choked sobs. But something still bothers me, even though it didn't at the time. Something I never really thought about before. Why would a grown man pound on the door like that, shaking the handle, trying so hard to get into a house where either the parents weren't home, or the youngest kid had clearly signaled to go get them? Why would someone want to talk about a car that didn't have a "for sale" sign on it? And so late at night, around 9 or 10 p.m. My parents brushed it off so lightly, but something in my gut tells me that's not how adults act. I don't think I really want to know what would have happened if my parents hadn't come home when they did. I honestly feel like something has followed me my whole life. The first time I was truly terrified was when I was a teenager. I couldn't sleep without the lights on and some noise, either music or the TV, because I would often see a face hovering in the space above my door. One night, I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. I turned the lights off, but of course, I saw the face again. I had to go to the bathroom and was trying to work up the courage to get out of bed. I wrapped a quilt over my head, thinking it would somehow protect me. My apartment was tiny, and the bathroom was only about 5 steps from my bedroom, so it should have been an easy trip. I rushed out of my room, but as I tried to leave, something grabbed onto my blanket. I was terrified, pulling and struggling, until I finally felt whatever it was let go. I ran into the bathroom, collapsed on the floor, and just cried for what felt like an hour. When I finally pulled myself together and returned to my room, I turned the light on and looked around. There was nothing in the path I had just run that could have caused what I felt. A chill ran down my spine. Years later, I was living in a different city with some roommates, and I had just taken in my grandpa's dog. I had this rule for myself. If I got scared but the dog didn't react, then I could dismiss it as nothing. One night, I thought I had a nightmare about something standing in my doorway. We all slept with our doors closed, and my roommate with the cat always kept it in her room at night. As I slowly woke up from the nightmare, I tried to calm myself down, but I realized I couldn't move. I was staring at my closed door, but something about it seemed darker than usual. Just then, my dog started growling, a deep, threatening sound that broke me out of my paralysis. I sat up and grabbed her, but she kept growling for a few minutes. I finally got up, turned the lights on, and tried to settle down. The next day, I told my roommate about what had happened, and she got really quiet. She told me that she had experienced strange things with spirits her whole life and felt she had a spiritual connection to help get rid of them. She also admitted she had been feeling a bad presence for a few days, and that it had all seemed to come to a head the previous night. That left me trembling. She came into my room later that day and did a powerful prayer, commanding whatever it was to leave. After that, I never had any more issues in that house. My dog never acted like that again either. Even though I experienced other strange things after I left that place, I genuinely believe she did something that stopped it from coming back to her space. To this day, I have trouble sleeping when I'm alone, and I still rely on my animals to let me know if there's really something to be afraid of. I once had something very strange happen to me, and it still scares me. My husband and I had just woken up, the sun was up, and he had gone downstairs for a moment while I sat on the bed, scrolling through my phone. Suddenly, I started feeling strange. I couldn't quite place the feeling, but it kept intensifying, so I thought maybe I was about to pass out. I decided to lie down and put my phone beside me. That's when I heard a weird zapping noise, and my head still felt off. We had an electric blanket, so I sat up, grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, and uncovered myself, thinking maybe there was an exposed wire that could be shocking me. But everything looked fine. The blanket and the wire were in perfect condition. Still, I pushed it off the bed just to be safe, lay back down, and put my phone down again, though the strange feeling lingered. Out of nowhere, someone with really long hair appeared, leaning over me, just to the left of my head. My husband has long hair, so for a split second, I thought he had come back upstairs without me noticing. But this was not my husband. I was so terrified. I brought my hands up to the sides of my face and tried to scream, but I couldn't move, and no sound came out. I struggled so hard to move because I desperately wanted to get away from whatever that thing was. The scariest part was when I raised my hands, I balled my fists, and, in my right hand, I grabbed a chunk of this person's or being's hair. I could feel the hair tangled between my fingers. I couldn't speak or move, but then I heard my husband coming up the stairs. As he got closer, everything started to fade away, and the figure vanished. As soon as I was able, I told my husband to turn on the light the moment he came through the doorway, and I sat up. I was terrified. I knew I had been awake, so I was confused and shaken. My husband knew I was awake too, which confirmed what I felt. I had been sitting up on my phone. I was not asleep. A few years later, I was diagnosed with epilepsy. I've never had another experience like that, not before or since. I'm not sure if it was a seizure that I didn't recognize, but none of my seizures ever made me see or feel something that wasn't there. It still doesn't make sense to me, and to this day, it terrifies me. I was 14. It was an average night, around 9 p.m. My little cousin and I were at his house since I was babysitting for the night. My mom and aunt were out shopping while my dad and uncle were at the movie theater. We were sitting there, just watching TV, but I started to feel strange, like something was off. I couldn't quite figure out what it was, so I just kept watching TV with my cousin, hoping the feeling would pass. The uneasiness stayed with me, though, so I got up and decided to lock the back door. When I walked back through the kitchen, I finally saw what had been causing that feeling. In the window, there was a decrepit-looking man, appearing homeless. He was just standing there, staring into the window, looking directly at my cousin. At that moment, my instincts kicked in. I acted like I hadn't noticed him and calmly told my cousin that we should head upstairs because our parents would be home soon, and they wouldn't want him staying up too late. We went upstairs, and I put him to bed, fully aware that there was a man outside who wanted to get in. I was about 125 pounds and tall for my age, and I played football for my school, so I wasn't exactly helpless. I went back downstairs, straight into the kitchen, and grabbed a meat tenderizing hammer. When I looked back at the window where I had seen the man, he was gone. I rushed to the front door and checked that it was locked, both the deadbolt and the knob. Then, I sprinted back upstairs with the meat tenderizer in hand and went into my cousin's room. I sat down in front of the door. My cousin asked me what I was doing, and I told him not to worry about it and to keep his head down. I called the police, then my dad and uncle. The cops said they'd take about half an hour to arrive, and my dad and uncle were about 45 minutes away. Suddenly, I heard a window shatter downstairs, and the heavy sound of boots walking on the main floor. I told my cousin to stay calm, hide under the covers, and keep completely silent. I could hear the man moving around downstairs. It was terrifying. I gripped the meat tenderizer tightly and waited. About 5 minutes later, I heard the boots moving up the stairs. My heart was racing. My cousin's door was only about 10 feet from the stairs. The man started opening doors, first my aunt and uncle's room, then the bathroom. After what felt like forever, I heard him walk back downstairs, and then he opened the door to the basement. 15 minutes later, the police arrived and burst into the house. It turned out the man had escaped from a mental hospital in the neighboring province. I was staying at an Airbnb for work for about 7 months. The very first night there, the upstairs bedroom door would unlatch, open, and I could hear what sounded like someone walking down the stairs. But when I looked, nobody was there. After the second time, I decided to check the entire house. I looked under the beds, in the closets, and absolutely everywhere. Still, I found nothing. I was petrified and almost left, but I figured that if whatever it was wanted to hurt me, it already could have. So, I apologized for intruding and asked if we could find a way to get along. After that, everything stopped for the night. For the next month or so, whenever I came home, I'd say, "Hello, I'm home." And for the most part, nothing much happened. Occasionally, I'd see large shadows out of the corner of my eye, and things would be moved around, but otherwise everything felt manageable. Things were going back to normal, and over time, I fell out of the habit of acknowledging whatever was there when I came home. I also stopped keeping the house as clean as I did in the beginning. At first, the ghost seemed cool when I was being respectful, but once I started acting like I was the only person living there, it seemed to irritate him. Apparently, I wasn't the best roommate, and he let me know. One night, I was jolted awake by loud crashing, banging, and slamming noises coming from the kitchen. I hadn't cleaned up after making dinner, and it must have upset him. When I went to the kitchen, nothing was out of place. Everything looked undisturbed, but as soon as I laid back down, the noise started again. This time, as I lay there, my entire body began to burn. It felt exactly like being under one of those red heat lamps used to keep baby chicks warm before they grow feathers. My body heated up to the point where it was unbearable, and the burning sensation was awful. I finally yelled out, asking it to stop, and in an instant, everything did. The noise, the burning, everything just stopped. After that, I made sure to say hello whenever I got home, and I cleaned up every night. There were almost no other interactions after that, but I always knew he was still there. I had gone through a pretty rough divorce a few months ago. For the 2 years my ex and I were married, most of our nights ended up turning into shouting matches and insults. We were always so loud that we got several noise complaints, and eventually we were given an ultimatum: get it together or we'd be thrown out of the building. Eventually, we ended things and she got most of everything. The house belonged to her family, along with nearly everything inside it. All she let me take were my clothes, some photos, and my dog, Riley. I was short on money at the time, but luckily, a friend let me stay at his place for as long as I needed. While I was there, I searched for a better-paying job to help me get my life back on track. My search led me to an opening for a campus security guard at the local community college. When I arrived at the interview, I learned that it was a night shift job. I wasn't too sure about taking it at first, but my bills and growing debts weren't going to pay themselves. Needless to say, I started the next night. The campus was a decent size, both in area and the number of students. It included 14 educational and auxiliary buildings. The security office was by the south entrance, located on the second floor of the parking garage. 2 senior security guards, James and Darnell, walked me through my responsibilities. Every night, I had to do 2 full sweeps of the campus, checking all the buildings and monitoring the security cameras. My shift ran from 9:30 p.m. to 6 a.m., after which I'd take the bus home. The job itself wasn't bad. I even formed a bit of a friendship with James and Darnell since our shifts overlapped for a short time. By midnight, they'd both leave, and I'd be alone on campus. It was surreal how a place that was usually bustling with students could suddenly be so silent and empty. There were typically a few cars left in the lot from evening classes, and sometimes an instructor or staff member would work late, but those instances were rare. Most nights, I hardly interacted with anyone besides my coworkers. When things were quiet, I'd sometimes read a book or listen to spooky stories on my phone during breaks. Admittedly, those stories would sometimes make me feel uneasy about being alone on campus at night, but I got used to it. It helped pass the time until my next round of checks. I never found anything unusual, aside from the occasional item left behind by a student, which I'd return to the lost and found. My main job was to ensure no one was hanging around after hours. After each circuit, I'd return to the office to review the security footage in case I missed something. There were a few screens showing the areas with the most daytime activity. One for each parking lot, one for each building floor, and one for the administrative office. The pay was decent, and after a while, I was able to move out of my friend's house and into a small apartment. I even started saving up for a used car. Felt like my luck was finally turning around. Then, I had the scariest experience of my life. It was around midnight, and like usual, I was left alone. The campus was completely deserted. It was summer, so the night was warm, and I was starting to sweat a bit in my security uniform during my first round of checks. After completing the circuit and finding nothing of note, I returned to the office and checked the camera feed. At first, there was nothing on any of the screens, but then I saw something strange on the one showing the south lot near the office. A large shadow was moving across one of the lamp posts, back and forth. It didn't seem like it could have been from a bird or animal. It was too big. I figured someone might be parked just out of the camera's view. So I went out to check, but there was nothing. If someone had been there, they would have left some trace. Footprints, a car driving off, but I found nothing. I even scoped out the rest of the lot, but still nothing. I sighed, irritated at the thought of someone messing with me. The rest of the night was uneventful. Sleeping during the day had become a routine, but my cheap couch was far from comfortable. On top of that, my apartment's AC had stopped working, so I wasn't getting much rest. The heat made it harder to sleep, and when I showed up for my next shift, I had maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Coffee only helped for so long. By the time it got really late, the cool office and quiet campus made me drowsy. Sleeping on the job wasn't allowed, but I would sometimes take brief naps to recharge. I set my head on the desk and immediately fell asleep. I was jolted awake sometime later. Something felt wrong, like an alarm going off in my head. Rubbing my eyes, I checked the monitors. My eyes narrowed when I saw something on the camera feed for the south lot. There, standing under one of the lamps, was a person. They weren't doing anything, just standing still. I couldn't make out any details, but they had long black hair and seemed abnormally tall, almost reaching the light. The camera was still recording, so whoever it was, they were still out there. A cold, creeping dread came over me. My body reacted instinctively, as if sensing danger. But I knew I had a job to do, so I went outside to investigate. I reached the lot in under a minute and saw the person standing exactly where they had been on the camera. They had their back to me, head bowed forward. As I got closer, I realized this figure was unnaturally tall and thin, and they were wearing a dirty white dress. I called out, asking if they needed help, but there was no response. They didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. I reached out to touch them, but the moment my hand made contact, I recoiled. Their skin was burning hot, like touching a stove. I stepped back, shaking my hand in pain, and that's when they moved. Slowly, they lifted their head, and I froze. As they turned around, I started backing away. What I saw wasn't human. The body was, but the head, it was that of a goat or ram. Black fur contrasted against pale skin, and its eyes glowed red like embers. Flesh hung from its curved horns, and as it moved toward me, it let out a deep, bone-chilling roar. I turned and ran. I raced back to the office, the sound of its footsteps pounding behind me. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and locked it. I quickly called 911, telling them something was on campus. They sent someone over, and I waited in the dark, heart racing. It felt like forever before I heard a knock. The police arrived, and I cautiously opened the door. I explained what had happened, but they didn't believe me. They probably thought I was crazy or on something. I played the footage for them, showing the thing on camera. At least they weren't going to arrest me for making a fake emergency call. But with the intruder gone, there wasn't much they could do. They left, and once again I was alone. Only this time I wasn't just alone, I was terrified. I didn't feel safe, not with the possibility that thing was still out there. I wasn't taking any chances. I stayed in the office, door locked, until my shift ended. I found the doll at a tag sale, hidden under a pile of worn stuffed animals and Barbie dolls with bad haircuts. She was tall, about 18 inches, and had curly black hair that turned bluish in the sunlight. Her eyes were green, and her lids opened and closed when tilted. She reminded me of the dolls my grandma used to collect. As a kid, I spent weekends at her house and always begged to play with them, but she'd say they were only for display. Now, at 25, I was buying a porcelain doll at a yard sale, fulfilling that childhood wish. Odd, I know, but I felt like the doll was meant for me. She even looked like me, minus the Victorian dress, replaced with blue jeans and a t-shirt. After taking her home, I cleaned the dirt marks from her face and arms. I stared at her for a while, unsure of what to do next. I could play with her now. There was no one to stop me, but I realized I didn't know how anymore. I wasn't a child, and playing with dolls didn't come naturally like it used to. I thought about just placing her on a shelf and leaving it at that. I should have. I really wish I had. But instead, I started tilting her from side to side, like a child might pretend a toy is walking. I made her walk over to a small elephant figurine on my side table and, without thinking, I had her kick it over. Fortunately, the living room was carpeted, so the elephant only lost an ear. Stunned, I quickly set the doll down on the couch and picked up the figurine, cradling it as though apologizing. I couldn't explain why I had done that. I set the elephant back in place and took the doll to my room, placing her on the rocking chair beside my bed, and then left to make dinner, pushing the odd moment out of my mind. That night, when I went to bed, I only gave her a passing glance before getting under the covers. There she sat, peacefully on the chair, her eyes closed. I sat up. Closed? I tried to remember if they'd been shut when I set her down. Her lids could have easily closed as I carried her. I probably just hadn't noticed. I lay back down and turned off the light, telling myself it was late and I was tired. I drifted off without much trouble. I've always been someone who falls asleep easily. Hours later, I woke up suddenly and groggily looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. I had 4 more hours before my alarm would go off. As I turned over, I realized I needed to use the bathroom. I turned on the light and groaned as my eyes adjusted, but once they did, I found myself staring straight into the green eyes of the doll. Squeezing my eyes shut and opening them again, but her eyes still stared back at me. They had been closed. I knew that. I walked over to the chair, picked the doll up, and tilted her forward so her eyes closed again. Then, I tilted her back, and they opened. I repeated the motion several times, trying to understand how they could have opened on their own. There was no breeze in the room, the windows were shut, and the chair hadn't moved. I couldn't explain it. I set her back on the chair, ensuring her eyes were closed, and went to the bathroom. When I returned, I checked her again. Her eyes were still closed, just as I had left them. I smiled, reassuring myself that I had probably opened them earlier and was too tired to remember. Climbing back into bed, I turned off the light, but my eyes kept drifting to her face. To my horror, I watched as one eye slowly winked open and then shut again. I shook my head, convincing myself that I must be imagining it. I turned off the light and burrowed under the covers, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I curled up, trying to ignore the creeping sensation. I was an adult, after all, and I wasn't about to let a doll frighten me. I stayed wrapped tightly in the blankets until I started to relax, feeling the weight of sleep returning. And then I heard it, a soft creaking noise, the sound of my rocking chair moving back and forth. Slowly, I turned toward the chair, too afraid to turn on the light. The moonlight was just enough to see by. The doll was still seated there, staring at me as the chair rocked. At first, I thought the chair was moving by itself, but then I saw a pale figure crouched next to it, pushing it back and forth. I froze. The figure stood up. A little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, wearing an old-fashioned nightgown. Her black hair was tied in pigtails, and her pale face had dark circles under her eyes. She wasn't solid, I could just barely see through her. She wasn't alive. The girl tilted her head at me, as if inviting me to play. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I watched as she picked up the doll and hugged it close. How could she hold it? She shouldn't have been able to, but she did. Could she touch me too? The thought sent a shiver through me. She was just a little girl, but something about her felt deeply wrong. She took a couple of steps toward me, thrusting the doll forward. The doll's eyes began to blink wildly, and its mouth cracked open, unleashing an eerie, shrill laughter. I screamed. The little girl's face twisted into a grin, revealing sharp, bloody teeth. She threw the doll at me, laughing the same laugh that had come from the doll's mouth. As the doll flew toward me, its teeth snapping, I knew I had to do something. If the girl had come with the doll, maybe destroying it would send her away. I caught the doll and held it at arm's length, feeling it struggle in my grasp. I had to act fast. I dashed to the living room, barely keeping the doll under control as it twisted in my hands. I threw logs and newspapers into the fireplace and lit them. The doll fought harder, but I pinned it under my knee as I fumbled to get the fire going. The girl's laughter echoed through the hallway, growing louder with each second. Finally, the fire roared to life. I yanked the doll off the floor and hurled it into the flames. Its porcelain face shattered, and its cloth body ignited. A blood-curdling cry filled the house, the sound so loud it felt like it was coming from everywhere. I clutched my ears and crouched down, waiting for it to stop. Through the corner of my eye, I saw the little girl standing in front of the fireplace. She was more transparent now, her face contorted in pain. She reached for the doll, but her hands passed right through it. As the doll burned, the girl's body began to blacken, as though she too was burning. She turned to me, anger in her eyes, and started moving toward me, but her steps were slow and heavy. Her body continued to turn black with each step. I stood up, backing away, terrified. When I tripped over the couch, the girl leapt toward me, but before she could reach me, she dissolved into black smoke and disappeared. I sat there, trembling, waiting for her to return. After what felt like hours, I finally moved toward the fireplace. The flames had burned out, leaving only the shattered pieces of the doll. I gathered them up, not caring about the heat, and took them outside. I buried the pieces in the far corner of my yard, hoping that would put an end to it. It's been an hour since I buried the doll, but I still feel like I'm being watched. I don't know if she's really gone, and every now and then, I swear I can hear her laugh. Let me tell you about my dad's old farmhouse. We all called it the spooky house, and honestly, it earned the name. My dad grew up on dairy farms with his parents, who worked for a man that owned several farms. They moved around a lot, managing different properties. This was in Australia, so you can imagine some of the remote, rugged landscapes they lived in. But none of those places were as strange as the spooky house. Dad was in his late teens to early 20s when they lived there, and it didn't take long for the house to start making itself known to them. From the beginning, the place just felt wrong. You'd walk in and feel it, like a heaviness in the air. It wasn't something you could easily explain, just a constant underlying sense that something was off. The house was old, with creaky wooden floors and walls that seemed to hold onto sounds far longer than they should. Dad said the floors were full of little notches and gaps, and my nan would place stoppers in them to keep the wind from whistling up through the cracks. But the strangest thing was that every morning, they would wake up to find the stoppers pushed up from underneath, as if something beneath the house was trying to get in. Nan tried to brush it off as some sort of animal or perhaps the house settling, but Dad wasn't convinced. And neither was Nan, especially when other odd things began happening. In the doorways, they had these huge, heavy hippie beads that hung down, thick and solid. It would take a gust of wind to move them, or so they thought. Yet countless times, Dad would get up early in the morning to find the beads swaying gently, as if someone had just passed through them. But when he checked, everyone was still asleep in their rooms. As time went on, the house's unsettling energy seemed to grow stronger. It was almost like the house itself didn't want them there, like it was waiting for something. The tension in the air would build for days. Then there would be strange noises, scratches, thuds, whispers, and then silence. One particularly cold night, things took a turn for the worse. Nan, who had been silently growing more and more uneasy about the house, decided to call a psychic. She figured if anyone could explain what was going on, it would be someone who could see beyond what the rest of them could. So she made the call, hoping for answers. But when the psychic finally arrived, she didn't even get out of her car. She stopped at the end of the long dirt driveway, staring at the house, and refused to come closer. Nan walked up to her car and asked why she wouldn't come in. The psychic, pale and visibly shaken, told her, "There's something in there, something that doesn't want me in that house. You need to leave. Move out." "But what's in there? What are we dealing with?" The psychic shook her head, her voice trembling. "I don't know what it is, but it's not something I can help you with." With that, she drove off, leaving Nan standing there with no answers, just more questions. The fact that even a psychic refused to enter made the house seem even more sinister. Not long after that, strange things, Dad never liked to call them creatures, started showing up. They stalked the house at night, and none of them ever saw them directly, but they could sense them. Nan would wake up in the morning to find the grass around the house trampled down, especially near the windows. Whatever was out there had been circling the house in the dead of night, watching them. Her peg basket on the clothesline was ripped apart more than once, its pieces scattered across the yard. Nan would get irritated, mumbling about how she had to keep buying new ones, but that irritation soon turned into fear. Things started scratching at the windows at night, long, slow scrapes against the glass, as if whatever it was wanted them to know it was there. Dad told me he was always too scared to look. He knew, deep down, that if he did, something would be staring right back at him. In the mornings, they'd check the windows and see the paint scratched off at roughly human height. Grass beneath the windows would be flattened. One night, when my grandfather was working a few paddocks over, my Nan came into Dad's room, visibly shaken. She whispered, "It's back. It's outside." They huddled in his bedroom, too afraid to make a sound. The heavy atmosphere in the house felt even thicker that night as they listened to the sound of something moving around outside. It circled the house, slow and deliberate, its footsteps crunching the gravel with every pass. They sat there in silence, hearts pounding, until the first rays of dawn broke through. And then there was the time Dad experienced it firsthand. He was walking across the paddocks, heading to help his father with the cows in the early hours of the morning. The air was bitterly cold, the grass covered in frost. As he walked, he heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him, crunching through the frozen grass. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but when he stopped, the sound stopped too. He began walking again, and once more, he heard it, a steady crunch, crunch. Dad's pace quickened, and when he stopped a third time, the footsteps didn't. They were coming toward him. That was all it took for Dad to bolt. He ran across 2 paddocks, vaulted over fences without even thinking, and didn't stop until he reached his father's side. It wasn't always just his family who experienced strange things either. Whenever Dad's parents left for a few days, he would invite friends over for parties. They'd hang out, drink, and have the run of the place. But no matter how big the group, by the end of the night, everyone always ended up sleeping in the same room, as if they couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. One night, it was just Dad and his cousin, playing pool and drinking. It was around midnight, and they were both pretty drunk when, out of nowhere, a dark figure appeared at the edge of the room and said, "Go to bed." Being as drunk as they were, they didn't question it. They shrugged, "Why not?" and went to bed. The next morning, they woke up to find the pool game had been neatly packed away. Dad's cousin looked at him and asked, "Who was that guy standing over us while we slept?" The weirdness didn't stop there, though. They'd hear footsteps on the roof, like someone walking around up there, but when they checked, no one was ever there. Doors would slam shut by themselves, and strange, disembodied voices would call their names from dark corners of the house. Eventually, Dad and his parents had enough and decided to leave. Not long after they moved out, the house mysteriously caught fire and burned to the ground. To this day, Dad doesn't know what started the fire, but he was more than happy to see the place reduced to ashes. The house had been abandoned for 2 years before we bought it. From the outside, it didn't seem particularly unusual, just an old home that had seen better days. When we first went for the viewing, there was something strange about one of the bedrooms. The closet door was padlocked shut, secured with a barn door latch and a heavy lock. Curious, we asked the realtor about it, but she just shrugged, saying there was no key. She told us it couldn't be opened unless we bought the house. Well, we ended up buying it, and naturally, the first thing we wanted to do was open that door. There was something unsettling about a locked closet that no one could explain. So, the day we got the keys, priority number 1 was unlocking it. After a few minutes of wrestling with a pry bar, we managed to break through. What we found on the other side wasn't exactly what we expected, but it didn't make us feel any better. It was a child's play area. The walls were painted in bright, cheerful colors, and the ceiling was covered in glow-in-the-dark stick-on stars and planets. The floor was covered in checkered tiles, giving it an almost playful look, but there was something wrong. There were no lights, no air vents, no windows. The room felt sealed, like it wasn't meant to be opened or used. My little brother, who had tagged along, took one look at it and with a mischievous grin said, "Well, this must be where they kept the kids before they died." We all laughed it off. Fast forward a few months, and the house was well into renovation. We had torn down walls, painted rooms, and tried to make the place feel like a home. One thing that kept happening, though, was the light in the loft. We had installed a daylight sensing motion sensor light there because it was difficult to set up a proper switch. But for some reason, the light would turn on by itself at all hours of the day. No matter how we positioned the sensor, it would randomly trip, casting an eerie glow in the loft at the most unexpected moments. At first, it was annoying, but soon it became a running joke. Every time it happened, one of us would shout, "Will you darn kids quit running in the house?" And weirdly enough, after that, the light would stay off for the rest of the day. About a year into living there, the house had started to feel like our own, despite the occasional weirdness. The creepy closet room had been transformed into our computer room, and we used it regularly without much thought. My wife and I left for work at the same time each day, but she always came home a couple of hours before I did. One day, I got a call from her, and she sounded genuinely confused. "Why did you come back home earlier today?" she asked. I hadn't. I told her I'd been at work all day, but she insisted that when she walked into the house, the chair from the computer room was in the kitchen. Now, the chair wasn't lightweight or easy to move, and it would have had to travel through 2 doorways, down a hallway, and down a flight of stairs to reach the kitchen. I hadn't moved it, and she certainly hadn't either. The thought of it moving by itself was unsettling, but we joked about it, blaming the dead kids for pulling a prank on us. "Those heathen kids," we said, laughing nervously. 6 months later, the weirdness peaked. We went to bed one night with everything in its usual place, the house quiet and calm. But when we woke up, we found something bizarre waiting for us in the kitchen. All of our kitchen knives had been removed from the butcher block. In their place were butter knives. The sharp, dangerous knives had been carefully placed behind the sink, as if someone had thoughtfully swapped them out. My wife and I hadn't touched them, and there was no logical explanation for how or why it had happened. We were both spooked and decided to spend the entire day out of the house, trying to clear our minds. We told ourselves we were being ridiculous. Ghosts aren't real, and there definitely weren't any dead kids in the house. But then one day, I got talking to our neighbor, an older gentleman who had lived on the street for decades. Casually, I asked him if he knew anything about the previous owners. That's when he dropped a bombshell. No children had died in the house, but a grown man had. The room with the creepy closet, the one we had turned into our computer room, that's where the previous owner's brother had committed suicide. He had been going through a rough time after his wife left him, and he just couldn't handle it anymore. He cut his wrists in that room and bled out. The previous owner, his brother, continued to live in the house for a while after that. But when he was foreclosed on, he attempted to take his own life in the same room. Thankfully, his children found him in time and he survived. It all started to make sense in a chilling sort of way. The strange lights, the moving chair, the rearranged knives. Maybe it wasn't kids haunting the house after all. Maybe it was something darker, something tied to the tragedy that had unfolded in that room. Later that year, our family grew, and we had to rearrange the rooms to make space for the baby. The creepy closet room? It was emptied out and left as storage. And strangely enough, once we stopped using that room, all the odd happenings came to an end. The lights stopped flickering on their own, the furniture stayed in place, and the kitchen knives remained where they belonged. 9 years have passed since we moved in, and the house has been peaceful ever since. We still use that room for storage, but our son, who's now 4, plays in there occasionally. Despite the bright daylight that floods through the windows, he always insists on turning every light on before he plays. When I asked him why, he just shrugged and said, "It makes it less weird to play in there." When my husband and I rented an old house, we knew it would need a lot of work. It was one of those places that had clearly been neglected for years. The walls were covered in outdated, peeling wallpaper, and the ceiling had the dreaded popcorn texture. Worse yet, the basement had been vandalized by the teenagers who lived there before. Swastikas were crudely spray-painted on the walls, a sick reminder of the kind of energy this house had absorbed. Still, it was affordable and we needed a home, especially with our baby boy coming home soon after being born prematurely. He spent nearly 5 months in the NICU, and we wanted everything to be perfect for him. We spent weeks fixing up the house. We stripped the wallpaper, painted the walls, and removed the popcorn ceiling. Every day was a project, and we felt a sense of accomplishment as the house slowly transformed from a grim, haunted place into a livable space. But no matter how much we worked, something always felt off, like the house itself resented us for trying to change it. The basement was the worst. We didn't bother fixing it up. The vandalism, the swastikas, and the mess left by the previous occupants were too much to deal with. Besides, we didn't need the extra room, and there was no way I was spending more time down there than necessary. The one time I went down there was enough to convince me to stay out for good. The air was thick, suffocating even, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was down there with me, angry that I had invaded its space. That same unsettling feeling didn't stay confined to the basement. Sometimes it seemed to seep into the rest of the house, like a dark shadow creeping up the stairs. It would start with a feeling of being watched. I'd feel eyes on me, cold and heavy, and the room would seem to grow darker. At first, I convinced myself it was just my imagination, that my mind was playing tricks on me because of how creepy the basement was. But it kept happening, and eventually, I couldn't ignore it. Whenever the air felt too thick, too suffocating, I'd take the baby and sit in the car while my husband burned sage throughout the house, trying to clear the energy. He hated doing it. Every time he lit the sage, he said the air became almost unbearable, heavy with a rage that wasn't ours. He told me he'd see shadowy figures moving toward him, like they were trying to escape through the smoke. He'd feel them pushing against him, angry, trying to shove him out of the house. Even though the sage would help for a while, the darkness always seemed to creep back in after a week or two, like it had only retreated temporarily, gathering its strength for the next encounter. There were so many strange and unexplainable things that happened in that house. But 2 incidents stand out the most, burned into my memory like a bad dream I can't forget. One day, I was taking a shower while my son sat in his little bouncer seat in the bathroom doorway. He was always so peaceful, content to sit and watch me while I hurried through my routine. I had just finished rinsing off and pulled the shower curtain open when I heard a sound. A sharp, clattering noise behind me. In an instant, I saw the can of air freshener, which had been sitting securely on the back of the toilet, fly across the room, headed straight for my baby. My heart stopped. If the bathroom door hadn't been slightly ajar, the can would have hit him square in the head. I lost it. I started screaming at whatever was in the house. I didn't care if it heard me. "If you're going to mess with someone, mess with me," I yelled. "Leave my baby alone." As if on cue, the detachable shower head that had been hanging securely on its hook suddenly broke free. It whipped through the air with a speed that sent it crashing into the side of the tub, the end of its cord still attached, swinging dangerously close to my head. That shut me up real fast. My heart raced and I could barely breathe. Whatever was in the house wasn't just watching us. It was angry, and it didn't like me standing up to it. The second experience happened at night when my husband and I were in bed. Our son was fast asleep in his room down the hall. He was still on oxygen, and we had a pulse oximeter monitoring his levels. Because of that, we always kept a baby monitor nearby so we could hear if the alarm went off. It had become part of our nightly routine. We'd lay in bed, talk for a while, and then say our goodnights before drifting off to sleep. On this particular night, we had just finished talking and had said goodnight when, not even 5 minutes later, we both heard it. Clear as day, the sound of a little girl's laughter came through the baby monitor. It was soft, high-pitched, and chilling. My husband leapt out of bed, ready to confront whoever was in the house. But I knew, deep down, there was no one there. My body froze, couldn't move, couldn't speak. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to shake the sound of that laugh. It was so innocent yet so impossibly wrong. I stayed in bed, stunned, until sleep finally claimed me. I don't miss that house. I don't miss the creeping shadows, the heavy air, or the constant feeling of being watched. My mom was in the hospital 50 miles away, battling what we believed might be her final days. I was only 19 at the time. We weren't sure how much longer she had, and the weight of that reality was heavy on my mind. My dad stayed by her side at the hospital, leaving me alone in the house. Their home was large, too large for one person, especially someone like me who always felt uneasy being alone. It stood isolated from any neighboring houses, tucked away on a small lagoon, far off the main road. The darkness that surrounded the house at night always gave me chills. That night, I went to bed around 1 a.m. I was messing around on my laptop, playing games and trying to distract myself from the gloomy thoughts of my mom's condition. My room was located in a separate wing of the house. The entire wing could be sealed off with a single locking door, though I hadn't locked it. Despite my usual fears, I tried to keep calm by keeping all the lights on in my wing, every single one, from the hallway lights to the closet. The dim glow from the closet always gave me some comfort, making the space feel just a little less eerie. As I was browsing game FAQs, something strange happened. All of the lights in my wing shut off at once. The band of light under the door, the only thing that reassured me, suddenly went black. My heart dropped into my stomach. I sat up in bed, frozen for a moment, staring at the door as though it held all the answers. The bedroom door was unlocked, and though I felt a strong urge to get up and lock it, fear kept me still. Before I could make a decision, the door slammed violently. It wasn't a gentle close. It was as if someone had kicked the bottom of the door with full force. I remember letting out a small, involuntary squeak of shock. It took me about 6 seconds to spring into action. I jumped to my feet and grabbed a blade I kept by my bedside, positioned only a few paces away from the door. I remember thinking that if the door opened, I would be ready to face whoever or whatever was on the other side. But the complete silence that followed was unnerving. What troubled me most was the absence of light beneath the door. Without it, I couldn't see the shadow of anyone standing outside. My imagination ran wild, picturing some dark figure standing in the hallway, waiting for the right moment to strike. Several minutes passed, and nothing happened. My mind wrestled with itself. Fear was urging me to stay hidden, but my instincts told me I couldn't sit still forever. I didn't have a phone in my room. My old Nokia was charging in another wing of the house, completely out of reach. So, with nothing but a knife in my hand and misplaced courage, I made my move. I threw the door open with a surge of adrenaline, my knife held low in my right hand, and my left arm up in a defensive position. I was ready for a confrontation, but there was nothing, just empty air. The hallway was still eerily quiet. Confused, I quickly flipped the hallway light switch, expecting some explanation, but found none. There was no one in my wing, no one in the entire house. The burglar alarm was still on and undisturbed. Every window and door was locked as it had been earlier. I searched every corner, under beds, in closets, behind furniture. Nothing. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stood in the now brightly lit hallway, my mind racing with questions. There was no explanation for what had happened. Slowly, I backed into my room, locking the door and sealing myself off once more. I left the lights on this time and sat on my bed, laptop still open but forgotten. I kept glancing at the door, which now had a slight bow in it, a lasting reminder of the violent force that had slammed it shut earlier. Hours dragged by and sleep was impossible. Around 3 a.m., the lights under the door dimmed again. My heart pounded in my chest. The entire wing was in darkness once more, and this time I was truly terrified. My knife, which had seemed like a decent form of defense earlier, now felt utterly useless. The reality of the situation began to sink in, and my previous bravery evaporated. Without thinking, I grabbed the bed and shoved it against the door. It was heavy, and moving it wasn't easy, but the effort felt necessary. The door opened inward, so I figured this would at least buy me some time if something, or someone, tried to get in. As I stood there, I felt a shift in the air. It was subtle, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It felt as though something was angry with me, though I had no idea why. In a panic, I retreated to the closet, the place that always felt safest to me as a child. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, surrounded by my clothes, my back pressed against the wall. Every creak in the house sent my imagination spiraling. Was there something on the other side of the door? I stayed like that until the sky started to lighten. The first rays of sunlight came through the skylight, casting a pale glow across the room. That was all I needed to find the strength to move. My fear seemed to dissolve as the daylight took over, and I finally pushed the bed away from the door. When I stepped out of my room, I noticed something odd. The wing door had been unlocked, but that wasn't possible. It required a key from the other side. I had locked it myself after the first incident. Just then, I heard footsteps coming down the stairs from the main part of the house. My dad was home. For a moment, I felt embarrassed, thinking I had made a big deal out of nothing. "Oh," I said, trying to laugh it off. "So it was you who turned all the lights off last night?" He gave me a strange look and replied, "What? I just got home 10 minutes ago." My stomach dropped. There was no explanation for what had happened that night. No logical reason. I still don't know what it was, but whatever it was, it seemed to like the dark and had a thing against doors. And it only ever seemed to appear in my wing of the house. Almost 20 years have passed since that night, and nothing like it ever happened again. My parents built the house from scratch, and no strange or tragic events had ever occurred there. Yet every time I visit, I see that bow in my bedroom door. It's still there, while my sister's door across the hall remains perfectly flush, just as it was when it was first installed. And despite everything, my mom is still with us. About 10 years ago, when I was around 12, I got into bird watching. It wasn't anything formal. I was just a kid sneaking up on birds, taking photos, and identifying them with books. I started my hobby by compiling a list of native birds in my area, complete with pictures I printed from the local library. Every weekend, I'd roam the neighborhood, which was a mix of suburban homes and overgrown plots of land, looking for new birds to add to my list. With a few ponds and a creek nearby, I managed to spot several species within the first few weeks. However, there was one bird I had set as my white whale due to its rarity in the area, the black vulture. There were plenty of turkey vultures around, which were much more common, but black vultures were harder to find. From a distance, they can look quite similar, but you can tell them apart by how much gray-white is on their wings. When they fly lower, the red head of the turkey vulture becomes visible, often leading to disappointment. One weekend, sometime in the fall, I decided to dedicate the next 2 days to finding a black vulture. I ventured into a nearby brushy area, ignoring the keep out signs as usual, and started my search. I figured I might have luck spotting scavenger birds near roadkill, so I headed toward a small, winding road that ran parallel to the creek. Sadly, roadkill wasn't uncommon there. The road was narrow, with trees and thick underbrush crowding both sides, creating a tunnel-like effect in some places, making it easy for animals to dart out in front of cars. That day, I wasn't having much luck. I saw a few crows pecking at a squirrel and some ducks swimming in the creek, but no large birds. As it started to get late, I kept going, determined to stay out until sunset. I decided to make it to a small park at the end of the road before heading back. Just as I emerged from a tunnel of leaves, I spotted a large bird circling in the sky. It was the right shape and size to be a vulture, but with the limited sunlight, I couldn't make out the details of its feathers. I followed it as it slowly descended. After about 10 minutes, it landed, and I quietly made my way toward it, careful not to make any noise. The bird had settled in a small clearing at the far end of the park, an open field sloping down from the parking lot at the top of a hill. I had been there before. It was a popular spot for kids to roll down the steep hill. I approached from the bottom, excited as I heard the squawks and cries of other birds. Black vultures are known to be more aggressive than turkey vultures, and I was eager to witness a possible confrontation. I reached the edge of the clearing and raised my binoculars. What I saw next hit me all at once. At first, I found it strange that the birds were in the middle of the park rather than near the road where roadkill was more common. Then, I noticed the smell. It was faint but unmistakably foul, a sharp, metallic odor reminiscent of rotten meat. I had encountered the smell of roadkill before, but this was different, more intense. Through my binoculars, I expected to see a deer or some other animal carcass. Instead, I was met with the shocking sight of a human body. The birds were there, including the black vulture I had been searching for, but it was perched on the chest of a woman's lifeless body. I froze in disbelief, unable to look away. My throat tightened with the urge to vomit, yet I couldn't tear my eyes from the scene. The woman's body was largely intact, though the birds had been at her eyes, lips, and other areas. Her pale skin had a bluish tint in some places, and her blonde hair was tangled and matted. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen in shock, as the sun slowly dipped behind the trees. This was before cell phones were common, and I had a long walk ahead to get home. The thought that whoever had done this might still be nearby suddenly gripped me with fear. I began to slowly back away, not daring to take my eyes off the body. I was terrified that if I turned around, someone might be behind me. I kept backing up, step by step, until I reached the trees. Just then, headlights appeared at the top of the hill, accompanied by the screech of tires. A car sped away, disappearing down the road in the opposite direction. That was enough to send me running. I crashed through the underbrush, not stopping until I was halfway home. By the time I reached the woods near my house, my arms were scratched and bleeding from the branches I'd plowed through. I realized with embarrassment that at some point in my panic, I had wet myself. When I finally got home, I was alone. My mom worked late at a nearby diner, and she wouldn't be back until past midnight. I didn't call the police or my mom right away, which I still regret. I was scared she would be angry with me, or that I'd never be allowed outside again. I locked all the doors, took a quick shower, and hid in my room until I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told my mom everything, and we called the police together. By then, the body had already been discovered. I gave my statement, but we never heard anything more about it. I stopped bird watching after that.